Chat. Chat. What's going on, chat? What up, Raylan? What up, Game Gang? What up, Nori? BCCTV. Hamunapcha. What's going on? Hey, Diana. What up, Princess? What's going on, Nori? How are you doing? What's going on, Sweet Agony? Butter Dog, Gin, Horchata. Hell yeah. What up, Sweet Agony? How's it going, everybody? This album is so good. What's going on, everybody? How's it going? Hair's kind of crazy. I was wearing a hat today. And we might put the hat back on if this continues. If it won't behave, but I think it will. What's going on? We need real protests like in 2020, which I won't explain because these petitions calling flyering and other trash is not working at all. It makes me sick. Which of those that you described are you doing? Okay. Now, come on now. Are you critiquing from an armchair or are you critiquing from the streets? Okay. There's a difference. I get it. I understand the frustration though. The moment of urgency, we need to be urgent about it, you know, but shit takes time. You have to build relationships and that's all it is, man. That's literally all it is. It's just relational building. It's just relational building, you know? You're meeting people, you're gaining their trust, and it's just learning. It's just like, you know, you got to build relationships. That's what power is. What up, Ninja? In other news, I felt really good about last night's stream. That was a beautiful. I loved it. All the movies we watched were beautiful. I felt very good about yesterday's stream. This morning, I woke up, had some coffee, hung out, and then we went thrift stores shopping for furniture for the new house. And then we went to the house and we unpacked more. I kind of like laid out, got the full game plan for my streaming setup. Yeah, we got a place. Yeah, so I got my room that I'm streaming from. I set up the camera, I set up a light, it's coming together. The next thing we need to do is like put up art on the walls and get more furniture. Basically, that's where we're at right now. So, I'm really excited. I think it's awesome, like, you know. But it's a slow process. Hopefully, I'll be able to do my first stream from the new spot on Friday. And if not Friday, hopefully this weekend. And I hope you guys enjoy it. I think it looks sick. Also, I think there's I get a added benefit because like I've been here for the last month, you know, and like my setup kind of like is ass here, you know? So, I think when we switch over, people are gonna be like, "Oh fuck!" Like, because it's gonna look really nice. I think it's gonna look really nice. I think I'm gonna be really proud of it. Y'all forget that I'm a cinematographer. You know what I mean? Y'all forgot. You've been sleeping on me. You know. So yeah, we got a good little setup going. It's gonna really pop. Yeah, there's some things I want to add, and I won't be able to have by the first stream, but I'll get them in. Namely, a backlight. It's my first stream. I come from Eden's community. Well, that's a fucking awesome community. What's up, Los Angeles? Los Angeles Public Library. It's a good screen name too. Welcome in. Yeah. So I'm excited for the new setup. I'm excited for the streaming room. I also want to like low-key, I want to do more in-person interviews. I want to bring people from like the Kansas City community into the house and like on stream in person. I want to do more of that stuff. Also, there's a really, really good kitchen for filming. So I've been like talking with Becca, I think at least once a week. we'll do like a early stream, like, you know, I'll go live at like 6:30 Central, and we'll just do cooking for like an hour and a half or two, and just like kind of hang out and do cooking stream. And then we'll, you know, go into the room and eat and do everything. So I got a lot of hope. I'm excited about the future right now, in my personal life. So that's a W. Anyway, in stream news, in our stream, we're gonna have a full night tonight. Full night politics. I got a bunch of stuff from Twitter to talk to you about. Got a bunch of stuff on YouTube, and then we're gonna end up hopefully starting the Contrapoints video soon, because it is 2 hours and 45 minutes long. So we'll watch that. But first, let's check out this new trailer for Andor that just dropped. Where are my Star Wars heads in the chat? Type 1 if you would fuck a Wookiee. No, don't do that. Oh shit, my shit's fucked. Everybody typing 1. I totally got you, dude. I got you. Let's check it out. Dude, that's so funny. I always think you guys like don't want to hear it, but then it's like, okay, yeah, they probably want to hear it, you know.
I came with you to be part of something. The Empire cannot win. It's a different kind of mission. If it goes up in flames, it will burn very brightly.
But if I'm giving up,
Andor, one of the best Star Wars things ever, for sure.
win.
For sure.
We have.
I honestly, like, everybody, I think not many actual Star Wars fans feel this way, but I have seen some attitudes of people who like are tangentially Star Wars fans, where they're like, there's just too much in the Star Wars universe right now, too many TV shows, yada yada. I think that's so dumb. There are so many aspects of the Star Wars like universe that have never been fully explored that I would love to see explored. I want a droid only show, you know, that really goes into like do droids like have self-agency. It seems like some of them do, some of them don't. Like that dynamic, like how do they treat each other? I want more of that. I want more of like just like random people like living in the galaxy, and how the Empire, like, you know, just like how fascism affects like a random village on a random planet in this, you know what I mean? Like, I think more stories like that. I actually do think Rebels, the animated show Rebels, did a really good job of like kind of like showcasing more of like the on the ground effects of the Empire and like how people were oppressed. And it also, like, of any Star Wars, I think more cops die in Rebels than any other Star Wars franchise. Dude, if you like Star Wars and you liked Andor, I can't recommend Rebels enough. It's fun, it's a little silly sometimes, but like when it gets serious, and it's the entire thing is about this like guerrilla terrorist group, basically, you know, like our government would call them terrorists, and they're just going around the galaxy fucking shit up. They're just going around using violence to win, and it's awesome.
We must stand together. We will be crushed.
Resistance is absurd.
It's a weapon. They're building a weapon. The monster will come for us all.
Revolution is not for the saying. You're right here, and you're ready to fight. There's a future here for those who dare.
Welcome to the rebellion.
Damn. Okay, that was a good trailer. The last trailer, not that good. This one, well, yeah, I got chills. Way better. Way better. Really good. That I can't. I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited. Star Wars is not always, but it has the potential to be incredible anti-fascist media. And it should be. It's like the basic concept of Star Wars is anti-fascism. You know? I think they really should explore it more. Normal Finkelstein, that's right. The crackhead Barney Norm Finkelstein video has dropped. Let's check it out. I hope there's no boobies in this.
Hey, Normal Finkelstein, I've interviewed people. They said that you are a Zionist. Is that true? I'm crackhead Barney and friends. I'm crackhead Barney and friends.
Barney and friends?
Crackhead Barney and friends.
Crackhead Barney and friends.
Yes. Yeah, everybody loves you. Why should we love you? Tell us why we should love you.
I don't know. I don't love myself.
Can you give me...
I don't know. I don't love myself.
some words of inspiration for Khalil Mahmoud?
Keep fighting.
How should we fight? And what else? Should we burn it all down?
No, he's great. We don't troll him.
No, we're not trolling.
He's great. We don't troll him.
Ask the question. Tell us how to fight. Give us 3 ways how to fight. Give us 3 ways how to fight.
Ask him.
Hey, Norman.
I mean, he's wearing Yeezys at this too, so I don't know why he wore Yeezys to an event for Palestine in the year of our Lord 2025, but that's normal for you. That's normal Finkelstein for you. Anyway, Mert, our resident Turkish chatter, also kind of a low-key a honey, if you ask me, posting these unbelievable photos from Turkey. Holy shit. Dude. I looked at these for like 10 minutes trying to determine if they were AI or not. They're like too fucking sick. They're too cool. Is that person okay? I think they're fucking more than okay. I think they're doing amazing. These photos are unbelievable. So cool. In other news, we had some very, very sad, horrible news coming out of Gaza and the West Bank today. Israel has just decided to directly attack like anybody who would dare document the horrors that they are committing. So we had this earlier today from Yuval. A group of settlers just lynched Hamdan Bilal, co-director of our film No Other Land. They beat him and he has injuries in his head and his stomach, bleeding. Soldiers invaded the ambulance he called and took him. No sign of him since. In parallel with your claims, there are reports of 2 settlers being injured as a result of Palestinians throwing stones at them. Can you tell us the full story, not just the part that suits you? Yeah, here's the full story, you fucking Nazi pieces of... Oh my god. Here's the full story. These settlers are going out on fucking pogroms nightly. Here's the full story. The UN defends Palestinian people's right to fucking resist the settler attacks with weapons, to shoot and kill them. The UN says that is a protected action. Okay? You are lucky it's just stones. You absolute fucking dog shit on my fucking shoe, man. Just disgusting. But yeah, of course the Mossad, agents came out in force. So you've all posted video from the night of it happening. This is an illegal settler attacking Hamdan's village.
Hey, no!
Can we go back to the car? Guys, back to the car! Back to the car! Back to the car!
Get in the car. car. Get in the car.
You're gonna hear them throwing shit at their car.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, good thing this window's working.
Look, the windshield's busted.
Window was broken.
Just the worst kind of evil. I'm just saying, like, these are genuinely KKK. Like, this is just the worst of humanity. It's the worst of humanity. And while this was happening in the West Bank, we also got some really horrible news about Hassam Shabbat. I'll read this statement from Hassam's team. If you're reading this, it means I've been killed, most likely targeted by the Israeli occupation forces. When this all began, I was only 21 years old, a college student with dreams like anyone else. For the past 18 months, I have dedicated every moment of my life to my people. I documented the horrors in northern Gaza minute by minute, determined to show the world the truth that they tried to bury. I slept on pavement, in schools, in tents, anywhere I could. Each day was a battle for survival. I endured hunger for months, yet I never left my people's side. By God, I fulfilled my duty as a journalist. I risked everything to report the truth, and now I am finally at rest. Something I haven't known in the past 18 months. I did all this because I believe in the Palestinian cause. I believe this land is ours, and it has been the highest honor of my life to die defending it and serving its people. I ask you now, do not stop speaking about Gaza. Do not let the world look away. Keep fighting, keep telling our stories until Palestine is free. For the last time, Hassam Shabbat from And of course, this is one of in a long line of reporters and press who have been deliberately targeted by the Israeli occupying force. And I mean, we'll see. This is what we're seeing. They're attacking him because they are brave enough to tell the story of what's happening, and they don't want the story to be told because they're shameful. They know deep down that what they're doing is unforgivable in the eyes of the world, and that the world is waking up. It's fucking horrifying. And I hope you listen to Hassam and don't stop talking about Gaza. Don't stop fighting for Gaza. Show the fuck up. Escalate when you can. You know? There's truth to what the chatter was saying earlier too. Like, you know, the tactics that we have used thus far have not worked. And if you can protect and save a life, like what is that? What is that worth? And how much, you know, how can we escalate? How can we put further pressure on our government, on the Israeli government, on anybody who would benefit from We'll get back to that a little bit later. We have an interview with Noor Abdallah, Mahmoud Khalil's wife. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about Dissent and how the state kills dissent. We have a video from Prince Shakur. They'll talk about that later too. But for now, we're gonna put a pause on that and talk about a little bit of. Actually, no. Let's first go to protest coverage. So first off, we had Trump supporter Rick Fuse was arrested in Berkeley for using a stun gun on peaceful protesters outside a Tesla dealership. Fuse claimed they were paid protesters, and he went there to show his support for Musk and Doge. So, like, once again, you know, don't ever show this to Asmongold. He is not looking. Okay, a peaceful protest and a Trump supporter, right-wing Trump supporter, comes up and starts using weapons on the people. Dude, also this old lady grabs him. This old lady grabs him and throws him like. Liberals, please grow a spine. Please grow a spine. Do not make an old fucking lady subdue the obvious direct threat to the protest. Like, can you look at how many men are just standing around here, bro? Can you guys please wake the fuck up? This woman's like, no, no, no. We also had the University of Glasgow did an organized walkout, and it looks like they joined an encampment for Gaza. I don't know if how long that's existed, but love to see encampments starting up again. Hundreds of students have walked out of classes and joined an encampment for Gaza outside of the University of Glasgow. Bro, their chants are British. You can hear the accent. We will not stop. We will not rest. We also had. Wait. No, this is different. This is a different thing. Oh, this is in Istanbul. Holy shit, bro. This is shit. Shit is popping off in Istanbul. We saw the photo earlier, but just watch the video of it. This is crazy because, like, they're not wearing goggles. They're not wearing goggles. Like, if you're putting this much pepper spray into the air, it's going under this and fucking these, like, the cops up too. Unless you have, like, airtight goggles that would be good underwater. You're like, the air is fucking toxic. Like, look, it looks like it's raining and it's just pepper spray. Okay, yeah, Glasgow is in Scotland. Okay, I don't care. I don't care. Yeah, you guys are big Game of Thrones fans. I get it. Yeah, it's on the southern, whatever. It's the part of Westeros that's, you know, who cares? Listen, they eat their beans on the side of toast here. It's very different. I understand. Okay, I get it. Let's move on. Some of the students at University of Glasgow are also on a hunger strike based. Dude, you can just, everybody's fucking miserable. It's wild. They have so many cops. What is they doing? They're protesting. They're fucking rioting. Because the mayor of Turkey has been, like, you know, politically targeted by Erdogan in an attempt to, like, you know, stay in power. Erdogan is just, you know, being a fucking dictator. We also had a protest for Mahmoud Khalil at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. There you go. Love me some protest music.
Which side are you on? We're on the freedom side.
Woo, that's right. That's right. Oh, this is another image out of Turkey. Incredible stuff here. Riot proposal, man. Beautiful. What up, sick boy? What up, Miss Perry? I wish a complete unknown had more of Pete Seeger's protest music. I did not see a complete unknown. Okay, let's check out this interview Bernie did with ABC, and then we'll talk a little bit. I got 2 articles I wanted to read. We might only read one of them. I'll probably just read this one. Let me see if I can get some. What the heck? I'll probably only read this one, and we'll cut the Jacobin article. Because I actually really appreciate Scarlett, and I think she's genuinely very smart. But let's first watch this interview.
I want you to look at
Here, I'm also going to eat real quick.
Level of office around you and support Democrats who actually fight, because those are
Don't. I'm already fucking over it, bro. I want you to go and support Democrats. No, dude. Who is that? Who of them are actually
the
fighting?
ones that can
Like who? Who? Greg Cesar just endorsed a Zionist for New York mayor. Who? None of them are fighting. Cori Bush was fighting when she slept on the steps of the fucking Capitol building.
win against Republicans.
I would not be telling you the truth if I didn't tell you that within the Democratic Party, there are billionaires who have undue influence. Democrats have turned their backs on the working class of this country.
That was Senator Bernie Sanders and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez drawing more than 30,000 supporters in Denver on Friday. I was there and spoke with Senator Sanders after the rally about whether the Democratic Party can do anything to slow President Trump's agenda.
Bernie is back.
Hey, Mr. Trump, people fought and died to create a democratic society. You're not going to take it away from us.
83-year-old independent Senator Bernie Sanders is drawing crowds even bigger than he did as a presidential candidate.
Feeling the burn.
Yeah.
For the past month, Sanders has taken his fight against President Donald Trump on the road. He's billing it the Fighting Oligarchy Tour.
We will not allow America to become an oligarchy.
In Denver, the anti-Trump sentiment was strong.
Oh, I think it's a disaster. And he talks about he has a mandate. He never had a mandate.
But so was the frustration with Democrats.
How's the Democratic Party doing challenging this?
They got to be a little tougher.
Quit being a bunch of doormats.
It feels like we're left stranded when everything feels like it's crumbling.
Tour's Western swing, Sanders was joined by New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
He has handed the keys of the federal government to Elon Musk and is selling off our country for parts to the richest people on the planet.
More than 30,000 people showed up for their joint appearance in Denver.
Look, as you know, when you run for president, you do a lot of rallies, and we've done a lot of big rallies. 32,000 people here is by far the largest rally I have ever done, and nobody's running for office. That tells you something.
So what are you trying to accomplish with this tour?
That's such a great question to walk into. Dude, also, like, can we just say, if you were good at your job in any way, Bernie, this would be an obvious, like, this would be the main message. Like, the fact that nobody knows what the answer to this is really fucking bad. We get that, right? That's atrocious. Like, what are we doing?
I'm trying to make it clear to the people throughout the world and throughout our own country that the American people are not going to sit idly by and allow Trump establish an oligarchic form of government. Musk and other billionaires are running our government, and we're not going to sit back and allow.
We're not going to sit back. We're going to go and stand in a field and listen to a speech. Yeah! Trump can never recover from this. Trump can never recover from this. What the fuck, dude? What do you mean sit idly by? What are we doing? You haven't told us to do anything except for sit idly by. Listen, you're not sitting idly by if you're really understanding the oligarchy. If you're being told, we're going to yell real loud at pre-planned events. Yeah. Like, what? There's just such a lack of vision. It's so annoying.
To form an authoritarian form of society, undermining the Constitution, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, and undoing what the founding fathers of this country did in the 1790s, separation of powers, making sure that no one person had an extraordinary amount of power. And that is precisely what Trump is trying to do. He wants it all. He doesn't want Congress. He doesn't want the media. He doesn't want the judiciary. He wants all of the power. We cannot allow him to have that.
Well, I hear you telling people out there, fight back. What do you mean, though? How do they fight back?
Well, it's the question. We're working on it right now, but I think...
Oh my God, dude! That's the question. I'm not really sure yet. We're working on it right now. I've got all the best people thinking about it. Ezra Klein, he called me yesterday. I think he's a smart guy. He's working on it, okay? Apparently he's got a book. I'm reading the book.
Here and showing the world that Americans are not going to sit back and take what Trump is doing is a good step forward. But obviously what we need to do is what neither political party is capable of doing right now. And that is develop a strong grassroots movement prepared to run candidates, prepared to stand up and question candidates, demand responsibility from their elected officials to stand with working families and not just the 1%.
I've been covering you for a long, long time. I've heard you railing against millionaires and billionaires for a long time.
Hey, guess what?
Is it different?
Turns out a few other people are catching on to that, right? Yeah. I have been talking for many years about this country moving toward an oligarchy. And I think anybody who is not dumb, deaf, or blind is seeing precisely what is happening. Trump's inaugural, right behind him, 3 wealthiest guys in America. Lincoln talked about a government of the people, by the people, for the people. Remember? Well, we got a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, and for the billionaire class. That's what we have.
So we're about 60 days into the Trump era, the second Trump era. How would you grade the Democratic Party's response?
Well, I would take us back even 2 years before that, before Trump was elected, and saying that it saddens me that when the Democrats had control of the Senate, they did virtually nothing for working people. And I have to say that I'm a member of the Democratic caucus as an independent, so I'm not going to lie to you and tell you otherwise.
Yeah.
And since then, do I think the Democrats have been effective in rallying the American people, in stopping Trump's movement toward oligarchy and authoritarianism? No, I don't.
Is there anything that you think Trump has done right?
Yeah, I think cracking down on fentanyl, making sure our borders are stronger. Look, nobody thinks illegal immigration is appropriate. Now, I happen to think we need comprehensive immigration reform, but I don't think that it's appropriate for people to be coming across the border illegally.
Dude. Like, what's the value? I just feel like it's, again, cowardice. I think they're cowards. They're cowards. Like, you are capitulating to the like framing of this that has been laid out in front of you. Because you're scared of what would happen if you actually advocated for immigrants. Like, also, like, he's cracking down on fentanyl. I remember when the war on drugs was like pretty unanimously considered a really bad policy by even liberals. Hell, even Republicans. Even Republicans like used to be like that. Like, we've talked about drug use a lot on this channel. We've talked about what it would look like for there to be mass investment in rehabilitation services or just mental health in general, you know? If we had a new deal that, you know, really took the pursuit of happiness as promised to Americans in the Constitution. Or is that the Declaration of it? You know, that really takes that and, you know, fights for it. Like this, the militarization of the border is your best idea on how we deal with like opioid abuse in our country. It's just not like ridiculous. Ridiculous.
So we've got to work now on comprehensive immigration reform. The idea that Trump has, I don't know what his latest numbers are, he wants to deport 20 million people who are in this country who are undocumented. Well, you do that, you destroy the entire country, because I got news for you. Trump's billionaire friends are not going to pick the crops in California that feed us. They're not going to work in meat packing houses. That's what undocumented people are doing. So we need a variety of programs, guest worker programs, but mostly comprehensive immigration reform.
But you
again, dude, he's supposed to be the like pro-labor guy, and he's like, listen, if you deport the immigrants, then who's the meat industry gonna exploit? Who's big ag gonna exploit? Like, what? You're supposed to be the labor guy. You're supposed to sit here and advocate for better standards and a more comprehensive, you know, like minimum wage enforcement. Like, yeah, literally, we need an underclass, right?
You know, illegal immigration, it exploded under Biden, and it had been high for times under Trump as well, but it exploded under Biden, and nothing was really done until his last year in office when he was...
Yep, should have done much better, no argument.
So...
Yeah, it's also like, okay, well, let's talk about why that is. Let's talk about why that is. Let's talk about the U.S. foreign policy towards, you know, the entire world. And how we have, like, directly played a role in making a lot of these countries unlivable for the people who live there. Let's talk about that. And what is if we acknowledge the facts and the history of this, you know, of the last 50 years, 60 even, go back as far as you want. There's no time when America was good to these people, you know? And if we acknowledge that fact and we acknowledge that history, well, then what is our responsibility as a country? I don't even think just letting immigrants in covers it. We have a big bill. Like, we have run up a massive debt. And we need to pay them. Like, we need reparations. And yeah, we should take in a lot of the people who want to flee. And really commit to making these places better so that they want to live there. Because, like, genuinely, I'm sure a lot of these people would not want, they would like to stay at their home, you know? But there are very valid reasons why they're forced to leave. We don't ever talk about this. Never ever is this talked about in American conversation. Like,
realistically, Republicans control the House, they've controlled the White House, they control the Senate. So what realistically can be done?
Well, for major pieces of legislation, you still need 60 votes in the Senate. And let's be clear. I mean, we have picked many of the spots that I've gone to in Wisconsin, in Iowa, in Michigan. We chose them carefully.
Yeah.
And those are because they have Republican congressmen who won by small margins. Right now, I don't know what the number is. I think if 2 or 3 Republicans out of 200 and whatever it is, 18 or whatever they got, choose not to support giving tax breaks to billionaires and cutting Medicaid and education, we can defeat this big supplemental bill, the beautiful bill that Trump.
What up, friendly neighborhood Mexican?
Right now, what we're trying to do is put pressure on those congressional districts, demand that Republican Congress people sit down and talk to their constituents and explain why they think it's a good idea to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1% and cut veterans programs, cut Medicaid, cut Social Security, cut education.
You said that the passage of this bill, to the continuing resolution, was a absolute failure of Democratic leadership. Who are you talking about?
Well, Schumer is the leader of the party, and it should not have happened, period. No question about it. But, you know, when we talk about Democratic leadership, we're talking about the Democratic Party in general. You know, so look, there's been nobody more critical of Chuck Schumer than I have been. And not just on this thing. But the bottom line is not just Chuck Schumer. It's not just Chuck Schumer. It is you got a Democratic Party in general that is dominated by billionaires, just as the Republican Party is, that is operates under the leadership of a bunch of inside the Beltway consultants, very well paid, who are way out of touch with the 32,000 people who are here today.
Ocasio-Cortez's criticism of Schumer has been harsher, fueling speculation she'll challenge him in the Democratic primary when he is up for re-election in 3 years. For his part, Sanders doesn't want to talk about whether or not Schumer should remain the Democratic leader in the Senate. And he got irritated when I asked him about the possibility of AOC running, abruptly getting up to end the interview.
Okay, you're out there with AOC today. Do you see her as a future of the progressive?
We have one of the untold stories of what's going on in current American politics, is that in the House of Representatives, you have dozens and dozens of strong, smart, disciplined, hardworking young people in the Progressive Caucus. And, you know,
Dozens of dozens. What a break, eh? Welcome in. Chat, please go joining me and following my friend Robbie. Really appreciate that. What up, Bree? How are you? How are you? We're talking about Bernie.
When I first came to the Congress and the House, I helped form the...
Losing it, you? I'm staying hopeful. I had a good weekend, met up with a bunch of organizations and stuff, and we can win. We can win, Ree.
Progressive Caucus. We had 5 people in it at that time. Now they got close to 100.
Long day. I hate spring break. Yeah, I feel you.
So you got a whole lot of good people. Alexandria is extraordinary. I am so impressed by her work in Congress and her, she inspires young people all over the country.
Would you like to see her join in the Senate?
Right now we have, as I said, just a whole lot of people in the Congress. Okay, Jonathan, thanks.
Wait, I got one more. This is important.
Well, I asked you.
Okay.
You know, you want to do nonsense, do nonsense.
No.
You want to do nonsense? Do nonsense. Like the most obvious question from the press is like, he's still trying to get the answer to like, what is the next move? You want to do nonsense? Do nonsense. Wait, I missed it. What did he ask? He asked if he would like to see AOC in the Senate. And Bernie just left.
Talk about inside the Beltway stuff. I got 32,000 people.
I was just asking you about AOC because she was out there with you.
No, fine, but I don't want to talk about this. What was the last question?
I was just going to ask you one more question about you. I mean, that's all. I was literally your last.
What is your question?
Well, I mean, it's easier. I mean, I want to ask you about your future. This is the biggest crowd. You said you ran for president twice. This is the biggest crowd you've ever seen. Are we going to see you run again, or what's your future?
No, right now, I am very proud that the people of the state of Vermont sent me back to the Senate with 63% of the vote. Right now, I'm Vermont senator. That's what I do, and I'm very happy to do it. I am 83 years of age, so, and I'm tired.
All right. Our thanks to Senator Sanders.
Like, he gets up because he's just like, he's asking, are you going to do anything against the Democratic Party? He's like, how dare you ask me that? How dare you ask me to like do anything that would actually, you know, and also like, to be clear, AOC primarying Chuck Schumer would not actually do that. Like, I really don't. I don't think that AOC primarying Schumer is going to make any kind of significant difference in the power structures that are causing our politics to be the way that they are now. Also, like, when is Chuck Schumer up for re-election? He was elected in 2022, so they have like 6-year terms, right? So it would be 2028. It would be 2028. Like, that's not happening. Who cares, man? You guys got to start thinking with urgency, man. How can we get a third party that's not funded by corporations? I mean, build it. Also, I think we should kind of stop saying third party. This is something I actually was thinking about recently. Because I think people are like, oh, third party will never work. We live in a duopoly. Stop saying third party. Start saying replacement for the Democrats. You know what I mean? The Democrats have chosen themselves to become the Republican Party. Let them do that, okay? You guys can all change your party name. Go over there. We're going to make a new party because you all have burnt this one to the ground. You've burnt any kind of like good faith that any American would have for your brand, except for the most psychopathic, like blue MAGA folks. This is how I'm thinking. Like, the Democrats are dead. I've said it over and over again. The Democrats are dead. We don't need a third party. We just need to replace the Democrats. And I mean that in the party like structure. We need a new party that takes over where the Democrats were. And I genuinely think that would, like, I think there would be some bumps. It wouldn't be easy, but I think it would I think that's how it would happen because, again, like, the Democrats are moving. They just keep moving right and right and right and right and right. And like, I think a party that stands on the other end of this and doesn't try to just continue to like become more like the Republicans, people are going to respond to that. And then there's actually going to be, at least two that are actually separate from each other. Then the usefulness of the Democratic Party in our structure ceases to like exist genuinely. And it didn't ever exist either. So I don't know. With some other thoughts on this, something to spur some conversation with us, I have here an article by Barbarism Critic, which we'll get a shout out for here. 1 second. Really great Twitter page. I highly recommend you guys check out. Barbarism Crit. Always posting good political analysis, in my opinion. I think their analysis is really good. And I wanted to read their writing on Bernie and AOC in this moment and a lot of the conversation happening around it. I don't know if I agree with this. I haven't read this yet. But let's read it. Do you need some stimmies? Do you need stimmies? I'll give you stimmies. All right, 1 second. Okay, here you go. You get a video of the pro-democracy protest movement in Thailand. They're walking through the pro-democracy movement protest in Thailand. Okay, here we go. Let's log in. Bernie Sanders and AOC just held a fighting oligarchy rally in Denver that had a record-breaking number of attendees, 34,000. This was around 10,000 more attendees than Bernie's largest rallies in either of his two presidential campaigns. Over 3 days, the turnout for these rallies totaled 84,000 people. The majority of the attendees were not even Bernie primary voters. These are people who were not necessarily convinced for the need for left-wing policies during the last two presidential elections, but have seen the destruction under Trump and Musk with zero opposition for the Democratic Party and are finally seeking answers. While Sanders himself has eschewed the idea of starting a new political party, he suggested people run as independents that would presumably still caucus with the Dems. The numbers in these crowds show that something important is happening. Despite this, the reactions I have seen from many former Bernie-supporting influencers and media figures who have radicalized beyond social democratic policies was anger. Anger that Bernie and AOC will likely just use the energy of these newly activated people and funnel it back into the bad outcome machine that is the Democratic Party. Anger that those who attended are not politically advanced enough to understand that voting will not get us out of this mess. Anger that, I guess, the tens of thousands of attendees are not dedicated communists yet? I had the opposite reaction. While I am deeply critical of both Bernie and AOC and their theory of change, what I saw was hopeful. I saw a bunch of working class people who have finally realized that the Democratic Party is failing them, and that the country is being put in immense peril with zero opposition. Instead of tuning out and becoming totally disaffected, these people decided to look for a way forward outside of the traditional channels. While it is certainly true that Bernie and AOC will never suggest a break with the Democratic Party, they aren't who I am interested in. I'm interested in finding some sign of life among the American working class. Some sign that we won't sit idly by and accept our fate as the human sacrifices used to power. As the human sacrifices used. Oh, okay, I understand how this is written. Some sign that we won't sit idly by and accept our fate as the human sacrifices used to power a capitalist hell machine. In these rallies, I see a new group of people who can be reached by socialist organizers and led into a real working class movement, and away from the dead-end politics that dominates our country. We as Americans are some of the most cowed people in the world. We are too comfortable, too individualistic, we have virtually no class consciousness. We can almost never conceive of a situation in which an alteration to the Social Security age would spur months-long protests across the nation like it did in France. We frankly tolerate entirely too much. While there have been some movements in the last 15 years that were hopeful, Occupy Wall Street, Bernie's two presidential runs, the BLM protests, the protests for a free Palestine, we have failed to move the needle or transform those movements into something big enough and lasting enough to make change. We have failed to radicalize a large, organized group capable of extracting demands. In the last 15 years, the country has been on a steep decline, and we have failed to even slightly slow it. The situation is dire, and there isn't any real coalition currently capable of mounting a tangible opposition. Half the time, it feels like we as a nation are sleepwalking into oblivion. But for the first time in a while, I feel like that could change. Arguably, the failure of the Bernie campaigns was not, in fact, that he didn't win the primaries. It was in the lack of on-the-ground organizing from the socialist left that could have taken people who were open to a working-class message of economic populism, educated them, and funneled them into a lasting movement. Many of us tacitly relied on the idea that a Sanders presidency would do the job for us. Now that we have moved beyond Bernie-style social democratic politics, we fear anger and betrayal at Bernie and AOC and similar politicians for continually insisting that the only thing we can do is keep voting for the lesser evil and change the party from the inside. Someday, maybe, despite the evident failures of that strategy over the last decade. But what if, instead of getting angry at social democrats for doing what social democrats do, we channel that anger into getting off our asses and showing up to the places where these newly activated people are and organizing them? Fury that the majority of the population does not have the same level of political advancement as you is not how a radical reacts. A radical sees a population that isn't sufficiently class conscious and understands it is their job to change that. If you want to be a radical, it takes a lot more than just having the best opinions. Fucking speak on it. Having perfect ideas that stay trapped in your brain or on the timeline isn't anything. If you are furious that social democrats will just keep funneling people back into the Democratic Party, then you have to get up and take action to feed them into something better. This sort of anger among the left is an expression of chosen powerlessness. You are absolving yourself of your responsibility as a socialist to raise the consciousness of the working class, and instead being outraged that someone else isn't doing it for you. There's a nihilism that has taken hold in a lot of the left post-2020 that has seemingly given up on the idea that a better world is possible, and has stopped trying to fight for it. Instead of using a materialist lens to understand why the working class is the way it is, you deride them as stupid, as gullible, as rubes, as voting for their own oppression. In one breath, you say we don't live in a democracy, and this is true, but in the next, you decide that people who vote in this system are fully responsible for every awful thing the ruling class does. You make your whole personality about not voting rather than what you are doing instead of voting. You define yourself through negation, what you don't do, who you don't like, and what systems you oppose, instead of what vision you have for the future, what you support, what you believe in, what you are willing to fight for. Hating the right things doesn't make you radical. You have to take action to make the world into what you believe it should be. If you are worried that Bernie and AOC will just funnel people back towards the same dead ends, and they probably will, then you need to take action to make sure those people get funneled into something useful instead. We have to be honest about the fact that these people didn't just fail us. We failed ourselves. We failed those who can be reached and haven't yet. And we failed the working class. We can choose to look at these rallies as opportunities for us to get out there and reach more people with a radical politics that will make change, or we can feed back into the same cynicism that virtually guarantees things will continue to get worse. I definitely do not have blinders on about the seriousness of our situation, but I believe that to overcome it, we must try to hold on to a kind of revolutionary optimism that seeks out every opportunity we can to spread the message of a future that is better than our present. Becoming angry, misanthropic doomers gets us nowhere and doesn't make us the most radical person in the room. The most radical person in the room is often the person in total control of a spreadsheet of the people that they met last rally. It's the person who still holds a boundless hope in their hearts for the future of the working class. The person who feels that victory is inevitable, but only when we act. If you want to be a radical, then you have to radically shift your perspective to one that is always looking for the next opportunity to bring people into the movement. You need to abandon the idea that people with false consciousness or bad ideas or liberal sentiments are fixed and immutable and incapable of growth or change. Once upon a time, you and I were liberals too. To be a radical is to see the potential in every moment and in every person, not to deride those who aren't as politically advanced as you are. You must do away with your narrow view of the world and what it can be. A true radical doesn't just react. They look for the dialectic at work in every situation and search for the contradictions that can drive change. Here's how I see it. Workers are seeking out answers because the Democratic Party has failed them. In our system, the leftmost strata of the possible is represented in two social democrats, Bernie and AOC. They are offering some answers in their theory of change. A partial resolution to the contradictions of the Democratic Party's pro-capitalist orientation, by advocating for policies that attempt to ease the discontent of workers while keeping them within the framework of capitalism. Yet this approach avoids confronting the deeper class antagonism between their ruling class party and the working class interests. These workers, however, are only turning to social democracies. These workers, however, are only turning to social democrats because their material conditions include an absence of revolutionary socialist formation. Without a true socialist movement, the workers have absolutely no means to fully negate their present reality. The class consciousness of the workers of this country is undeveloped and currently incapable of overturning the current system. This is a stalled dialectic. The contradiction is evident, but the opposing force has not emerged and it cannot presently be resolved. Instead of viewing this as a dead end, the socialist views the present conditions as a snapshot of an ever-emerging process that must be acted upon. We must ourselves become the negation of the negation, a broad working class movement. But we can only do this if we are honest about the reality of our situation and are willing to meet these people where they are and develop their political understanding. You can punch at the sky all you want, but anger alone will never bring the changes we seek. Anger at the working class for not having developed class consciousness will only serve to push yourself further away from the masses and the creation of a movement that can resolve the conditions of our oppression. We must start with an acceptance that we aren't where we want to be, and then an embrace of the idea that this is not a fixed condition, but a constantly changing process we can partake in. Take the ideas of the masses, scattered in unsystematic ideas, and concentrate them. Through study, turn them into a concentrated and systematic ideas. Then go to the masses and propagate and explain those ideas until the masses embrace them as their own. Mao Zedong, the mass line. If you want to be a radical, the first step is not to extricate yourself from the political process by retreating into anger and disillusionment, but to seek the cracks in the armor of this system and work to widen them wherever you can. The best revolutionaries had optimism about the inevitability of their success. They had a deep faith in the workers and their ability to eventually throw off their change. They didn't derive the naivete of the working class. They viewed it as a call to act. We know that consciousness can only evolve through struggle. So we must find places where we can struggle with workers, seeing their revolutionary potential before they themselves can. Cynicism about our situation has failed us. A radical sees a working class that is stirring and moves to wrest that energy and transform it into something that changes the course of history. You can nurture your pessimism and refuse to act, or you can let your belief in the power of the masses to rise up guide you. The choice is yours. I think this is great. I think this is very good and a very good re-centering on what the truth is. It's true. This is the truth. This is the truth. And this is how we win. This is how we win. And listen, I think I Barbarism Critic has a lot of good things and criticisms to say about Bernie and AOC. I do too. I think we can talk about it until our fucking, our heads are red and our cheeks are blue. We can talk about it all day. But the truth is that we have, what exactly is the ask here? To go out and look, if you're looking at Bernie and AOC and you're seeing 32,000 people attending a political rally, they're breaking records that Bernie has never spoken to crowds that large before. And your main focus is on Bernie and AOC and not the potential of a working class movement that you can go and organize. Then you're not focusing on the right thing. You actually have to go out and organize these people. Okay, but go out is a little vague for a layperson. Okay, go find an organization that you believe in that is organizing for anti-capitalism. Go in your community, your local community, go meet the people who work there and go and find spaces where the working class is organizing and agitate. Agitate. Go build a tenants union. Go join an org. Fight for immigrants. This is movement building. Organizing is relationship building. And a lot of people don't understand this, but that truly, if you can boil down what political organizing is into 2 words, it's relationship building. It's building relationships with people and then using your trust and your camaraderie with each other to build power. Just got here was a video on the top right. It was just some footage from a pro-democracy protest in Thailand. Think about what you can do. Talk to orgs in your area. Yeah, I think people think that when we talk about political organizing, that you have to go and build it all yourself. And it's never going to be like that. It's never going to be like that. I'm not asking you for individual action. I'm asking you for collective action. Like, go out and find the group that you can fight with. You know? Yeah, exactly, Duck. Like, you know, many hands make light work. And you can be one hand of many that's building this movement that we need right now. Right? It's really, really important. And I get it. I'm here for the criticisms. I'm here for the fighting. I'm here for the, like, you know, I've been duking it out on Twitter all day about Bernie and AOC. But this article, I think, was really true. I think it's really true. Bernie is a Zionist to me. But I mean, like, Bernie himself would likely say. Bernie has said over and over again, Bernie has the right, or that Israel has the right to defend themselves. And yeah, Bernie's not perfect. Nobody ever said he was. You know? I don't think I've heard him call a genocide once. Yeah. He's a coward. It's true. He's a coward. He's a coward. But still, like that article says, these protests are evidence that the working class is desperate for some way to fight back. And that's what you should see. And if you are a radical, if you are trying to build the world that replaces the Democrats and, you know, build the world that replaces capitalism, if you know that this is an inevitability, we will win. That victory is assured, but only if we fight. You know, then you see that and you think, "Yep, let's go out and do it." You see the Tesla protests every week. There's a Tesla protest in Kansas City, at least, and I'd say I would probably guarantee it's in your town too. If there's a Tesla dealership, those should be places where you go and you know, talk to liberals, because yeah, liberals, they're annoying and they have bad politics, but they don't always have to have bad politics. And sometimes they might need your help, you know? They might need your help to, like, go out and like push them towards it and to you know, recognize the contradictions of our world. You know? I went to the Tesla protest and it's just libs waving signs around on their day off, but it definitely raises their spirits. Yeah, but you as an organizer can go to that. You know? Many of us were libs with bad politics once. Yeah, I would say most of us were. I would say most of us were. You said DSA is caca, right? I've never said that, but I have very, very specific criticisms of DSA in Los Angeles. And I know enough to also have criticism about New York. We had 200 plus people rallies in Pittsburgh, fucking Kansas recently. I don't know. I'm just saying, I think a lot of this, especially with the online left, comes from a complete, like, so many people have never been to an organizing meeting. Maybe they went to a protest one or two times, you know what I mean? But, like, they're actually not politically engaged or, like, active. And I don't say this, like, those people need to be reached too. You know, there's a lot of people out there, and that's what I hope to do on this stream is, like, you have the info, you are on Twitch, like, you enjoy politics on Twitch. That's awesome. Information staying in your head and not acting on that information is going to lead you down a path of fucking, like, despair. If you're taking in the horrors of the world all the time and it's just coming in and there's no output, that's going to eat you alive. You're going to feel emotionally burnt out and fucked up because of it. You know? You have to go out. You have to go out into your community, meet people who are doing the work that you want to participate in, and help them. And then through that, eventually, over a long period of time, you might find your specific area that you like to be in, and you can, like, you know, maybe get into a leadership role in that organization, or, you know, like, just show up. Just show up and, like, they'll help you. That's all I'm saying. Like, I want people to understand that, like, you have to, if you don't show up, you can't participate. And watching Twitch streamers is not showing up. You know, learning about the news, being educated, it's not enough. That's not being politically active. It's not. Voting is not being politically active. Having the right opinion is not being politically active. It's going out and it's meeting comrades and it's building power. It's building power. And it's activating working class people wherever they can in struggles that they are currently fighting and building their power. And there's a lot of roles that we all need to be, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to do every role. You just have to do one role. And not all of us are going to have the same role. You know? I have a streamer friend who wants to lean his streams towards being more political, but I think he's a little overwhelmed. Would you be open to him DMing you? No pressure? I guess not. I'm down to help, like, you know, new streamers. My honest advice for that, though, is honestly, like, if this isn't something you're really passionate about, I wouldn't make it your whole thing. You know, doing politics on the internet is, like, amazing for me, but I have had this brain worm for a very long time. For a very long time. You know what I mean? I think if you're, like, new to it and you just want to talk about it, then you can do that, but I wouldn't make it your whole like identity on here. Anyway, let's move on. He's a Canadian cutie and very passionate. Yeah, sure. Let's move on. Let's talk about this. Cat Abu making big waves.
Elon Musk
big waves today. Announcing a congressional run, which is awesome. I read today that she would be running against somebody who has held that seat for her entire life. Like, the guy she's running against has been in that seat since before she was born. Oh, it's a woman? I don't even know. Yeah, since 1999. Yeah, she was born in, like, 1999. Yeah. Yeah, Ivy, and people. I have never been in an activist space that won't be attentive to that kind of stuff. Can I send her links? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not, at the risk of, like, being the bummer guy here. I'm not thrilled about, like, the Democratic Party, but I don't know. I guess we get more power and then we all break later. I don't know what the plan is with that, but she was in Hassan's chat when he watched the video. Yeah, hell yeah. I'm a big fan of Kat. Like, I think the work that she does, the videos that she makes, the journalism, the writing, it's all really good. I think her politics are probably really great. I'm just like, I want there to be movement against the Democratic Party. Cold Star, are you good? I want there to be work against the Democrats. And I don't know. But let's check it out.
Are dismantling our country piece by piece. And so many Democrats seem content to just sit back and let them. So I say it's time to drop the excuses and grow a fucking spine. I'm Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, and I'm running for Congress in Illinois' 9th District. Unfortunately, this party has become one where you have to look to the exceptions for real leadership, as the majority work from an outdated playbook. We need a makeover, which means We need a vision that's bigger than what we've been told is possible. There is absolutely no reason you shouldn't be able to afford housing, groceries, and healthcare with some money left over. Families should have free childcare, Social Security should be expanded, and our inalienable rights shouldn't be dependent on who's in power. That means standing up to authoritarians, not shrinking away when the fight gets tough. And while current Democratic leadership might be fine cowering to Trump, I'm not. I've spent my entire career reporting on the far right and being attacked by them.
Legit Salvage, thank you for the tier 1.
A few months ago, Elon Musk's lawyers deposed me here in Chicago to ask about my mean tweets. Look, I thought comedy was legal again. This is all to say, I'm not scared of standing up to these people. I know how they think, and I know how to beat them. But my campaign itself is going to be different too, because I don't want to wait a year to help people. We're focused on meeting constituent needs with one simple rule. What if we didn't suck? My campaign and I would rather spend our money on book drives and clothing exchanges and public events.
This is also a very good strategy. This is the Kenneth Mejia strategy. This is the Kenneth Mejia strategy. It's really great. Like, Kenneth Mejia ran for city controller in the city of LA. I made a few videos for his campaign. Very proud to be a part of that campaign. He got, listen, an unknown name, ran for city controller. And I know there's like one in the chat if you're saying, what the fuck is a city controller right now? You know, like, right? Okay, so just with that in mind, this guy, young activist, ran a citywide campaign and got more votes than any candidate in Los Angeles history, including both mayoral candidates, including Karen Bass and Rick Caruso. Kenneth Mejia got more votes than both of them. Okay? And he did it by running a campaign that was very online, had a great TikTok presence, had a great like social media presence, but more importantly was doing the work. So the job of controller is very much like the accountant. It's like the city's accountant, okay? So they do like audits, and they make the city's like budgeting data like, you know, accessible. They're supposed to make it accessible for their constituents, right? So during the campaign, Kenneth Mejia put up a giant billboard in a bunch of different cities that was just like, this is the city's budget, and it was a bar graph, and it was like, you know, police massive, and it was like homelessness spending itty bitty. You know, like all of this, like just showing what the city's spending its money on. And it was like, vote for Kenneth Mejia. And that's the job, is just to communicate. It's not even a policy position. The controller is not a policy, like, it's not driving policy. They can make suggestions and they can like communicate to the voters why things are happening, but it's not a position that determines policy in any way. And yet he still was able to mobilize like a huge historic amount of people in the city of Los Angeles to vote for him. Just by putting out good info, you know? Like, if you go to his website, even now, all of that is still like, here, hold on. You know, like all of this stuff was available during the campaign. And so there's like, he's done some new things like the homelessness audit. He's posting the audits up here. But like the data, like all of this stuff, like the vehicle, like parking vehicle restriction zones, they created these amazing maps. You know, they were doing this before during the campaign, before he was in office. They were putting out all of these things, affordable housing units. You can see where in Los Angeles. Whoa. You can see where in Los Angeles has affordable housing. You know? You can see a heat map of unhoused deaths in the city of Los Angeles. Where are homeless people dying the most? Like all of these, this is just like giving people good info. And he won by that, right? So, I don't know. I think there is a good blueprint for this, And I think Kat's like following it when she's saying like, we want to provide for the community during the campaign. You know, this is a good strategy. People respond to this in my experience. Also, I just dropped the link for Barbarism Crit. That is the author of the article that we read earlier about Bernie and AOC. I just wanted to drop it one more time. Please go check her out.
Fundraisers for rich donors. I also want my campaign to be as transparent as possible. That's why I'll be posting regular videos about the costs and steps of running for office. We all deserve better. We deserve human rights and financial freedom and a party that stands up to authoritarians. We deserve to thrive, not just survive. And I plan to fight for those ideals both on the campaign trail and in Congress. If you want to know more about me and what I believe, you can go to catforillinois.com. I do need to mention that campaigns cost money and ask you to contribute what you can. But I promise your donation will not be wasted.
She raised $100K today in one day.
On old, ineffective tactics. No spammy guilt trip texts, no focus groups to test my views, and no grifty consultants who care more about their paycheck than actually winning. It's time to challenge the status quo, and if our leaders won't do it, we will. I'm Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, and I'm running for Congress because it's time for Democrats to do more.
It's time for Democrats to cease to exist. That's the truth. We've raised $100,000 in less than 7 hours. Can you please run against and beat Josh Hawley? Yeah, dude. I'm going to run for the Senate in Missouri on a 500 viewership Twitch page. Like, yeah. That's a good plan. In less than 12 hours of being a candidate, my campaign raised over $150K. Damn, dude. Damn. I don't know. I think we should support things like that and also have an oppositional approach to the Democratic Party. And that's a dialectic that I'm not sure I've really figured out how to navigate. You know what I mean? Like, I am fuck every Democrat. But I also understand the importance of like winning, and like having somebody like Kat in office would be great. You know? She released an anti-endorsements. Are cops on it? I've made some enemies in my day. Elon, Chaya Rajik, and Tucker Carlson, just like a shit list. She just has a shit list. That's awesome. Anyway, this happened earlier today, and within like 10 hours, Hakeem Jeffries was being asked about it at a press conference, which I think is fucking wild. I'm kind of two minds about this, actually. You know, I'm kind of in two minds about this because on one side I'm like, wow, this journalist just did a W, like good advertising for Kat. But then at the same time, I'm like, this journalist just told the teacher on her. You know what I mean? I feel like this is the journalist being like, did you know there's this person over there and they're running against an incumbent. You guys should really get on this. Like, you need to start to get on the attack. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Are you concerned at all about incumbents getting ousted this cycle?
That's good.
And what specific steps are you taking to prevent
I'm not familiar with who you're talking about.
Congressman Schakowsky is facing a challenge from Kat Abou-Ghazaleh.
She's a long-standing member, obviously a long-standing, stalwart, progressive member. I'm unfamiliar with this
progressive member
challenge, so I can't comment on it beyond having a conversation with Jan at some point. There's a lot of energy, a lot of anger.
It's gonna be ugly when they try to bury her. I don't know. I just hope that this is a moment like, okay, I guess here's the thing. Say the primary happens and we get something like what happened with Cori Bush or Jamal Bowman. Okay? Somebody like Kat should just run as an independent. Like, I don't know why we stop our campaigns when the Democratic Party rejects you. You know, like I think that might be the break moment where it's like, okay, you know what? You're going to spend this much money to beat the Democratic, shit. Oh, let's go to the general. Let's go to the general, especially in closed primaries where you can't reach people who are registered as independents or registered as Republicans because they can't vote in that primary. I think that's when you split and you say, I'm actually going to do the thing that Kamala and all of you moderate Democrats wanted to do. And I'm going to organize like Republican voters and independents, but I'm not going to capitulate to their idea. I'm going to educate them and provide them with resources, like actually change their minds. What a concept. Don't change your politics. Don't change your politics to adjust to them. Get them to understand and identify with your politics because you're out there fighting for them during the campaign, being a part of something big like that, Grimlow, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Appreciate you, buddy. Chat, is anybody in here that doesn't know Grimlow? If you want to find me at any morning from 9 a.m. Central Time on, you'll find me in Grimlow's chat. Just jump out and say hi, and I'm in there. Go hang out with Grimlow in the morning.
A lot of anxiety, of course, across the country as it relates to the parade of horribles that Donald Trump has been unleashing on the American people.
Are you concerned at all about...
Okay. Let's move on. I wanted to watch this interview with Noor Abdallah, who is Mahmoud Khalil's wife, and then we're going to watch a video essay by Prince Shakur, who's one of my new favorite discoveries on YouTube, about how the state kills dissent. So we're going to talk a little bit about the Trump administration's attack on freedom of speech, on resistance, and what that means for us. Because come here close. Tell you a secret. Come here close. We are not going to stop resisting. We're not going to stop. We're just going to keep resisting, and that's the only thing we can do. That's the only way out, is fighting back. So, while the Trump administration does whatever they can to make dissent illegal and criminalized and shit, our tactics might have to change, but we never stop fighting.
To begin this morning, the legal battle between the Trump administration and Mahmoud Khalil, the Columbia University graduate student and pro-Palestinian activist it intends to deport. A few days ago, Aaron Moriarty talked with his wife, who's expecting the couple's first child next month.
My husband was taken away from me in the middle of the night.
Also,
was terrified.
Really wild that she's even doing interviews. If I was her, I would permanently be in a safe room inside of a church that is, that will fight against ICE agents before they let them in. I just, and it's just knowing how aggressive and violent Zionists counter protesters are. It's like, Chuck Dies, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. She's so brave. Yeah. Where's this church? I mean, I was thinking of the one in Aurora. I think there was a protester who I won't be able to remember her name, but there's a long, decades long struggle of ICE trying to deport this woman who's a immigrants' rights activist in Aurora. And she basically has evaded them for the last long time, 10, 15 years, and has just evaded them by going and living in a bunch of different churches. And so as soon as they get a warrant for one church, she's moved in and is in a new one. And then they have to restart that process all over again. Nor is a U.S. citizen, no. Yes. But chat, they're not going to stop at undocumented people or people who do have legal residence that's not citizenship. We are, and also, do you think that the Zionists care? Like, you think that Zionist protesters, like the people who attacked UCLA, you think they care? No.
Terrifying times of my life. I don't think I've ever experienced anything scarier than that.
Noor Abdullah, a 28-year-old dentist born and raised in Michigan, has suddenly found herself in the center of a storm she never saw coming. She and her husband,
Yeah, good point, Malrish.
Mahmoud Khalil.
Oh my God, they're so cute here. Oh my God, this is the cutest photo I've ever seen in my life. They look so happy.
Living in Columbia University housing while he completed his master's.
Oh my God, they are so happy and cute.
And they awaited the birth of their first child.
I was so excited. Like, we were setting everything up for like the nursery and his clothes, and Mahmoud was so excited too. Like,
turn around.
Okay, let's.
Also, I don't think enough people are angry enough at the ACLU for blurring the faces of these fucking Gestapo. Why are their faces blurred? Who does it serve to protect the identities of secret fucking Gestapo police officers? What is the point of this? The ACLU released this video. Like, what the fuck are they doing? The fuck are they doing?
That all changed on the evening of March 8th when federal agents arrived at their door.
And he was like, "Are you Mahmoud?" Mahmoud said yes. And the man said, "We're with."
Isn't it Noor's video though? Yeah, it is. She recorded it, but I mean, it's not like she. The ACLU blurred them. Is the only explanation, really.
To come with us.
What's going through your mind at that point?
I was scared. I was terrified. Yeah, they just like handcuffed him and took him. I don't know what to do.
Abdullah used her phone to document what happened next.
At this point, Mahmoud was like, "Go take the keys, grab my green card." He thought maybe like if he shows the green card, you know, we'll be fine.
Did you think that if you showed the fact that your husband was a legal resident with a green card, that he'd be okay?
Mm-hmm. Because I was like, this is just a misunderstanding. They're going to take him away. They're going to take him to 26 Federal Plaza, see that he has a green card. He'll be home in a few hours. Excuse me.
Maybe she feared Elon suing her since he calls everything that anyone he doesn't like ever doxing or something. No, this is not. It's not doxing. You are in public. If you don't want to be recorded, then don't enter my private home. Like, what are we talking about? These people have no right to privacy at all. They are public servants paid for by my tax dollars, operating on public land or going into private land that is owned by the person filming. Like, yeah, no. They never get the right to privacy, period. Ever, period. We should know all of their names, all of their addresses. We should know all of that. Don't put anything in the chat now because of Twitch's TOS. But these people, yes. Do you know how we treated this in LA? You know how we do this in LA? You want to see? This is what we do in LA, all right? Headshots, names, badge numbers, every single cop on the roster. You know how we got this? Public information request. Okay? This is public information. These people do not have a right to privacy. They do not. What about security guards? I mean, they're not public employees, but they're in a weird middle ground. Can you file one for ICE? Probably not right now. The law doesn't matter anymore. It's true. But you can still make this, you know, if you're doing rapid response. Can you tag the link for that? Prodigy did. It's watchthewatchers.net. And we had the journalists who put that together on the stream and interviewed them because the city of LA was suing them for releasing that info that the city of LA gave to them. You know, we have an interview with Ben Camacho, who's one of the journalists with Stop LAPD Spying and Watch the Watchers that made that. It's here somewhere. If you look up Ben Camacho, you'll find it. Also, Chad, I have a new YouTube video. I just dropped it today. Go watch it. Check it out. Do me a favor. It's about Jubilee. That's 100 identical photos of thumb. True. Check out this new video I did with Mason, One Hand Politics. We deconstructed what it's like to you know, behind the scenes of Jubilee videos and talked about it. And you're a YouTuber. We post to YouTube sometimes. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
To me, I don't know. Excuse me. The lawyer would like to speak to somebody. Oh my God, they're literally running away from me.
She has not seen her husband since. Khalil, who has been in an immigration detention center in Louisiana for 2 weeks, is one of many international students that the Trump administration says it plans to deport for their alleged actions in student protests on college campuses. The unrest began in the fall of 2023 following the October 7th Hamas terror attack on Israel. When Israel retaliated with deadly bombings in Gaza, students across the country erupted.
God damn, will you chill out? Who made this video, bro? Who published this shit? Sunday morning. Just enjoying my coffee. Good God.
At Columbia University in New York, demonstrations against the war, while mostly peaceful, also led to the occupation and vandalizing of buildings. Free Palestine! And what many Jewish students described as a threatening anti-Semitic atmosphere on campus.
We know now that there are students in our class that simply hate us because we're Jewish.
By the way, later this week, chat, please come back. Maybe I'm not sure if it'll be tomorrow or Wednesday. But there's a new lawsuit put forward by the UCLA students that lays out a full timeline of exactly what happened at UCLA. I want to do a deep dive and read into it a lot because it's one of the only spaces that I've seen that actually gives a true account of what happened. I can add some more context as somebody who was there for a lot of it. But it's critical now more than ever before to establish an actual truth around this encampment movement and the student intifada that happened last year. Because basically everything that's reported about it in mainstream media is objectively lies. Actual, just straight up lies. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, here's the lawsuit right there. But we'll go through it deep with a fine-tooth comb later this week. I just want to make sure we have time to watch the Contrapoints video later.
Noor Abdullah says her husband Khalil, a Palestinian born in Syria, became the lead negotiator between protesters and the university.
This encampment is a minor inconvenience compared to the generational shaping events taking place now in Gaza.
People really trusted him to be good in that role because he's so calm and good under pressure.
The president wants the American.
But in the days following Khalil's arrest,
I'm just saying, if it was so threatening, then like you would have victims. You would have people who were like physically harmed or, you know, have like doctors, any kind of evidence that anyone was hurt during this like movement. Was there any Jewish person who was actually harmed by the student intifada? There's nothing. Like they have nothing. They are just making up feelings about people whose feelings were hurt because people dared to say you can't fucking genocide a group of people. We will not allow you to ethnically cleanse Palestine.
Secretary Caroline Leavitt painted a quite different picture.
This is an individual who organized group protests that not only disrupted college campus classes and harassed.
Okay, you know what? Fuck it, dude. We're going to do a little bit of it tonight because there's actually a really good point in here that I wanted to like read a little bit. And since they're talking about disrupting college campuses and disrupting college classes, Jumbotron. So if you guys don't know, at about 9 a.m. on April 28th, counter-protesters erected a large Jumbotron in the area immediately adjacent to the encampment upon documented approval from the UCLA administration. The main counter-protest was led by the Israeli-American Council. By 10:30 a.m., there were about 1,000 pro-Israel counter-protesters immediately adjacent to our encampment. Counter-protesters pushed, spat on, punched, sexually harassed, and yelled slurs at us. They held up racist and Islamophobic signs. One sign, for example, said, "Palestine looks like," and featured a swastika and a scene of a woman being sexually assaulted. About 2 p.m., UCPD officers arrived in riot gear. Counter-protesters clapped, cheered, and exclaimed, "God bless LAPD," in response. We were here for this, chat. I was live IRL on this day, on April 28th. I was here live IRL, and we documented somebody yelling into our crowd, of the pro-Palestine crowd. We documented so many people screaming, "Kill all of you motherfuckers!" Like genuinely genocidal, threatening, like violent rhetoric that I never heard from the other side. Ever, okay? As UCPD officers file in on one side of the counter-protest, counter-protesters chant, "LAPD, we love you." A counter-protester yelled through a megaphone, "Let's leave, it's their turn now," thus making way for the police to file in. Later that day, UCLA stood by as counter-protesters set up a Jumbotron with extremely loud stadium-sized speakers immediately next to the encampment without a permit. It remained there through May 2nd, 2024. This served as a siren song for the mob to assemble. It even gave them a place to do so, from which they eventually launched a violent mob attack on April 30th, 2024. It also signaled to the mob that UCLA would not interfere with their campaign against the encampment. The Jumbotron played a loop of clips of graphic depictions of rape and sexual violence, sounds of gunshots, screaming babies, clips of President Biden pledging unconditional support for Israel, and extremely loud amplified music, including a loop of the Israeli song Mini Mamtera, a children's song Israeli soldiers used to torture Palestinian captives. At night, the noise and light from the Jumbotron made it impossible for encampment members to sleep. During the day, it interrupted teaching and research. The audio could be heard at high volume in classes and in offices in Kaplan Hall and Haynes Hall. Multiple faculty members filed Title IX complaints, including at least one survivor of sexual assault who had to walk by the Jumbotron to go to work and felt that the images and audio were triggering. One faculty member reported the Jumbotron to 2 deans and requested that they expedite its removal. So we're talking about making people feel unsafe. This is the worst that they have to levy against the student intifada, is that they made people feel unsafe on campus and disrupted classrooms. That's the worst that they have. Meanwhile, they fired explosives. The Zionist mob fired explosives at teenagers. They hit people over the head with fucking metal rods, man. You will not find a single person who was injured on the opposite side of the Palestine protests. And yet they're acting like they're literally calling them terrorists.
Jewish American students and made them feel unsafe.
Such a complicated situation over there. Where? There's nothing complicated. It's not complicated. It's the empire versus a resistance. Here, if you think it's complicated, here, let's just do a thought experiment, okay? If you think it's complicated, if somebody were in Israel versus Gaza, yeah, okay, so Doron, stay with me here. I don't know if you live in America or what, but let's just say that a foreign government takes over your state, and they decide that that state is only for, Jamaican people or German people, whatever ethnicity that you aren't, And then soldiers come into your home. They kidnap your sister. They kidnap your brother. They kidnap your parents. And you are able to escape. You flee from your home, but they now own the land that your family owned and, rightfully has the deeds for. What would you do in that situation? I think most Americans would fight back. Here in America, we own guns. For what reason? We would fight back. I don't think that's controversial at all. I don't think that's controversial in any way. I don't think it's complicated in any way. If you were being treated like the Palestinians are being treated, you would want people to escalate and rise up a lot more than the student intifada did. I'll tell you that. And I would too. I would too. It's not complicated. They had an agreement to split the land, but they didn't want to agree. Who didn't want to agree? Who is settling on whose land? Who is increasingly sending the most depraved members of their own society, the most extreme racist, ethnically supremacist members of their society into the other's land? Who's doing that? Who's doing that? Who's doing that? Yeah, you're getting banned, bro. Eat shit, genocide, fucking Holocaust denier.
On their
Eat shit, find God.
own college campus, but also distributed pro-Hamas propaganda.
You also know that the press secretary said that your husband circulated pro-Hamas flyers. Did he?
That's not true.
Is Mahmoud pro-Hamas?
These are accusations that the Trump administration keeps pushing on him.
But what do you say to those?
I think it's ridiculous. It's disgusting that that's what they're resorting to, that's the tactic that they're using to make him look like this person that he's not. Literally, it's so simple. He just does not want his people to be murdered and killed. He doesn't want to see little kids' limbs being blown off, The
university led us to this situation, unfortunately, through bringing the police here.
Mahmoud Khalil has not been formally charged with any crimes, and the government has showed no evidence he provided material support to terrorist groups. Instead, Khalil's been arrested and detained under the Immigration Act that allows the secretary...
They don't have anything. There's no crime they're accusing him of. Do you know if this guy actually did anything that could be even remotely construed as illegal? They would be saying the crime. You understand that, right? They don't have anything. There's no charges. He is strictly being punished because of the thing that he was fighting for. Yeah, Mahmoud is being targeted so that you shut the fuck up. It's Are you going to be scared and shut the fuck up and sit down and let this happen around you, or are you going to fight back? Is the fear going to work? Are you going to let the fear work? That's the question we all have to be asking ourselves.
Of State to deport any person whose presence or activities would, quote, have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the U.S.
If you are in this country to promote Hamas, to promote terrorist organizations, to participate in vandalism, to participate in acts of rebellion and riots on campus, we never would have let you in if we had known that. If you violate the terms of your visitation, you are going to leave.
In fact, Khalil was never charged with vandalism on campus.
Supported unanimously in the Senate, by the way. This guy you're watching right now, 99 votes approving him as Secretary of State. 99 of the senator votes. And the one wasn't a no, it was just like they weren't there. Or maybe they died in office and they haven't replaced them. I don't know.
CBS News asked the State Department
Bernie too?
and the Department of Homeland Security for comment. We did not receive a response.
This is incredibly rare.
Oh, he was the vacancy. Oh, yeah, there you go. Marco Rubio was the vacancy. Yeah, that's right.
There are many things about this that I think are sort of without precedent or with very little precedent. I was really shocked.
Lindsay Nash, an associate professor at Cardozo School of Law in Manhattan, teaches and practices immigration law.
They haven't said that he's committed a crime that makes him deportable. They haven't said he's committed any kind of crime at all.
What's more, says Nash, the provision that the government relies on was once determined to be too vague and unconstitutional. The federal judge who made that ruling, Judge Marianne Barry, President Trump's sister, who died in 2023.
Oh, my God.
Was ultimately overturned on procedural grounds.
So this particular provision that Secretary of State Rubio is leaning on is really untested.
I think it is. I think we'll have to see, and courts will have a lot to consider.
Yesterday we had a very long session with the university negotiators.
So who is Mahmoud Khalil? Insider or conciliator? Legal experts say this case is about a lot more than a single man.
The idea that Mahmoud Khalil, one grad student at Columbia, is imperiling the foreign policy of the United States is absurd.
Of course it is. Yes, of course it is. Of course it is. And also, the United States government is not just given free reign to have whatever foreign policy they want with no pushback from its own citizens. There is nowhere that this is guaranteed in law, that you get to do whatever the fuck you want worldwide and we don't get to say anything about it. In fact, our ability to say something about it is kind of the first law. Like, you know, the laws? That's the first one, motherfucker. It's the first one.
Connor Fitzpatrick is a senior attorney with the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, or FIRE. He believes the true reason that Khalil and other students are being targeted is because of their polarizing viewpoints.
Freedom of expression is hard. It requires listening to, tolerating, and even defending views that you...
No, here's how it works in America nowadays. The First Amendment is only to protect your right to say slurs and hold Nazi rallies. Okay? The Second Amendment is only for school shootings. You know, like the Bill of Rights only protects bad actions. If you're actually doing something just and good with these rights, very not okay. Very, very, very not okay. Like, if you're actually doing what they were designed to do, you're fucked.
You or I might find completely repugnant, that make our blood boil. But the alternative is so much more dangerous.
The students were violently attacked by public safety without any warnings.
But Khalil is the face of campus protests. He's been accused of helping to create an environment of anti-Semitism. I think to a lot of Americans, why shouldn't he be deported?
So the first...
Why shouldn't I fucking break the TOS of this website right now?
Amendment and principles of free speech are designed to protect the unpopular.
They're just like, why should we have the First Amendment? Like, you're a fucking journalist. You cowardly fucking hag. You cowardly hag.
Popular speakers. There is no such thing as an un-American viewpoint in the eyes of the First Amendment. Sure, if the administration could come forth with new evidence that they haven't provided so far, showing that Mr. Khalil engaged in vandalism or engaged in conduct that would rise to the level of harassment, we would be having a very, very different conversation.
And we shouldn't be. We shouldn't be. I protect Green Card members' rights to fucking do vandalism. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about a wall or a window. It doesn't matter, dude. This shit can be replaced in an hour. This is not something you like rip a father from their eight-month pregnant wife over. You fucking idiots.
If the government establishes that he is a leader or a representative of a terrorist organization or advances or espouses their cause, that is grounds for stripping him of his green card and removing him.
Ilya Shapiro is director of constitutional studies at the Manhattan Institute, a conservative think tank. Shapiro, who has called for a crackdown on pro-Palestinian protesters, says this case is not about speech, but what
of course not
are illegal actions.
Nobody is being prosecuted for their speech. It's not that American citizens can speak freely, but non-citizens can't. That's not the issue. But with these immigration regulations...
Yeah, you're such a fucking dumbass. And also, these arguments can be combated in court. Like, you can very clearly demonstrate, and usually in somewhere like New York, this is actually how I got out of my one arrest protest charge. We won on First Amendment grounds. It was during Occupy Chicago, and we tried to take over the park. In Chicago, we never had a park like Zuccotti, like New York did. We always were in the like financial district, like near the Federal Reserve and stuff on LaSalle. And so it was kind of an awkward space. We're always on like sidewalks and stuff. It just wasn't like the same as like if we had a park. And so we tried to take Grant Park. They did mass arrests, like hundreds of people got arrested. I was one of them. They kept us in jail for like 36 hours. And then released us. And I fought the charges with the help of the National Lawyers Guild in a class, like a joint lawsuit. Like we all, defended ourselves together. And we won because the argument that the National Lawyers Guild used for us to win was that the city allowed the Obama inauguration, when Obama got elected in 2008, there was a massive political gathering at Grant Park, and the city didn't enforce their Grant Park closes at 11 p.m. law that they arrested us and cited us all under. And so we could very clearly make the argument, and won, and did make the argument, and won, that they are not prosecuting us because we broke this. They're prosecuting us because of the content of our speech. Because if they didn't, if it's not, like, if they didn't do it for this other political rally, then why did they do it for us? And it's because of what we were advocating for. Because we were advocating for a more just American economy.
Regulations. If you are a supporter of, if you're organizing together with others to conspiring to do certain things, those are actions. And it's those.
And by the way, that was Obama's federally coordinated crackdown on Occupy. Since we're over here talking about the suppression of freedom of speech under Trump, I can't let the Democrats go free. Remember that the crackdown on the student intifada that happened nationwide was done by liberal universities with a liberal president who shared lies the entire time. This is not unique to Republicans, okay? And obviously Donald Trump and the Republican Party are cranking it into overdrive here. But Biden laid the groundwork for all of this. Biden laid the groundwork for all of this.
Actions that put you askance of the immigration law.
If he wasn't charged with those crimes at that time, and he hasn't been accused of them now.
Also, another thing I want to say is if you're undocumented or you even have a green card, if you're not a naturalized citizen, I understand if you want to step back and do some stuff that's less risky right now. If you're a naturalized American right now, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you not out in the streets? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Look at what they're doing to our friends. Why are you allowing Mahmoud, who has this much to lose, carry so much weight on his shoulders? Why are you allowing that? What the fuck?
Should he be deported simply because people think he did it?
You don't have to be charged, let alone convicted of a crime, to be deported.
Federal court and immigration judges will have the final word. While the case plays out in court, Khalil's attorneys have asked for bail. Noor Abdullah fears he'll miss the birth of their first child. Meanwhile, a Rasmussen poll released this past Thursday finds 45% of likely U.S. voters believe he should be deported.
I know, I'm sorry. There.
Okay.
His wife, a U.S. citizen, has now taken on a role she never wanted, answering questions she feels are often unfair, trying to change public.
They are, yeah. Wait, play the fucking question you asked before she broke down into tears, you fucking hag. Oh my God, this demon. You know she just said something insane out of pocket. Holy fuck.
Perception.
It gets offensive when you're constantly having to say, I'm not this, I'm not this. It kind of brought back a lot of things that I experienced growing up in the United States. In New York the other day, me and my husband were walking and someone said, called me a terrorist. So it's like constantly throughout my whole life, and I think most Muslims in this country can relate to that. It doesn't matter what I say, that's what they think of me, and that's what they're gonna think of me.
They're like, yeah, but you're Muslim, so we don't care. We only care about one kind of racism.
As
I'm
of
sorry.
this morning.
Just watch your new video, absolute banger. Thank you, Okama Henry. Go check out my YouTube channel. I got a new video up there. Okay, we're gonna move on to another one of my favorite creators. We discovered Prince a few weeks ago and have been going to them as just like a really, really bright spot. I love the coverage that they do. I love the way they focus, what they focus on. Just really, really good shit. If you guys can please do me a favor and go and support this creator, put the video on in the background of a stream, mute the tab, and subscribe. Subscribe, like the video, support Prince. Prince is not that big of a creator, needs all the help that we can get and deserves all the success that they can get, So please go support.
Israel has officially ended the ceasefire with Gaza. They unleashed a load.
If you mute the video, your view won't count. I don't know about all that, but I usually mute the tab. Wait, what? I mute the tab.
Of strikes throughout Gaza over.
His pronouns are he, him. Okay. You're telling me for the first time.
Last night, as of right now, the date is March 18th. And according to this Al Jazeera article, at least 404 killed. The process of dehumanizing dissent, the process of deciding who an internal enemy is, the process of funneling money away from other things and shoving it towards militarism and genocide and deportations. This is the process of fascism. When you listen to the news and they say, our constitution is crumbling, or it might be a constitutional issue. Oh my gosh, these are constitutional issues. If there's no freedom of speech, if you're expected to be locked up or deported or have your visa taken away, if you're expected to be disappeared in vans, if you're expected to not have any fucking due process, fascism is already here.
Facts.
And this has been what the U.S. has been training towards again and again and again and again. I hope that people watching this aren't just sitting comfortably in their homes and aren't thinking, oh, this is just going to pass or this is going to happen to someone else. Like, this shit is going to spread. This shit is going to spread, which is why we have to give it language. And so I'm going to read my thesis. State powers have long weaponized language to dehumanize dissenters, paving the way for repression, violence, and public indifference to state brutality. By framing anti-war activists, protesters, revolutionaries, political dissidents, marginalized groups as existential threats, government manipulate public perception, turning movements for justice into targets for criminalization, various forms of violence, from the Kent State Massacre to the modern crackdown on pro-Palestinian activism. This video will explore how language is systemically used to delegitimize dissent, silence opposition, and manufacture consent to state violence, both historically and in the moment.
This is when we're going to use every part of the law enforcement agency of Ohio to drive them out of Kent. We are going to eradicate the problem.
I found an article from the 1980s, which we're going to dig into more later. The U.S. saw legal actions against activists.
In L.A., yes, the L.A. 8. We talked about this on stream briefly as well. Mahmoud is actually not the first person to be targeted for pro-Palestinian activism and face deportation. The L.A. 8, previous to that, in the 80s, experienced a very similar thing.
LA 8, where Palestinian immigrants face deportation for alleged subversive activities, highlighting the use of immigration laws to suppress dissent. Why is violence only a concern when the oppressed fight back? Why is violence only a concern when the oppressed fight back? It's because white supremacy, because the elite, because capitalism, because...
Yeah, they love to, dude, I love this. Anytime a politician says political violence is never the answer, oh my God, dude, I die every time. Every time, because it's their only answer. Watch how they operate, chat. Violence is their only answer to every problem that has ever existed. That's the only thing that they know how to answer with. That's the only answer for them. We try to operate differently. We don't operate like them. But anytime that the non-designated, the non-legitimized forces even start to flirt with a little bit of violence, and typically in America, just so we're clear, this has never happened. This has never happened. The most that you'll get in America is property destruction. And that's not violence. That's not violence. We understand the difference between a window and a human being. We understand the difference between some graffiti on a piece of concrete and a man holding his fucking dead toddler in Gaza. Do not let them conflate these things. It's a ridiculous comparison to make. Violence is dropping a bomb on a school. Violence is shooting an ambulance with a little girl in it after she's called for help. Breaking a window, burning down a police precinct, putting some graffiti on a wall. This is not violence. And it's insulting to violence to say that it is.
Colonization has a monopoly on violence. If Trump can sexually assault women, encourage people to run over protesters, encourage people to fucking storm into the Capitol and tear that shit up, beat up police officers, I don't even give a fuck about cops. If that can happen and it's excused violence, but people in their own neighborhoods, their own homes, speaking out against state violence as a problem, that just tells you everything you need to know. It tells you that you do not have a right to dissent unless you defend that right, which is what that last video was about. And if you haven't seen it,
yeah, maybe I like this guy. Yeah, we love Prince. We love Prince. Prince is the GOAT. You must go support Prince.
Now we're going to go back in history, look at how the Vietnam War and the 1970 Kent State shooting has shaped a lot of our modern understanding of anti-war protests, state-sanctioned violence, and what happens when the government goes too far.
April 30th, 1970. After being elected on a platform of peace with honor, which promised an end to the war in
I don't think he is on Twitter.
President Nixon shocks the nation by announcing the incursion of troops into Cambodia.
My fellow Americans, the time has come for action.
The reason that is important is that it announced two things. One, the war was spreading, but more importantly, we were continuing our involvement in the war.
Group known as the Students for a Democratic Society, or SDS, are reported to be participating in the disturbances on Water Street. Kent Mayor Leroy Satrum declares a state of emergency and orders the bars on Water Street closed and has police clear the downtown area. Hostilities heighten as police force the crowd back towards the gates of the university.
They began to march and move the crowd around, and they fired some tear gas. And I think a total of 14 students were arrested that evening. So that was the end of the trouble that night on May 1st.
State student militants entering Kent are also reported to the mayor's office, further fueling fears and paranoia. Under pressure from constituents and feeling his local police force ill-equipped to deal with the potential unrest, Satrum makes a request for National Guard assistance in Kent.
There was a military takeover of our campus.
It was a real paradox. The military vehicles in like an almost party atmosphere. People, hey, how you doing? Waving to you. I remember stopping at a corner. We were just told, just ride the streets.
Oh, hell yeah. Prince is awesome. I remember a little while back, Ole saying they went to the same uni. And she remembers when he was organizing Palestine protests and sit-ins. So that's fucking based. Yeah, he's shown videos of his, like, you know, leading sit-ins and, like, chanting with a bullhorn and shit. But I didn't know that him and Ole had that connection. Very interesting.
Enter at that time Governor James A. Rhodes, who was involved in a U.S. primary fight for the Senate with one of Ohio's most famous political families, Taft. Governor Rhodes knew that the popular theme among Americans at that time was law and order.
We're seen here at the city of Kent, especially, probably the most vicious form of campus-oriented violence yet perpetrated by dissident groups. They make definite plans of burning, destroying, and throwing rocks at police and at the National Guard and the Highway Patrol. This is when we're going to use every part of the law enforcement agency of Ohio to drive them out of Kent. We are going to eradicate the problem. We're not going to treat the symptoms.
And these people just move from one campus to the other and terrorize the community. They're worse than the brown shirts and the communist element and also the night riders and the vigilantes. They're the worst type of people that we harbor in America. And I want to say that they're not going to take over a campus.
General Del Corso, how long do you expect to keep the Guard in Kent?
Well, I'll answer that till we get rid of them. I don't want to take any authority away from the General, but I want to cut it short.
You got me outranked, Governor.
That, I think, was a crucial turning point, because I think by Monday, it was clear that Vietnam had receded, that Cambodia was not the issue. It was.
I'm just repeating in my head, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. Like, that's where I'm at right now. I don't have anything nice to say right now, so I'm going to be quiet.
The Guard's occupation of the Kent State campus.
At 11 a.m. Students begin to assemble at the Victory Bell on the Commons, while the National Guard assembles at the burnt-out remains.
I don't think that the number works
Thousands
across time.
Safety of surrounding buildings.
Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? It might. Not with that attitude. Yeah, true. It might. Shit.
And then there was a moment that we've called over the years the huddle, where a group of guardsmen got into a group in a circle and had a little meeting.
You know, I know everyone had said that down there on the practice football field, that's where the so-called conspiracy took place, as to, you know, that they were talking about which ones were being singled out to be fired upon.
And that is absolute, utter nonsense. What was going on in that meeting back there was a group of officers of that guard unit saying to themselves, how in the hell did we get here? We are in a very vulnerable position. What is it that we've got to do to get out of here?
Why did you go there? Nobody asked for you to be here, man. You can leave. What do you mean you felt trapped? You walked into this situation.
And at this point, it's like a film playing in slow motion for me.
I heard the word fire. I believe that that was a situation of hold your fire, do not fire.
Oh my God.
Point.
This guy is overdosed on copium. He's got the permanent copium. How do you get it? He's got it intravenous, like always. Holy shit.
The guardsman on my right fired his weapon.
Within, again, milliseconds of that single report, the volley itself began.
I started screaming, they're shooting their guns, they're shooting their guns.
It hit us all, I'm sure, at that moment. They're trying to kill us.
We were sitting sort of in rows on this little slope, and Glenn Frank was in front of us, pacing back and forth, and he was crying, and he was talking very passionately.
I don't care whether you've never listened to anyone before in your lives. I am begging you right now, if you don't disperse right now, they're going to move in, and it can only be a slaughter.
Well, my responses to the shooting in Kent was simply the fact that the people weren't behaving properly, and apparently they have asked for that sort of thing.
Yes, I do. I'm sorry they didn't kill more.
Really?
Really, sir.
More of the students?
Yes, because they were warned and they knew what was happening and they should have moved out.
My sister at home, who was with the other kids, was 16 when my parents went to the hospital to be with me, and she had people call on the phone to say that more of the students should have been killed, and I hope your brother dies. And
Jesus fucking Christ.
Before his hand even left the door handle, he saw me sitting there, and the first words that came out of his mouth were, "They should have shot all of them." And I said to him, you know, don't you realize that one of those people would have been me then?
And then we also have to consider the fact that the Vietnam War really shifted and changed how journalism was operating. For the first time out of the number of wars that the U.S. had, journalists were actually able to go to Vietnam and document the war themselves. And this led to discrepancies in how the war was being covered. In 1968, the Tet Offensive occurred. Viet Cong troops launched a surprise attack in southern Vietnam known as the Tet Offensive. One of the points of attack was the U.S. Embassy in Saigon. Though the U.S. troops were able to fend off Viet Cong and ultimately prevailed, the attack signaled a turning point in both the U.S. troops' morale and public trust over the government's reports of the war. And to many people, the Vietnam War was the first ever televised war. It was a war where everyone was watching their evening news, at home with their families and seeing the gruesome images that came out of the war. Napalmed bodies burning, graphic images of people being unalived by the U.S. military and police. The war was broadcast directly into American living rooms via television. Graphic footage of combat civilian casualties, images of burning villages and bodies and wounded soldiers. The Tet Offensive in 1968 exposed Americans to the ferocity and unpredictability of the war, and also the brutality that the U.S. was directly involved in. Anchors like Walter Cronkite emerged as trusted journalists during this era. The governor dehumanized these protesters through his language, said that this is not protected speech. This should be criminalized speech. This language, this precedent, made this violence possible, to where 4 people were killed. The official narrative painted these students as violent, as agitators, as the most militant arms of dissent in the U.S. as we know it. It allowed them to be criminalized to the point where their deaths were justifiable in the eyes of the state. When we were told,
I just want to say really quick, tell a story about Vietnam, because, and I told this a lot during the encampment movement as well, and it's something that I really always go back to, right? And the story starts in the American War Crimes Museum. Okay, and in the American War Crimes Museum, there's a letter from Ho Chi Minh addressed to the American population, not American politicians, not, the American people. And this letter hangs in the museum that the Vietnam people go to learn about the war. And for people who don't know, I lived in Vietnam for 3 years. And when I would come back to America, or if I would talk to anybody, from America after I moved there, a lot of people would always ask me, like, oh, like, are they like okay with Americans now? Are they good? Like, do they hate us or whatever? And I would always say to them, like, no, like, people in Vietnam understand that the American people were very against the war. And that was because people like the people who died at Kent State took a risk, and they fought, and they, struggled to resist the American occupation of Vietnam. To the point where now I, as an American, even though my grandfather went to Vietnam and died, like, my grandfather died in Vietnam, and I can still go there, and some of my best friends are Vietnamese people. Like, I can still make that connection and still, like, greatly appreciate the culture and the people there, right? Was he on the right side? Yeah, my grandpa died fighting for the Viet Cong. No, dumbass. He got drafted. He got drafted. No, but I'm saying all this just to say, protesting against American wars, it matters. It matters not only to resist our government's actions and the atrocities that they cause overseas, but it matters because it matters to the people in those regions. It matters to Gazans. Like, some of the most moving shit I have ever felt or seen was waking up and seeing, spending the day at the encampment and then coming home super, super tired, doing a stream, going to sleep, waking up the next morning and seeing pictures from Gaza of children holding signs that say, "Thank you, UCLA." The hearing that the Gazan people felt like they had hope for the first time, seeing American students resisting in this way. That made it enough. That's worth it. It's worth it. Every single risk, everything, every single struggle, it made it worth it. And so I understand when people are like, yeah, well, what did the protests accomplish? What did the protests accomplish? Like, protesting is dead. I understand. I get it. Let's evaluate our tactics, but also I don't think it's useless at all. I think it matters a lot. I think it matters to the people who feel like they have nobody advocating for them to see you fighting for them. Also, link to the Paps. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Bro, did you get banned on Twitter? Is that what happened? Is that what happened, Airbag? Did you get yeeted from Twitter, dude? Anyway, Raiders, we're watching a really great video by Prince Shakur. Really based YouTuber. Highly recommend you go check him out. If you haven't yet, go subscribe, like the video, play it in the background for the algo. Mute the tab, not the video, though. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Speak up, to fight back. What happens when the National Guard comes into our cities? National Guard has come into countless cities around the U.S. again and again. During the 2020 protests, National Guard came into cities. During the 2016 protests, National Guard came into cities. I think the way that the Trump administration is peeling back on so many government agencies, so many federal programs, so much of that money is going to go into militarism and criminalizing dissent, and we're going to need to find more creative ways of speaking up, of speaking out, avoiding the repression that is inevitable. I think the Kent State shooting is connected to, in our contemporary landscape, is so many things. All throughout the Black Lives Matter movement and the continuation of COINTELPRO, or the labeling of Black Lives Matter and racial justice activists as Black identity extremists, all of these things lead to the hypernormalization of surveillance. States like Oklahoma.
By the way, real quick before I leave, I don't want to forget this, but I'll be right back. But you can find, if you Google enough, you can find that letter I was describing. It's a very, very inspiring read from Ho Chi Minh to the American protesters. It's a beautiful read, and I highly recommend everybody. It left an impact on me for my entire life.
Oklahoma or other parts of the country trying to pass legislation in 2020 to allow protesters to be run over. It gives you a very clear picture of what the U.S.'s priorities are. It gives you a clear picture that death and violence and repression are tools that our state relies on again and again and again and again and again. To say that people who don't want police in their homes, to say that people that don't want to experience racism, to say that people that don't want to experience a genocide are fucking criminal. It tells you the morality of the system that state is living under. And that morality is that human bodies are there as tools, human bodies are there for profit, and human bodies are there for manipulation, and not for those bodies to live meaningful lives. Like, I just find that it's wild. It just doesn't make any sense. And I say it doesn't make any sense, but at the same time, I'm trying to change some of my language because it does make sense from their perspective. But the reality is that their reliance on violence, the state and the elites and the colonizers' reliance on violence, is shameless. And I want to move on to talk about how this has affected Palestine and Gaza specifically. And I'm going to read from a piece that was put out by PalestineStudies.org. It's called On the Dehumanization of Palestinians. And it reads, one of the most horrifying dimensions of the unfolding events in Palestine is witnessing the utter dehumanization of the Palestinian people through the symbiotic nexus of Western governments and the mainstream news media. The current genocidal assaults on Palestine and the Gaza Strip have undoubtedly been enabled by decades of anti-Palestinian racism propagated by both government and military officials and media outlets. This comes as no surprise to those who are familiar with the deep, omnipresent bias against Palestinians in mainstream news media, where the necessary historical context is wholly avoided, and where Palestinians simply and passively die, while Israelis are actively killed. There has been a concerted effort to dehumanize Palestinians through racist framings and Orientalist tropes for decades. This has never been clearer than over the course of the last 2 weeks as the U.S. and Israeli political and military leaders sow fear and paranoia and trot out the worst anti-Arab rhetoric we have seen since the period following 9/11. This racist rhetoric is intended to dehumanize the Palestinians in order to neutralize public outrage at what they amount to the worst ethnic cleansing since the 1948 Nakba and what constitutes a genocide at the hands of one of the most advanced militaries in the world. all while world powers watch and do nothing. By all accounts, the mass murder that took place at the Al-Ahi Baptist Hospital in Gaza, along with the thousands of children and civilians bombed to death by Israel in the days before and after, should compel the Biden administration to force a ceasefire. Instead, it continues to provide Israel with unconditional diplomatic cover and hand-feed the media mendacious statements in support of Israel's continuing war crimes. These official statements are being propagated largely without question by compliant news outlets who cravenly suspend their journalistic duties when reporting Israeli crimes. It can be maddening to hear journalists crow about their mission to defend democracy and truth while abdicating these principles and making every exception when it comes to the coverage of Palestine. Perhaps even more disturbing is the public mourning for journalists killed in places like Ukraine, wherein the blame for killing is laid precisely at the hands of the guilty, while the outright murder of journalists like Shireen Abu Akleh in Jenin and Issam Abdallah in South Lebanon is given only tepid coverage. In the cases where Arab journalists are murdered in the field, responsibility is clouded through weak verbiage and by media outlets that allow officials to outright lie and muddy the waters. Even worse is when the media produces propaganda for Israel. In the case of Issam Abdullah, by not stating outright that Israel killed him, but rather absurdly that he was killed by missiles fired from the direction of Israel. The sheer imbalance of value afforded to Israeli lives at the direct cost of Palestinian life has never been more obvious. While the colors of the Israeli flag are projected on the White House to pay tribute to dead Israelis, not a word of condemnation is uttered when Palestinian civilians are starved, maimed, tortured, or killed. Instead, the U.S. supplies weapons to a racist apartheid government, the leader of which deploys an explicitly racist terminology to label Palestinians
I'm back. I'm sorry. Thank you for waiting, chat.
Of darkness who live by the laws of the jungle. The American government props up an Israeli military that openly condemns Palestinian children to death and refers to Palestinian civilians as human beasts.
By the way, a little bit of spoilers for my new setup that I'm building. But I'm going to have some of my Vietnamese propaganda in the background too. The propaganda posters and stuff. There's going to be a lot of radical art that I've collected over the years in the background. I'm really excited to make it. I'm excited for you to see it. I'm a little giddy about it, actually. You're going to be impressed. You're going to like it. I'm telling you.
Life does not hold value in the profane equation of American power, wherein the bombing of a hospital in Gaza is rendered an explosion. It reminds me of how black people are treated, how Michael Brown was considered a brute, how Tamir Rice was considered a brute, how Breonna Taylor was considered a danger despite sleeping in her fucking bed, how the woman who was shot in her kitchen point blank range by cops who were fucking cowards, she was shot because they claimed they feared for their lives. So many of these instances of black people being murdered by the state in the U.S. comes with a ridiculous justification for how the cop feared for their life, how the black person acted aggressively or inhumanely or animalistically. We see these connections, and this is why I think it's so important for black folks especially to continue to study and understand our history of solidarity with Palestine, whether it be the Black Panther Party, whether it be Malcolm X, whether it be James Baldwin penning letters calling out Zionism and genocide. We have to name these things as clearly as possible, because I read this and I see another version of the story of blackness since it has come in contact with colonization, since it has come in contact with slavery, since it has come in contact with the U.S. And I could almost cry, because this is the world that we live in.
I'm a leftist, but the hardest thing for me is to empathize with people like the ones in the vid that said they should have unalived all the students at Kent State. I know they were propagandized and brought up in a culture of American exceptionalism, individualism. Is it hypocritical of me not to feel bad if those people would receive half of what the Vietnamese suffered in the war? I have my emotional opinion and my intellectual opinion. Emotionally, when I hear shit like that, I think, you know what? If you want to die to defend this system, then so be it. You know what I mean? I understand what you're saying.
This is the
intellectually, they have been propagandized too. They are still workers. You know, I know that they can change. I know that they can change, you know. We just got to remember that they are capable of change. They're not, you know, that soundbite doesn't represent their entire person. But yeah. Yeah. People who fucking you know, run defense for the murder of their neighbors' children are fucking despicable. Yes, that is a level of depravity that it makes my skin crawl. That human beings are even capable of that. That we even have that like potential in our brains. It makes my fucking skin crawl, dude.
World that we live in, and people believe this. They talk about this at dinner tables, they argue about it with their family, they talk down to people about it, they show up to businesses and they spew this kind of language. And how do you learn to speak up? How do you learn to fight back? How do you learn to say, that's fucked up, that's wrong, and you're a colonizer, you're a Zionist? And this is the point that we have to get to, because we're seeing again and again how state powers are colluding to make these things happen. If the government can pull millions, if not billions of dollars of funding, scrub away federal agencies, and reallocate most power towards the executive branch, what do you think that will mean for violence against all different kinds of bodies? What do you think that will mean for Palestine? What will that mean for folks all around the world? For people here in the US.
Yeah, no, Prince has been putting out banger after banger after banger. His videos are always centered on very important conversations we need to have, and like focused on like preparing yourself for the revolution, organizing for a revolution. He has a great like political optimism about him too. And we are obsessed. We are obsessed with Prince. That's why I shout him out and pin. Oh shit! Wait, did the pin go away? Oh god, how embarrassing! How embarrassing! Sometimes the pins like don't work. You can change it to like manually unpin, but it doesn't work. Like they need a confirm button. Yeah, but please, chat, please go check out this video and subscribe to the creator because they're great.
Action of a process of fascism that we have seen before, and we need to call it out and to name it. I mentioned this earlier in the video. There was the case of the LA 8, and I'm going to read from a New Yorker piece titled The Last Time Pro-Palestinian Activists Faced Deportation. Nearly 40 years ago, immigration officials in LA arrested 8 young immigrants, 7 Palestinian men and the wife of one of them, a Kenyan. The immigrants were mostly students, 2 were permanent residents, the other were on student visas. They had been involved in pro-Palestinian activism. The government charged them all with being associated with the group that advocated the doctrines of world communism, the
PFLP, by the way.
Justification for deportation dating back to McCarran-Walter Act of 1952, a Cold War relic.
It's also like really interesting, like with just even talking about deportation for Palestinian people. Like, where the fuck are you sending them to? They would love to go, like, they would love to go back. That's kind of their whole point. Like, where are you sending them to? That's what makes it even worse. I know. It's like, I don't know. I thought that the show on Netflix, M.O., actually did that really, really, really well. That it kind of like explored that whole concept of deportation, being nationless, like being a refugee without a citizenship, being like a, you know, like there are people who do not have citizenship to any country. They are refugee status, you know, and like who where do you deport them to? I guess Trump's answer is El Salvador. You know? Yeah, at this point I fear they mean something like the president of El Salvador, right? Yeah, at this point it's like it's so fucking insane that there's like so much international solidarity with the fascist class that we are now just like creating a colony of concentration camps. That is El Salvador. Like,
I agreed to join the team representing the group, who became known as the LA 8. At the time, I was one of the few practicing attorneys in the country with experience defending.
also, I would low-key be really interested. I don't know if there is anything happening or if there's any like documentation of it, but if there's anybody in the chat who hears this, if you can find any kind of writing about El Salvadorian like leftist resistance right now, I would be very interested. You know what I mean? Like, legitimately, if like a revolution happened in El Salvador, I'm not saying it could. I don't know anything about it. I'm asking. I want to learn more. But like, you know, like that's a point that if a revolution happened in El Salvador and Trump didn't have access to his like, you know, his exported concentration camps, what that would mean, you know?
A communist deportation.
We have our role to play too, of course, you know, but like also how can we help each other? We are fighting the same fight. We are fighting the same beast, you know, and they align with each other. Why shouldn't we be able to align with them? You know? Why shouldn't we be able to align with them?
Case. I had recently represented the writer Margaret Randall.
Yeah, but that's on us. That's on us to thwart that plan in the belly of the beast too. That's what international solidarity is, man. Like we can fight these things on multiple fronts.
Born citizen
and understand our, you know, shared struggles together.
Who had obtained Mexican citizenship while married to a Mexican poet, thereby losing her American citizenship, according to the U.S. government. In 1984, after their divorce, she returned to the U.S., got remarried, and applied for permanent residency in America. The government denied the application and sought to deport her under the McCarran-Walter Act, arguing that her writings, she was a prolific author of oral histories, journals, and poetry, advocated the doctrines of world communism. After a trial in which Randall was cross-examined about a literary magazine that she co-edited and a piece of writing in which she praised her 3-year-old son for becoming communist as he had learned to share toys, an immigration judge ordered that she be deported, but we won the case on appeal when the Board of Immigration Appeals ruled that Randall had not, in fact, lost her U.S. citizenship when she became a Mexican citizen. As a U.S. citizen, she could not be deported, no matter how many doctrines of world communism she advocated. This article goes on to read, the arrests of the LA 8 on a similar charge followed a 3-year FBI investigation that had begun as the city prepared to host the 1984 Olympics. Looking for potential terrorist threats, the FBI identified a group of young Palestinian activists. FBI agents reported on their teach-ins and protests, monitored the literature they distributed, recorded license plates of individuals who attended their meetings, surveilled the activists for extended periods of time, and sent at least one undercover agent to attend an annual public community dinner that the group helped organize. The agent's report stated that although he could not speak Arabic, it was clear from the tone of the music and
he said, I don't speak the language, but I can tell y'all are doing something. He said, listen, just on vibes alone, I can tell you're fundraising for terrorism. Like literally nothing has changed, bro. Nothing has changed at all. This is literally like, bro, do you remember like during the encampment movement, there were like unironic pearl clutching happening over Muslim students praying together. Like they would do daily prayers at the encampments and people were freaking out and pearl clutching about this. It's just like, okay, so you don't care. You're not here for anything. You just like, what's up, Brett in chat? Just got home from a No Other Land screening. If you're able to see it, chat, please take the opportunity to do so. I agree. I think everybody should see No Other Land. A lot of people are yapping about it, and not enough people are sitting the fuck down and watching the movie. It's a very good movie. If you have seen it, but you haven't seen 5 Broken Cameras, I highly recommend you watch Five Broken Cameras as well. Is the KC Film Festival all day, by the way? I think it's only Thursday night, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they're all day. Where can I watch it? No Other Land is pretty hard to find, but you can find it. Does No Other Land have a distributor yet? No. No, it does not, but it is online in some spaces, and it's screening in person in others. Yo, what up, Scott? How's it going?
Speeches that the event was a fundraiser for terrorism.
I'll be at the film fest? Hell yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing you, man.
Ultimately, as the FBI director at the time, William Webster, testified, the Bureau concluded that the individuals had committed no crimes, let alone terrorism. But the FBI nonetheless urged immigration authorities to deport them, not because they had engaged in any criminal activity, but because they were effective activists. The FBI characterized the group's protests as anti-Israel and anti-Reagan. The agents singled out Qadir Musa Hamid, a green card holder, who they described as the group's ringleader because he was intelligent, aggressive, dedicated, and shows great leadership ability. This article goes on to talk about how this case was challenged in 1989. A federal court declared that the provision was unconstitutional, but it was still pursued for a number of years. And then the case was continued in immigration court eventually. Finally, in 2007, a judge dismissed the case, calling it an embarrassment to the rule of law. This is why we need to understand history. I'm literally reading that, and I'm like, oh, surveying people. Oh, documenting their license plates. Oh, lying on other people's cultures and characterizing them as brutes. Oh, removing people's rights. Oh, targeting them for years and years and years. Does this not look fucking familiar? This is COINTELPRO. This is what has been happening in the US since 9/11. This is what is currently happening now. The fact that the government is rounding up AI lists of Palestinian activists that has been gathered by alt-right groups. The fact that public violence against Palestinians is becoming more and more permissible. I mean, does anyone remember during what was it? The protests that were happening last year in New York, a woman spit on a fucking Palestinian child. Do you know how fucked up you have to be to spit on a fucking child? Look at what happened in October 14th of 2023. Illinois landlord found guilty of murder, hate crime in 2023, attack on Palestinian American boy. A jury found an Illinois landlord guilty of murder and hate crime charges Friday for the brutal killing of a 6-year-old whose mother rented rooms in the man's house. An attack that sparked fears over anti-Muslim discrimination in the earliest days of the war in Gaza. Joseph Zuba, 73, was charged in the fatal stabbing of Wadi al-Fayoumi and the wounding of his mother, Hanan Shaheen, on October 14, 2023 in Plainfield, about 40 miles from Chicago. Authorities allege that the family was targeted because of their Islamic faith and as a response to the war between Israel and Hamas.
They don't say the word Palestine in this 2-paragraph write-up of this at all. In the reporting of a hate crime against Palestinians, they dehumanize Palestinians. The depravity knows no bounds. I don't know what to say. This is unbelievable.
Erupted on October 7th, 2023.
El Salvador protests with a Facebook. This was live in February. Dope. Sounds loud, but I don't know if they ever... Do they show the crowd? Oh, a little bit. I'm trying to see how many people are out. Brave, dude, brave. This is amazing. People rising up, fighting against fascism, not cower in the face of what, looking at what we face. We need to fight back. That's the only way out.
I don't know if I should be pleased or upset, if I should be crying or laughing. Wadi's father, Odai al-Fayoumi, said at a news conference speaking in Arabic, "People are telling me to smile. Maybe if I were one of you, I would be smiling, but I'm the father of the child, and I've lost the child, and I feel this decision came a little too late. Wadi was an innocent 6-year-old child whose life was stolen in an act of unimaginable violence fueled by hatred. It goes on to say the trial featured detailed testimony from police officers, medical workers, Zuba's ex-wife, and Shaheen, who described how Zuba attacked her with a knife before going after her son in a different room. Prosecutors say the child had been blanked 26 times. He was found without clothes and with a knife still inside. This makes me angry.
Yeah.
This makes me angry because people deserve better. This child deserves better. Palestinians deserve better. People fighting for Palestine deserve better. People in this country that want a better way of life, that want an end to this country, that want an end to prisons and carcerality, deserve better.
That's right.
This is what I think is so evil, is that the state and the elite get to humanize themselves. They get to say that they are more human than the rest of us, that they have more money and resources, and that they're more right because they have the power. But these are people. These are human beings. These are lives. Like, I don't understand how this is how the West describes humanity, how this is a description of civilization. Like, I'm really thinking back to Charlottesville and Heather Hayers being killed and that black man who was brutally beaten in a parking garage while protesting neo-Nazis. Every time I go to a protest, I'm prepared. I'm prepared for something to happen because I know as a black queer person, I mean, I can't expect safety. I can expect safety of the other people around me. And if there are other people around me that have other identities than me, they might be better off than me, or they might be worse. And it just makes me so angry that this is the equation, the delusion, the fucking white supremacist, colonial, anti-Arab terror, anti-Muslim terror that has been so accepted. And this is why it's like, even if you look at the most innocent beings that could be out there, children, there is a dehumanization of them. And that is what is so sick to me, that fascism demands this process of dehumanizing other people, of demanding that other people agree to that dehumanization, and that this violence becomes permissible. And fuck, I don't care if this fucking landlord was found guilty. Yeah. I think it should be a community tribunal. A community tribunal. That's what it should fucking be. We can't pretend that this isn't having tangible effects in our lives, in our cities. We can't pretend that this isn't going to come to our cities. We can't pretend that this violence, that this dehumanizing language and rhetoric towards Palestinians isn't going to spread, because whose humanity does Netanyahu respect, and whose humanity does Trump respect? If you actually had to answer both of those questions, it's a pretty fucking dark answer. It's a pretty fucking dark answer, because it's probably not going to include my humanity, and it's probably not going to include yours if you're someone that likes this channel. And how does all of this align with fascism? How does the dehumanization of certain kind of bodies being killed, how does the reappropriation of state resources towards this murder and all of this violence, how is it all a direct expression of fascism? First, it's the creation of an internal enemy. Fascist regimes historically thrive by identifying and demonizing internal enemies, groups labeled as subversive, dangerous, and unpatriotic. This deliberate process of othering is
they're both completely ineffective and also responsible for every problem that you ever have. They're weak, but they're also, like, you know, extra powerful. This is just right out of the fascist, like, playbook.
Designed to rally the majority against a common enemy, thereby uniting the populace under an authoritarian banner. An example, Nazi propaganda not only depicted Jews as a racial threat, but also branded communists, socialists, and other political dissenters as existential dangers to the nation. Similar tactics were employed by fascist Mussolini, where opposition groups were labeled as the root of national decay. Today, we can see parallels with anti-war activists, pro-Palestinian voices, and other dissenters being framed as radicals, terrorist sympathizers, and subversives. This language does more than merely describe their political stance. It strips them of their humanity. As the political theorist...
Go, Blue Order.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine, true. Thank you for the prime.
Robert Paxton has observed, fascism works by making internal enemies out of those who dare to oppose the prevailing order. If we view dissent through this lens, can we truly say that the state's reaction isn't a calculated measure to squash opposition? Fascism is characterized by the deliberate blending of state and military power to enforce compliance and silence opposition. Hannah Arendt noted, "The banality of evil is not confined to monstrous acts by monsters. It also emerges in the everyday processes by which society rationalizes and normalizes violence against its own citizens. How can we ignore that our own state continues to use militarism to silence dissent?" Fascist regimes are notorious for their control over media, crafting narratives that obscure the truth, manufacture consent for state policies, and frame dissent in a negative light. By controlling the language of public discourse, such regimes effectively relegate opposition to the status of the pariah.
It was around 1:40, 2 o'clock. We were walking down the street, an empty street. We were just walking down, minding our own business. We're both headed home. And the officer is approaching us, and as he pulled up on the side of us, he didn't say freeze, halt, or nothing like we were committing a crime. He said, "Get the F on the sidewalk." I told the officer we were not but a minute away from the destination. He's at an angle where we're so close to his door and him that when he tries to thrust the door open aggressively, it doesn't come an inch out before it strikes both of us. His arm extended out the window, grabbed my friend around the neck. He didn't say step back or anything like that. He started to pull my friend into the window. So the officer's trying to pull him in and he's pulling away from the officer. He never once attempted to grab for this officer's weapon. He's still holding my friend with one arm, and now with the other hand, he's pointing his weapon. The second time he says, "I'll shoot," it wasn't even a second later before the gun just went off and the officer let go. And that's how we were able to run at the same time. The first car I see, I duck behind for cover because I fear for my life. I'm scared. I don't know what's going on. I don't understand why this officer is shooting his weapon at us. And I'm watching the officer. He's pursuing my friend now that he fired another shot. It struck my friend in the back. Then my friend stopped running. His hands immediately went in the air and he turned around towards the officer face to face. He started to tell the officer that he was unarmed and that you should stop shooting me. Before he can get his second sentence out, the officer fired several more shots into his head and chest areas. And he fell dramatically in the fatal position. I did not hear once he yelled, "Freeze, stop," or "halt." It was just horrible to watch. Yeah, it hurt him a lot. I see it in his eyes, it hurt him a lot. It was definitely like being shot like an animal. It was almost like putting someone to execution. He was a peaceful person and he lived his life peaceful.
This pattern, creating an internal enemy, militarizing society to suppress dissent, and controlling media narratives, demonstrates how linguistic and ideological control serves as the foundation for state repression. In both historical and modern contexts, such practices have normalized violence against dissent, ensuring that state brutality is not only permissible, but seen as a necessary defense of national unity. So I want to end this video by encouraging people to be critical of mainstream media and its depiction of these various forms of violence. I want people to read into history and look at how, once again, just like the fucked up shit that happened at the Kent State shooting in 1970, we're seeing the same culmination of social and political factors, anti-war sentiments, student movements that have spread to other parts of the population, ongoing genocides and war conflicts that necessitate that our government lie, misconstrue information, reallocate resources, and compel the American public to support their genocidal whims. And then the repression and suppression that occurs when people that disagree with genocide, when people that don't see any of the logic in the wars that are happening right now, when people who are actual supporters of democracy in a democratic society start to oppose these things, they are targeted, they're considered non-citizens, they're considered inhuman. And if we're looking at what the Trump administration is trying to do in taking away birthright citizenship, our government is not that far off from doing what it has tried to do before, and it will surely try to do again unless you pay attention, unless you start talking to your community, unless you get involved locally, unless you start protecting yourself and the people around you and understand that the state is not here to protect you. That as soon as you slip up and you don't say the most fucking patriotic thing, they will lock your ass up, and it is not deserved. We all deserve the right to protest. We all deserve the right to live, and we do not deserve to agree to our own dehumanization and the dehumanization of other people. And start small. Start with something. Start talking to your friends. Start having communal dinners. Start showing up to local rallies and meetings. Start having community discussions. Start making plans for how you want to react when this violence comes to your community, because it will, because it already has, because it already is happening. Thank you for watching. If you like the work I'm doing on this channel,
God damn. Prince is so fucking good. Holy shit. God damn. Amazing. Yeah, so good. Holy. I mean, it's true, chat. It's true. This is what we face. And the biggest part about what was just said is unless. Because this is what we face. You can see it developing around you every day. However, its success is not inevitable. The rise of fascism is not inevitable. We can stop it. We can protect each other. We can. It's possible. It's happened before. In fact, fascists are bound to lose. If you know anything about this, all these fascists are bound to lose. We will win. There's more of us than there are of them. But there won't be unless you go out and get involved. Unless you finally take the step. Make it, this is not a spectator sport. Stop taking in this info and feeling like it's a hypothetical. It's real and you are already playing a part. And so what is that part that you're going to play? You know? What's the part that you're going to play in this moment as we go through it together? Important things we need to be asking ourselves. It's not ever good. The best time is yesterday. You know, the best time to start organizing is yesterday. That's a Woody Guthrie song. Was that on purpose? Which one? What did I say? All you fascists bound to lose? Yeah, that's like a universal truth. They're bound to lose, man. Oh, goodness gracious, chat. Are we going to do this? 2 hours and 40 minutes? Do I have it in me? Yes, cheesy bread, you say? Yikes. What about the UCLA coverage? I'll do that another night. I'll save that for another night. I think I said we'll do that either tomorrow or Wednesday for sure. I will sub at exactly midnight. You're already subbed. Plan 1.5 times? Maybe. I'm interested in that since I watched it through you. Yeah. We'll definitely go through it. I read through that lawsuit the other day on my own, and I was like, this is amazing. Like, it is actually the truth. And it's like weird to be like, oh yeah, finally the truth. But like, we haven't had the truth, and you guys watched it. If you watched my stream a little bit, you know, but that I couldn't. There's a lot of stuff I didn't show on stream, like on purpose, and I don't know, like everybody else just lied about it. So unless you were there, like, you know, there is so few actually truthful media about the UCLA encampments, and so I definitely want to read that lawsuit and add my just like really do a deep dive and kind of like present the truth of the encampment. All right, fuck it, dude. Let's do it. It's Contrapoints, bitch.
The Bilderberg Group, Atlantis, Serpent DNA. Does the Vatican control the Freemasons? Or do the Freemasons control the Vatican?
Also, I love conspiracy theories.
People are sick. It's a big club, and you ain't in it. Symbolism will be their downfall.
Whoa. That's a sick instrument. What the fuck is that thing? I've never seen that before.
So,
God, my spine. I know. I just got full body chills, man.
I'm somewhat.
What up, Mason? Did you see the new video? I've been just, it's my fault, nobody else's, but I was slacking and I waited super long. But I uploaded the edit of our conversation, Mason. You should go check it out. And chat, you should go check it out too. And also go follow One Hand Politics.
Interested in conspiracy theories. I don't believe in them, but it's one of those things, you know, like cults or serial killers. I don't want to join a cult. I don't want to kill anybody, but when it happens, I take an interest. Ooh, what's going on here? It's good to start a video by saying something.
This just started? So yeah, literally like just started.
And say our favorite thing about conspiracy theorists. I'll go first. My favorite thing about conspiracy theorists is their passion for diagrams. As long as the internet has existed, researchers have posted conspiracy diagrams. This is one from 1999 with Lucifer at the top. Before the internet, people had to draw these things by hand. The pyramid shape is considered traditional. I remember seeing this one around 2010. At the bottom are the debt slaves, the sheeple.
That's us, chat.
You are here. Above.
That's us, chat. Wait, actually, that's you. I'm here. Sorry, that's you, and I'm in the media one right here. That's me.
Us, world population control, religion, government, education, media, and then like corporations, man. Then the banks, the think tanks, the elite families, the crown, and at the very top, the all-seeing.
Dude, I love that this one's like, it's Queen Lizzie. At the top of it is Queen Lizzie at the heart of it all. That's awesome.
Maybe it's the Illuminati. Maybe it's the reptiles. Maybe it's Daddy when he's arrived and he's taking his belt off.
You know, it's like Daddy arrived and he's taking his belt off.
Let's face it, most conspiracy diagrams look like the untethered scribblings of incurable screwballs. And maybe they are. But I think they're also a sincere attempt to understand the shape of power. Not a good attempt, but that's okay. I no longer expect good things. Every conspiracy diagram is an answer to the question, who really controls the world? The pyramid represents hierarchy. It's like those medieval drawings of the great chain of being. Medieval Europeans saw reality itself as a kind of pyramid.
Yeah, they were drawing these about feudalism too. Every time any YouTuber like tries to define feudalism, they always go back to this kind, like a drawing that looks exactly like this. Always.
At the top, the supreme being. Each tier beneath him represents a lower emanation, the orders of angels, humans, animals, plants, and minerals. Medieval cosmology was a mirror of medieval politics. As below, so above. The feudal system was a pyramid, with the monarch at the top, then nobles, knights, vassals, merchants, peasants, and serfs. In 2023, passionate graphic designer Dylan Lewis Monroe created a conspiracy diagram called the World Hierarchy Pyramid. It combines the medieval great chain of being with every conspiracy theory.
Angels, archangels? Whoa, and it goes out to the side too. Holy fuck.
It combines the medieval great chain of being with
the World Hierarchy Pyramid. the beast, Abaddon, Belial. Like, they got demons over here. There's a war in heaven. What? Why aren't we funding that? We should be sending our money there instead of to Israel.
Every conspiracy theory. At the top is the Tetragrammaton, that's the Hebrew name of God. Then the angels, the
It's in Vegas, true.
dark AI, transdimensional ETs, the Borg, Anunnaki,
the Borg,
reptilians, Satan, Source,
the Borg. Wait.
2 Corinthians. Do your own research. Then, of course, the elite bloodlines, the secret societies, of course, and way down at the bottom, the Matrix, 9 to 5 debt slaves, peasants, sheep, cattle, and
NPCs,
maskers, Monster energy drinks.
Monster.
I think it's satanic.
So you go into Hebrew. The letter Vav is also the number 6. You could have here in Hebrew 666 on the can. Now, do you know what a MILF is?
Breeders. Hey, don't talk that way about straight people. One of my best friends happens to be... Wait a minute, does that say Goyim?
Yup.
Okay. It is way too early in the video for this. I'm trying to keep it fun, trying to keep it flirty.
You can't, it's right there always. If you're in this sphere of conspiracy theories, it's always gonna be anti-Semitism. It's always there.
We are not dealing with Goyim for at least...
Why does it always lead to anti-Semitism? Because it's like one of the oldest forms of racism. It's gone back forever and ever, dude. People have been doing this forever.
An hour. So put a pin in it, and for now, I'll pretend I didn't see that. The world hierarchy pyramid looks like something you'd find in the basement of a domestic terrorist.
Was it Foucault who said that anti-Semitism is the socialism of fools? That's really smart too, because a lot of people, like, you know, they don't have a class analysis. And the right wing uses this and operates in this way too. Trump operates in this way all the time. It's fascist playbook 101. There is when class dynamics and the dialectic of class struggle is so obvious, when the contradictions are so apparent that the working class needs a scapegoat. Somebody's got to pay for what they're experiencing. The right wing will always come in and deflect from the capitalist class, from the people who own the means of production, towards a scapegoat. And for a lot of time, it was the Jews, and now it's like the undocumented people, it's the trans people, the woke. Like, this is how it always works. And it is like, it's in the place of class analysis. They get this, xenophobia. Muslims, yeah. I mean, fill in with whatever you want. But that's why class analysis is the only solution. You understand? Like, that's why it's really bad whenever AOC is like shitting on the Communist Manifesto, actually. Because the answer to this kind of like scapegoating is a redirection towards the actual power structures that exist. And I think Contra will get there with this take also, by the way. I think Contra will definitely get there. We're pre-watching probably.
How can someone be this wrong about every aspect of reality? Is anything about this right? Well, isn't it true that power is a pyramid? You could make a less crazy pyramid diagram. A 1911 illustration called The Pyramid of the Capitalist System. Oh God, we're already talking about capitalism. Never beating the bread tube allegations. The Pyramid of the Capitalist System.
What is going on? What is going on?
System has the workers at the bottom, then the bourgeoisie, the army, clergy, politicians, and at the very top, in place of the king, in place of God, is money itself. A conspiracy theorist would look at this and say, well, that can't be right. Money can't be at the top, because money does not conspire. Money has no plans, no intentions of its own. It isn't good or evil, it just is.
Kakikiko, yeah.
Who?
I mean, me too. When I was like 15, this shit ruled my life. Okay, when I was 15, Zeitgeist was like, dude, me alone in a computer chair in my parents' basement watching all 3 Zeitgeist documentaries was like the best night of my life at the age of 15. That shit fucking blew my brain out of my asshole.
The money. Who really controls the world? What's up?
Truly.
Just checked into the...
It wasn't until I touched a boob that I ever accomplished such feelings. I touched a boob and then everything changed. Again, these are very formative moments for me.
No need to break in, that's cute. Nice view. Not very private. Honestly, not a great place to do a conspiracy. Part 1. Just asking questions. So, I spent the last year of my life researching conspiracy theories online, and I'm not doing well.
Every time you saw Taylor Swift on your TV at the Super Bowl, you were flashed with demonic hand gestures and an inverted cross.
Did he just...
Taylor Swift? Dude, that's not even... Is it AI or is it like... I think it's like... Sometimes people pronounce things wrong to bait engagement. Is that what's happening there?
Say Taylor Swift? I can't even tell reality from parody anymore. It's like that essay, A Modest Proposal, by Jonathan Swift. I feel like I'm losing my mind. So to ground myself, I tried asking some normal, non-terminally online people what they think about conspiracy theories. And what I found is that for most people, conspiracy theories are a mainly harmless game they play. The game of what if. You know, what if Tupac and Elvis are still alive? And what if they hang out in the UFO at Area 51 with Sasquatch and Taylor Swift's gay whiff? Sure. Why not? Speculating about who really killed JFK is basically America's pastime, because it's more exciting than baseball, and it's like a murder mystery. We all get to play detective. Was it the Russians? The CIA? Pro-Castro Cubans, anti-Castro Cubans, Colonel Mustard on the grassy knoll with the magic bullet? America has a weird obsession with JFK. I feel like it's because of 2 things. 1, he's hot. 2, he's dead. And it's that combination of hot and dead that really gets our juices flowing. Whenever I imagine JFK, I see him silhouetted against soft white light, and he smiles at me lovingly in slow motion. JFK is America's beautiful dead wife in a flashback.
True. Same with Princess Diana.
He's our dead anime mom. Okasa-san. I can't believe we fumbled her. So look, I hate to be a buzzkill. I know it's fun to speculate wildly about the secret conspiracies.
Also, I mean, listen, America does its own, like, they do their own thing to make JFK this figure. I was in 8th grade when my teacher played a video of a man's fucking head exploding. Like, why are we showing the Zapruder film to children? They do it all the time. Yes, dude, his brain fucking flies out of his head onto his wife's lap.
World events. But for me, it stopped being fun a long time ago. I can't pinpoint when exactly.
Did they wheel a TV in for 9/11 too? No, actually, they only our art teacher told us about 9/11. All the other teachers were told not to talk about it until we got home. And then I got home and I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then my parents told me.
There's a couple moments that stand out. Exhibit A is Edgar Madison Welch, who on December 4, 2016, drove from North Carolina to Washington, D.C. and entered neighborhood pizzeria Comet Ping Pong with an AR-15 rifle, which he fired through a closet door, terrifying customers and staff.
Damn, Lemon.
He later told police he was, quote, self-investigating He was doing his own research. He was self-investigating the Pizzagate conspiracy theory, which falsely claimed that leaked emails from my close personal friend Hillary Clinton contained cryptic references to an elite underground satanic ritual murder and child sex trafficking operation. It's a shame, because baseless speculation about the lurid sexual depravity of the rich and famous can be a lot of fun. But when someone picks up a gun, the truth is not a game. The shooter would later tell the New York Times, quote, "The intel on this wasn't 100%. Yeah? Exhibit B is America's foremost conspiracy theorist for the last quarter century.
Chad, the other day I learned that nobody freaking told me Spilled Bag of Ice is a streamer. Nobody even freaking told me. I thought he was just one of our chatters. But you all should go hang out. Go hang out with Spilled Bag of Ice sometime.
Jones, live on InfoWars, mocking the father of a child who was killed at Sandy Hook. And I know Alex Jones has paid a heavy price for this, but it is pretty heinous.
I mean, it's like, yeah, oh, I read this card, okay. I mean, it's like, whoa, whoa.
I don't know, is this what questioning authority looks like? It's not just asking questions if the way you're going about it is, fiendish. Of course, when you point out the harm done by conspiracy theorists, they say, well, that's just controlled opposition. It's a sign designed to make us look bad. And okay, I guess it's possible that it's a psyop, but isn't it also possible that you've simply surrounded yourself with assholes? Conspiracy theorists tend not to take criticism well. They feel like you're manipulating them, like you're shaming and vilifying.
Oh God, dude, I'm yawning. We're only 10 minutes in.
And isn't that exactly
lock in,
what
chat.
you'd expect a shill for the deep state to do? Isn't conspiracy theorist just a slur for anyone who dares to snap out of their programming? A convenient way to silence anyone who questions the establishment? Well, it's good to be skeptical and it's good to ask questions, but there's a difference between intelligent skepticism and, for example, denying well-documented events.
Speed it up a little bit. I actually don't want to because her videos are so well edited. I don't want to fuck with her timing.
Of wild conjecture posted online by some maniac moments before harpooning his own parents. Just because you're asking questions doesn't mean the questions you're asking are good. Who really controls the moon? No one controls the moon, Vanessa. That's not a good question. Go back to your desk. Conspiracy theorists think of themselves.
Wait, that's not true. The moon is made of cheese, and it's controlled by a little mouse on the inside with really big levers. Okay? Duh. Duh.
Speaking truth to power and challenging the establishment. But is that even what they're doing? See, I can also ask questions. My first question is, which establishment are you questioning? Does this establishment include Donald Trump and Elon Musk? I notice Alex Jones and many other conspiracy theorists have taken to shilling for both of them, now that they are collaborating so closely. Conspiring, if you will. One thing we've seen in the United States over the last decade is that when an entire political party embraces conspiracy theories, you can't really say that conspiracy
Do 5 squats?
are questioning propaganda, because the conspiracy theories are the propaganda. On December 2nd, 2015, presidential contender Donald Trump appeared as a guest on InfoWars with Alex Jones. Let's look at the comments. This video is shadow banned. The elite don't want the people to see this. 1984 is here. Okay, but the interview is on YouTube, and it was the first result when I Googled it. And
one more.
Donald Trump is the president of the most powerful country in the world. So who exactly are the elite?
The mods asking for payment, always. We're not paying the mods, okay?
Isn't what people call...
This isn't a job, you don't get paid.
The elite or the establishment really just a bunch of...
I'm just joking.
Warring factions? And isn't one of those factions the United States Republican Party, now essentially a right-wing conspiracist party? Their 3-time presidential nominee and 2-term president so far, entered politics in 2011 as a birther conspiracy theorist. But he was just asking questions, right?
Uh-oh. Calm down, chat. The pitchforks are coming out. I was joking. I'm just joking. Reported for yawning. Listen, the only way I can pay the mods is if you subscribe for $5.99 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or maybe you can get gifted a sub. AMAV, that's my guy. Here, that's my guy. Wow, nobody's going to be brave enough to support me, a small up-and-coming streamer, when I'm being attacked. No, who's in my corner?
On January 6th, 2021, the Capitol...
In the middle of the heel turn. In the middle of the heel turn, plugging for money. Oh, that's right. Cheesy bread in my corner. Horchata in my corner. Okay, I see you.
Stormed by 10,000 self-described patriots aiming to violently overturn the...
Wait, Bearcilium, I gift mods stuff. 2, 4, 5 subscribers. Let's go.
Diana of the 2020 election because of conspiracy theories spread by Trump and that scummy lawyer he used to hang out with.
Let's have trial by combat.
We will never give up. We will never concede. We will
Thank you, Diana, for the 5 gifted.
A month earlier, Trump's former national security advisor Michael Flynn invoked the Stop the Steal conspiracy theory in a call for Trump to suspend the Constitution.
Politician trial by combat. I know. I was just thinking, like, it's so funny thinking of, fucking Rudy Giuliani doing trial by combat. All I can think of is the Sacha Baron Cohen documentary where he's like laying fully down on the bed just to take off his belt. I'm like, oh yeah, this is a very healthy man. Spilled bag of ice. Thank you for the 69 bits.
And declare martial law. Exactly the things conspiracy theorists have been worried about for decades. But when it actually happened in front of their eyes, they didn't notice. Because the conspiracy theory was the propaganda. And in the background of all this, of course, was QAnon. I assume you all know what QAnon is, but sometimes it's good to verbalize it just to remind yourself how much the vibes have deteriorated. QAnon was an online messianic conspiracy cult whose core belief was that the world is ruled.
Also, it's wild that like an HBO documentary series basically confirmed who Q is, and like nobody really talks about it anymore. Jelty, thank you for the gifted sub.
By a global elite of satanic, sex-trafficking cannibals from whom the children...
Q is real? Yeah, somebody's posting as Q. Because he's so lame. Yeah, that's probably... I mean, that is probably an aspect of why nobody cares, but... I don't know. It's interesting. Also, like, we should look into that guy's connections to the CIA.
Saved by reality TV star turned President Donald Trump, whose sacred mission was to declare martial law, end the adrenochrome harvest, and purge the deep state pedovore cabal in a wave of mass executions called the Storm. This he would accomplish with the help of military intelligence insiders known as Q, who only communicated with the public via cryptic messages on a seedy, racist image board called 8kun.
Oh, King Henry, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you. Jeltsy, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you.
Operated by a father-son team of American pornographers out of a hog farm in the...
Yeah, this is the doc.
The online conspiracy world has since moved on from QAnon. In fact, they'll tell you that it was actually controlled opposition and a distraction. Denial is a...
It's also just like really... It's very rich.
I don't care about
Yo, King Henry, thank you for another gifted. Appreciate you. It's really rich to me that the people who are like leading this charge against pedophilia in the Democratic Party are two very weird people living in the Philippines. Okay, who are creating these websites that, you know, don't have censorship and are obsessed with very dark, weird spots on the internet that don't censor. Like, come on, dude. Come on. Come the fuck on.
Always the last stage of these things. The so-called QAnon shaman, Jacob Chansley, now claims he was unfairly associated with QAnon by the media in, quote, an attempt to control the narrative and destroy my public image. It's not what he said 4 years ago.
Q most certainly did send me, ladies and gentlemen. Q is the highest levels of the military and the intelligence community in the United States, and they are disseminating above top secret information to patriots in our republic. That means people like you, so that we can take back our country from the communists and the globalists.
He now blames the whole thing on Antifa.
Dude, it would be so... I'm sorry, man. This is such easy, clean pickings, man. Like, these people are so dumb.
Black Lives Matter and the deep state.
And I think it's more like the deep state set up riots than Trump riots. I don't think Trump had people do that. I think it was more likely that the feds and the crowd and Antifa and BLM were largely responsible.
It's like the narcissist's prayer, you know? That didn't happen, and if it did, it wasn't that bad, and if it was Nancy Pelosi's fault, and if it wasn't, the deep state made me do it. It was controlled opposition that I was a part of, somehow. So no, I'm not just gonna pretend QAnon didn't happen because it would be convenient for you. If you just memory hole these things, then you never learn anything, and we just do it all again. American politics is post-QAnon in the sense of like post 9/11 or post-apocalypse. It's not like things are going back to the way they were, and more like this is just the way things are now.
No, I think they're definitely assets. Maurish, they're assets, dude. Can you imagine how easy it would be to get compromised on those people? Like, come on, man. Come on, man. An old white guy living in the Philippines? It's not even hard. Like, it's not even bait at that point. You don't have to even interact with them. Just, like, watch them for 2 minutes. Watch them for 2 fucking minutes.
QAnon's core idea was that the world is ruled by a satanic pedophile elite who must be purged by a right-wing authoritarian takeover. And this idea is as popular as ever. Here's right-wing misogyny influencer and alleged sex trafficker Andrew Tate, I don't even want to be alive anymore, getting 131,000 likes on Elon's X.com for announcing that drag queens at the 2024 Paris Olympic opening ceremony prove that a satanic cabal controls the West. Here's Ambien enthusiast Roseanne Barr on stage with Tucker Carlson in September 2024, shrieking about cannibal vampires and riling up the crowd for another insurrection.
You know they eat babies. That is not bullshit. It's true.
So it's not just the dogs and the cats, not just the pets.
They're full on bad.
Wait, they're talking about migrants? They're saying that migrants eat babies now? Wait, what? Huh? I thought that she was talking about the Democrats. That's even weirder. Babies are expensive, I would assume.
Vampires. They love the taste of human flesh and they drink human blood. Fauci gave everybody AIDS too. Did you know that?
Oh my God.
These are fringe ideas.
Google it! Google it!
And that the public money down here belongs to the public!
And there shall be a fair accounting of it, and where it was sent overseas, we shall have that money returned to our national coffers. All right? We got a stinking system of justice. We got a stinking government. It don't even know what. It's so busy with its hand in the cookie.
Oh my gosh. Shout out Rhizome. That's hilarious. Shout out Rhizome.
Is anymore. Alex Jones has faded from relevance less because of his deplatforming and more because of the mainstreaming of his own ideas. He used to be king of the fringe, but now he's not so far from the center. A little fish in a big conspiracist pond. It would be an exaggeration to say that conspiracy theories have become the dominant form of political discourse, but not that much of an exaggeration. During the 2024 election season, 4 of the top 6 podcasters on Spotify were conspiracy theorists. President Trump's campaign was backed by Elon Musk.
Yeah. Again, like I think of this more as like it's just evidence that the American people are searching for answers. They really do have a deep desire to know. There's a hole in the heart of America where class consciousness should be. And they're trying to fill it with all this other shit. And it's not going to work. And we have to go out and fucking provide the answer. You know? But what is the question? Why is my life so shitty? Why does my life get shittier every year? Why is it so expensive? Why won't they pay me more? Why is my rent so high? These are the questions. You know, these are the questions. And their answer is, well, I guess it's immigrants.
Pizzagate on the eve of the election, the result of which increased his net worth by $200 billion.
Because actually, genuinely, Raylan, like most people, there's like a fuckload of like Red Scare propaganda against that kind of questioning on its own. But also, like, people aren't asked this, and they aren't told the story. Like it's a little simple, but like it's true. Like a lot of people are never told the story of capitalism. They don't have a coherent definition for it. They don't have any consciousness of their own class at all.
And Musk, of course, has now been appointed to the newly created Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. Well memed, my lord.
I am become
You
memed.
win te interwebs today, good sir. Way to pwn les liberals epic style. Chatelet, my brothers, top cack.
Legalize comedy.
I'm this close to losing it. Don't fuck with me, fellas. Another conspiracist Trump appointment is RFK Jr. They should just nominate the Time Cube guy. Why not?
It rotates in 4 different directions simultaneously toward midday, midnight, sunup, and sundown. It rotates those directions simultaneously.
It's RFK Jr., who believes in chemtrails but not vaccines, who claims COVID-19 was ethnically targeted to spare Jews and the Chinese, who denies that AIDS is caused by HIV, who's promised that he, quote, won't take sides on 9/11.
What? That's awesome.
Forgot. So conspiracy theories are no longer for freaks in tinfoil hats making public access TV shows about Sasquatch. If that's all it was, I wouldn't care. It's not my business what you people do with Sasquatch in the privacy of your own bedroom. But now, conspiracy theories are for the freaks who run the country. And when it comes to deciding, which elections are rigged, or which mass tragedies are hoaxes, or which reptilians control the central banks, it kind of becomes everyone's business. Because for democracy to work, if that's still a thing by the time this video comes out, we, the people, need to have reasonable conversations with each other. And it's very hard to have reasonable conversations with people who think the World Health Organization is controlled by high-level Luciferian druids. So in this video, I just want to ask some questions.
Do you think these are normal chemtrails? You have to say, no. These Yeah, I don't know. You have to indulge them. At that point, I love it. I pick at the scab. If I notice somebody has weird conspiracy theory ideas, I always pick at the scab. I always do. I'm like, oh my gosh, yeah, what do you think is in them? Like, wow, where did you learn that? Like, I will be really, because I am genuinely very interested, but I never like let them know that I don't believe it or that I do believe it. I just like, yeah, yes, and everything, yeah.
Not about any particular conspiracy theory, but about conspiracism as a way of thinking. Why do so many people believe in conspiracy theories? Why are they so obsessed with symbols and rituals? Why are they taking over politics? Has this happened before? When did this start? Is the internet to blame? A funny thing about conspiracy theories is, no matter how wrong they are, engaging with them forces you to ask deep questions, because there really is something mysterious about truth and power. How do we know it's true? What authorities can we trust? Why do bad things happen? Why are there wars? Why is there poverty? Who really controls the world? In this video, I will answer all of these questions and more. So buckle your seatbelt, Kansas. We're gonna take the rabbit pill and find out.
Hey, I'm in Missouri, okay? Calm down. Okay? I'm not in Kansas.
Just how deep Dorothy's hole goes.
Yo, Squiggles, thank you for 12
1 real year.
months.
Happy
Squiggles,
Sunday,
thank you.
Brett LB
Is this staying up? Yeah, I don't see why not. Aw, thank you, Squiggles. God damn, there's so many fucking fits.
The rabbit pill. Hello, Earthlings. Hope you're having a good trip. Let's start by looking at how conspiracy theorists argue. I need to teach you to counter those arguments so you can properly shill for the Galactic Empire. A common argument goes like this. Aren't there endless examples of real conspiracies? Everyone always thinks conspiracy theories are crazy until those theories are proven to be conspiracy fact. As a Trump supporter on Truth Social put it, not trusting the government doesn't make you a conspiracy theorist. It makes you a history buff. So on the one hand, yes, the government has done things that are bad. They've even deliberately done bad things in secret, which might be the definition of a conspiracy. And that's true of whatever country you live in, but I'm gonna focus on the US because the Saturnian order has commanded me to make America look bad. Easiest job they've ever given me. To choose a popular example, Project MKUltra was a wildly unethical CIA...
MKUltra, Project Paperclip. I mean, it just keeps going. Like, there are a fuckload of actually real... what would be considered conspiracy theory.
A mind control experiment carried out...
COINTELPRO, Project Chaos. What was the one with the Contras, where they, like funneled crack cocaine into black neighborhoods?
In secret between 1953 and 1973. One of its goals was to develop a truth serum using substances like LSD and morphine. Now obviously this did not work, because morphine and LSD are terrible truth serums. Trust me, I've tried. We know about MKUltra because after the Watergate scandal, Congress investigated
drugs for guns program,
uncovered CIA documents that were supposed to have been destroyed. The details are very scandalous. In an operation known as Midnight Climax, the CIA lured men into San Francisco brothels, dosed them unknowingly.
Yeah, also another conspiracy theory that is real is 3229071. This is another, it sounds fake and it sounds like a conspiracy theory, but if you say these numbers out loud, a cop does actually have diarrhea. It's true.
and observed their behavior through a one-way mirror. In another experiment, US Army biologist Frank Olson was given LSD without his knowledge or consent, and he died 1 week later after falling from a 13th-story hotel window under suspicious circumstances. It's true that there's no shortage of real conspiracies. I'll put some on the screen right now, and you can do your own.
Yeah, Iran-Contra, Operation Condor, Operation Mongoose, CIA-backed coups, CIA fake vaccine in Pakistan, Operation Popeye. Oh, I don't even know about a lot of this stuff. Unit 731. Oh.
Real conspiracies. I'll put some on the.
Oh, wait, that one actually is kind of. I bring that up all the time, and every time I do, I'm like. Or wait, no, this is not what I'm thinking of. Wait, what is this? Human experimentation during World War II. 3,000 men, women, and children were subjected to experimentations by Unit 731 at Pingfang alone. Yikes. Ew, yikes. I thought she was talking about the IDF like unit that is like a psyop unit that funnels people directly into like executive branches of every social media company and media company in America. Yeah, oh there it is. That's 8200, yeah. That's what I thought that's what I thought she was referencing. Cuz that does sound like a conspiracy theory, but it's real. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it sounds like an anti-Jewish conspiracy theory. Oh yeah, like Israel is like funneling, people into the executives of all of like the most powerful companies in the world. Like, that is an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, like 100% of the time. If it wasn't so true, if it wasn't an actual like documented thing.
The screen right now, and you can do your own research. So you can't really blame people for wondering, if this is the stuff that's declassified, what else are they doing that we don't know about?
I know, Maurice.
A bunch of messed up stuff. I'm not going to disagree with you there. And many conspiracy theories do have some kind of resemblance to things that actually happened. Anti-vaccination conspiracy theories are almost entirely baseless. But in 2011, the CIA located Osama bin Laden in Pakistan by secretly collecting blood samples under the pretext of a fake vaccination program. QAnon is total madness, but when high-profile men like Epstein or Diddy are outed as prolific sex criminals, it's not unreasonable to wonder how many other rich and famous people are complicit in those crimes. So with so much evidence of real conspiracies, why shouldn't we take the rabbit pill and go down Dorothy's hole? Well, in short, because conspiracy theories have less in common with real conspiracies than might initially seem to be the case. Conspiracists will tell you that the term conspiracy theory was invented by the CIA to discredit anyone who questions official narratives. This is not true. Quote,
recorded use of the phrase conspiracy theory dates back to at least 1863, more than 60 years before the CIA was established.
That's according to the Associated Press, but I guess that's the mainstream media, and we can't trust them. I only trust truth seekers posting about med beds from a garage and telling you to buy cryptocurrency. When the quantum financial system hits and I finally get my Nisara Gesara deposit, you'll see. You'll all see. The difference between actual conspiracies and conspiracy theories has to do with evidence. When we talk about conspiracy theories,
Alter Boy, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you so much.
We're not talking about scientific theories, like the theory of gravity, which is a well-substantiated hypothesis, at least for you people. It's actually completely false, but they won't let me talk about that. We're using the word theory in the non-scientific sense of unsubstantiated conjecture and speculation. Just a theory. As in the theory that Katy Perry is John Benet Ramsey, or that—
Ooh, that's a fun one. Ooh, that's a fun one. Ooh, this is good too. Epstein is Andrew Jackson, and he's a 300-year-old vampire. That's fucking sick, dude. This is all in good fun, okay?
100-year-old vampire who you—
We should never like, even in socialism, I think people should be allowed to be like weird like this. for fun. It's entertainment. 3.7 thousand upvotes. As a treat, yeah, for us. Yeah, it's too fun to look at. It's like, oh man, that is interesting. I don't know. I just like people who are like very, very mentally ill. It's kind of, I don't know. There's something about it that's very fascinating.
Used to be Andrew Jackson. Conspiracy theories are by definition unsubstantiated, in the way that UFOs are by definition unidentified. If you know what the object is, then it's not an unidentified flying object. If credible sources confirm a conspiracy occurred, then it's not a conspiracy theory. And to conspiracy theorists, a confirmed conspiracy becomes part of the official narrative, part of the puppet show, and is therefore itself something to be questioned. You see this all the time with MKUltra, where the actual documented events only interest conspiracy theorists insofar as they inspire unsubstantiated speculation. No, it's just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
So conspiracy theories are to investigative journalism as cryptozoology is to zoology. Zoology, the study of animals, is a scientific endeavor based on standards of evidence. Cryptozoology, the search for Bigfoots, Yetis, various
True. This is such a good comparison because like there's plenty to be absolutely like gobsmacked and fascinated by in the natural world. Do you know what I mean? Like bears exist. We don't need to be fascinated by like cryptids and fake things. You know what I mean? Like nature is insane. It's kind of like crazy, you know?
Crackpot monster hunting activity based on a parascientific pursuit of mystery for the sake of mystery. Not to be too harsh on cryptozoology, I'd rather people hunt Mothmen than do QAnon. If you're torn between the two, I want you to promise me that you will not rest until you have that Mothman's head. Cryptozoology is not a science, because when a new species is scientifically acknowledged, it's no longer crypto, no longer secret, and is therefore outside the domain of cryptozoology. When the unknown becomes the known,
shit, you know about Operation Gobsmack? What is that?
It's gone.
I don't know.
And the mystique is the entire point. This is why conspiracy theorists have always been obsessed with secret societies, like the Freemasons or the Illuminati.
Yeah, that's a good point too, Alter Boy.
Secrecy itself. YouTube is full of videos like Hidden Camera Exposes Freemason Rituals, or like
I love these.
Forbidden Videos Inside the Mormon Temple. Incredibly boring things become obsessively fascinating if you simply tell people that it's secret and they're not allowed to know about it. The conspiracist classic None Dare Call It Conspiracy by Gary Allen, a major influence on Alex Jones, describes conspiracy research as, quote,
history's greatest whodunit, a mystery thriller.
I think this reveals a lot about the conspiracist mindset. Conspiracy research is a thrill-seeking activity. People don't become conspiracy theorists because they followed rational arguments to an evidence-based conclusion.
I mean, yeah, this is also true too. Like, it also, like, there can be fun ways to engage with conspiracy, like the thing about conspiracy, without it becoming harmful too. Like, the Da Vinci Code. You know, like I read that book whenever it was really big back in like 2004 or whatever. And it was like, it's like a fun little conspiracy book. It's a fun little conspiracy book. What do you know what I mean? It's harmless. It doesn't mean nothing. If people think it's true, then you're probably really stupid. It's just fiction, you know? We should just understand it's fiction and be like, ooh, that's kind of fun to think about. You know? Ooh, that's kind of fun to think about. That, you know what I mean? Angels and Demons was good too. I didn't see that one. I think I might have seen the movie though.
Theorists aren't interested in evidence. They're very interested in evidence. They accumulate vast webs of evidence. They're passionate about investigation, about doing their own research. 9/11 truthers will often give at least a superficial impression of being well-versed in structural engineering. They present facts about the temperature at which jet fuel burns. They start using words like nanothermite. They have confident opinions about whether Building 7 could have collapsed from fire. But I think it's a mistake to see conspiracy discourse as some kind of botched attempt at rational inquiry. I don't think it is. But why not? There's a particular type of evidence that conspiracy theorists usually rely on, what they call Anomalies. An anomaly is anything that seems subjectively suspicious, improbable, or inexplicable. A glitch in the matrix. For example, the Apollo 11 press conference is constantly cited by moon landing hoaxers because the astronauts appear at times dejected and morose. Conspiracy theorists interpret this anomaly as proof that the astronauts are being forced to perpetrate a scam on the American people.
Poor men, clearly under threat of death if they reveal the truth. That they went nowhere near the moon. I'm trying to be open-minded here, but their body language says they never went anywhere. I've seen people more hyped about a visit to the mall.
Isn't it also possible that they were, tired after flying to the moon? Because everyone on the internet is an expert body language analyst, so what do I know? In the summer of 2020, a conspiracy theory spread on social media claiming that missing children were being trafficked.
Oh, this one's crazy.
Furniture retailer Wayfair. The evidence for this conspiracy was an anomaly on Wayfair's website, where certain—
This one went really big too. A lot of people believe this one. It was everywhere for like 2 days, bro.
Clothes and cabinets were listed for $10,000, an outrageously inflated price. Some of these items had names that just so happened to correspond to names of children who'd been reported missing. People on Twitter started wondering, wasn't it possible these children were being sold into depraved sexual slavery and trapped inside of pillows and cabinets?
This is different than Pizzagate, but similar and a lot of overlap. But it's not the same thing.
A lot of people jumped to that conclusion without stopping to consider alternative explanations. Like, for example, maybe there was an error on the website. Maybe the products were named by SEO optimization algorithms looking for frequently searched names. Or maybe giving human names to products is just a fairly common marketing practice. The Stephanie upholstered armchair, the Vanna tufted sofa. This one's not even on Wayfair. Adelia is at Home Depot. My God, this goes all the way to the top. Don't worry, Adelia. We'll break you out of your velvet prison. The Wayfair missing children did later turn up, by the way. One 18-year-old girl went live on Facebook to reassure the public that she was fine and not, in fact, being sex trafficked inside of a cabinet. The conspiracy theorists in the chat were not relieved. In fact, they were annoyed that their investigation was being debunked. One woman commented,
"Put her ass back in the cabinet."
For more convincing example,
My God, bro. They're outraged that it's happening, and then they're like, we liked you better when you were in the cabinet. We liked you better when we could...
Holy cow!
when we could advocate for your freedom from afar. We don't actually want you to be free. We just want to fight for it. Lord of the Guys, thank you for 9 months. Appreciate you.
Of the argument from anomalies, let's look at Loose Change, the 2005 documentary that defined the 9/11 truther movement. Loose Change is essentially just a big list of 9/11 anomalies, including some that actually are pretty, well, anomalous, like the discovery of a hijacker's passport at Ground Zero.
7 different black boxes, made from the most resilient materials known to man, were all completely destroyed beyond repair. Yet, a passport, made from a fragile material known as paper, managed to fly through a 2,000-degree explosion and land undamaged blocks away, where the FBI conveniently found it, thereby incriminating Saddam al-Sakami and al-Qaeda for the attacks. Who writes this stuff?
Isn't it weird that a passport would survive a 2,000-degree explosion? Like, yeah, it is extremely weird. How do we explain that? Well, my explanation is that sometimes weird things happen. In 1987, Northwest Airlines Flight 245 crashed shortly after takeoff in Detroit.
I mean, do weird things happen? Yes. Also, was the FBI under a lot of pressure to have an answer? Do I trust cops? No. You know what I mean? These things all can exist. If you're taking the cops' word for anything, you're already making a mistake. Cops lie. Cops lie all the time. The FBI lies all the time.
killing 156 people. Everyone on the plane died except for one.
That doesn't mean that like Al-Qaeda didn't orchestrate it either, you know? I think there's like truth in a little bit of it, you know? Yeah, but it's not about the fall, Redman. Of course, I think a passport could survive a fall like that. It's about the fire and the like explosion, like being in the cockpit and then falling out of his pocket and flying, you know, being undamaged 2 feet away, two blocks away. It's a little bit fucked up. You know what I mean? It's also like, I think if there is a truth to any like 9/11 conspiracy theories, it's that they knew in advance and allowed it to happen. I think that's probably more of the truth of it. You know?
How could a 4-year-old survive a plane crash that killed more than 100 adults? Isn't that anomalous? It's super fucking.
Yeah, I was going to say that too, just like October 7th.
Sometimes anomalous things happen. How did the hijacker's passport end up at ground zero? Well, I really don't know. Maybe God guided the passport to safety. Maybe an Al-Qaeda operative handed it to police because they wanted to get caught. Maybe it was planted by a reptilian. It was me. I did it. Me and my close personal friend Hillary Clinton. None of this is plausible. But is it more plausible that the Bush administration planted such a weird piece of ultimately superfluous evidence in the course of orchestrating this secret controlled demolition of the tallest buildings in New York?
Yeah, that's also true too.
That no one involved in any stage of that process has leaked anything about it for over 2 decades? God, am I really debating 9/11 truthers online? Have I really learned nothing in 23 years? The thing about anomalies is that they never really amount to any kind of substantive evidence that a conspiracy occurred. The argument from anomalies is often just a series of statements beginning, "Isn't it weird? Isn't it weird that cabinets on Wayfair are listed for $10,000? Oh my god, that's really anomalous. Isn't it weird that Sirius, the hero dog of 9/11, was photographed with Bill Clinton exactly 1 year before the attack? Yes, it's weird."
The hero dog of 9/11. What?
You have proven that a weird thing.
It was the dog. He did it. Yeah, that dog did it. He did 9/11. Just so he could be a hero. His insatiable desire to be a good boy led him to be a very bad boy. This summer, Air Bud is reborn.
Happened, but that's all you've proven. It's a style of argument based entirely on innuendo.
K911, Air Bud, K911.
And asking leading questions designed to push the audience to a speculative conclusion. It's like that History Channel show Ancient Aliens, where the phrase, "Is it possible?" occurs with comical...
Okay, I came up with Air Bud, you guys came up with K911. That's pretty good. That's some pretty good writing right there. That's some good writing.
That Bigfoot is actually an extraterrestrial?
Is it possible the moon is not only hollow, but an artificial structure? Is it possible that the story of the Minotaur is based on actual events? Is it possible that the octopus didn't originate on Earth?
Is it possible that what we have here are extraterrestrials wearing some type of protective suits?
Is it even possible that Nessie is an alien entity that is able to pass through a wormhole that exists at Loch Ness?
Like, yes, lots of things are possible because possibility requires a very low threshold of evidence. It's possible the moon is controlled by reptiles. It's possible that life is but a dream. This rhetoric of asking leading questions functions in part as disavowal, because technically you're not making any claims, you're just asking questions. But it also provokes the imagination of the audience and makes you feel like you're connecting the dots on your own. And that's exciting. It's engaging. It makes you feel smart, like you're an independent investigator, a free thinker. You're not a sheep who believes whatever the mockingbird lamestream media forces down your throat. You do your own research. But do you? No, Patrick, scrolling Telegram channels about how the Knights Templar are using 5G networks to make you eat bugs is not research. No one likes to feel like a passive receiver of information. Okay, well, some people do. Fleabag, maybe.
I want someone to tell me what to eat, what to like, what to hate, what to rage about.
But conspiracy theories appeal to people who want to feel in control of their beliefs. And I do kind of sympathize with that. I don't want to get knowledge cucked by some high priest telling me what to believe. This attitude is not at all unique to conspiracy theorists. Individualist skepticism is sort of the foundation of Western philosophy. The modern era in philosophy starts with Descartes, who wanted to question everything. In the Middle Ages, you had to accept the doctrines of the church, or they'd call you a heretic and they'd burn ya. But Descartes thought that knowledge shouldn't be based on dogma, it should be based on reason. And that does sound good.
Wait, are people hearing a high-pitched sound? I'm not hearing it. Maybe it's in like another tab of yours or something.
Doesn't it? The problem, though, is that if you—
Wait, you are? Is it in the video? It's her video, right? It's not my mic, right? It's from the video? Okay.
You question everything.
It's the Havana Ray? Oh, wait, this is probably some like... Dude, this is actually probably some fucking callback she's gonna go through later on and be like, half of you are already typing about the beeping or something, you know what I mean?
That anything is true. Descartes argued you can't even trust your own senses, because you could be dreaming right now. You could be deceived by an evil demon.
Also, yeah, we're just like some butterflies, like, dream. A butterfly landed on the right mushroom, and we are all its dream right now.
So Descartes wanted to discover an idea that could not be doubted, and he came up with this Latin slogan, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am, which has to be true, because it's on t-shirts and coffee mugs, popular everywhere among people who want you to know they went to college. From the cogito, Descartes tried to deduce that God exists, and that God wouldn't allow a demon to deceive you. It's not a very good argument. Descartes is not a good philosopher. The problem is that knowledge is inherently a collective endeavor, and that's even more true now than it was in Descartes' time. You can't really do science by yourself anymore. To some extent, you have to trust the work of other people. Conspiracy theorists don't trust science because science is an institution and they don't trust institutions. A lot of conspiracy theorists go even further than that, and they adopt this oppositional attitude to knowledge. In other words, whatever they want you to believe, the opposite is probably true. On a YouTube clip of Richard Nixon telling Billy Graham that there will be a pogrom in America if the Jews, quote, don't start behaving, the top comment reads,
I always wondered why I was conditioned to dislike Nixon by the media.
Oh my God.
To make sense.
This idea that every mainstream source of information is conditioning from the Judeo-Bolshevik banking cabal leads to a kind of fetish for stigmatized and secret knowledge.
There are so many good reasons to not like Nixon. Like, he recorded himself in the Oval Office for so long that we have him saying basically every slur that has ever been known to man. Like, we have documented record of Nixon and everybody that he knew saying every single slur. He said all of them. So if you're a normal person and are at least offended by one slur, you got beef with Nixon. I hate to tell you. At the same time, I don't think you can do that. The First Amendment does not protect every slur at the same time. And that's why I'm brave enough to do it right now. Blah! Don't cancel me. You baited me into it. Okay, that was a strategic slur. I used it to take my interlocutors. Or what did Vosh say? Tactical. It was a tactical.
Play up how persecuted and silenced they are because they see institutional opposition as proof of their correctness. An Austrian painter and conspiracy theorist once said in his book, My Struggle. Oh, poor baby. My struggle. He should have just called it My Journey. My whole entire journey. He wrote that the media's insistence on the protocols of the Elders of Zion being an anti-Semitic hoax is, quote, the best proof that they are authentic. This is one reason why conspiracy theories are impossible to debunk.
I'm Blekastani. I'm offended.
The attempt to debunk them is seen as
my facts, your feelings. Tough luck, snowflake. Yeah. Yeah.
shilling, and therefore as proof of the conspiracy. If it isn't true, why are you so eager to disprove it? Conspiracists see the media, the academy, the medical establishment, every reputable source of information as a kind of Cartesian demon lulling us all into a dream world from which their goal is to awake. And it's this experience of awakening that conspiracy theorists are trying to trigger, with an overwhelming gish gallop of anomalies that eventually climaxes in a wild leap in logic. The most egregious example of this, possibly ever, is the Dutch conspiracy theorist Janet Ossebaard's 10-part video essay Fall of the Cabal, which recruited millions of people into QAnon in 2019 and 2020.
Dang, wait, that looks sick. I never heard of that. Is it cool as it sounds? Okay, well, should we watch that on stream?
Fall of the Cabal begins with a section called Things That Made Me Go,
Things that make you go,
Going to do first of all give you a short overview of things that made me go
Things that made me go is just a random list of anomalies.
That's awesome.
Just questions. Isn't it weird?
Isn't it weird that the Vatican's audience hall is full of references to reptilians? Did you know the Vatican's telescope is called Lucifer? And since when does the Pope make the sign of the devil?
What? Wait, hold on. What? The Vatican has a telescope? Vatican telescope. Why does the Vatican have a telescope? The Pope's astronomer to see God, bro? I guess that kind of makes sense, because at some point they were like, the Earth is the center of the universe, and they really believed that, and then they were wrong, and then they had to be like, maybe we should like actually learn this shit. That makes sense. The Vatican was one of the only places doing real science for a long time. So is it really called Lucifer? Is their telescope actually called Lucifer? Also, it's in Arizona? What? It's in Arizona? Answersingenesis.org. Is it called Lucifer? Lucy? So like kinda? Oh, it's a large binocular telescope, near infrared spectroscopic utility with camera and integral field unit for extragalactic research. Okay, you guys are really stretching. You're really stretching. This website is not a valid source. Yeah, obviously. Obviously. They're stretching so hard. Okay, here. There's only one way we can find out. DeepSeek. Start now. Accept cookies. China, fuck me up. Does the Vatican have a telescope called Lucifer? It was originally Lucifer and they changed it to Lucy. Okay. It's like, okay, now what though? Also, Lucifer is like in the Bible. That's like a very weird thing to name a telescope. But
9/11.
Wow, that's really anomalous.
I mean, it's weird, yeah. So, what does it mean? What does it mean? Do, 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 do. I need to just have this on standby. Hell yeah.
Are you aware of the fact that children cartoons contain subliminal messages of sex and violence?
Dude, this was my shit when I was a kid too. Oh my, when I was a kid, this was my shit. I loved these conspiracy theories. Bro, Snopes. I can't believe Snopes is still around. I swear, if anybody can find... Wait, is there like an internet archive? Okay, hold on. Internet archive. Can I find like a screenshot and view a screenshot of Snopes in like 2006? Is that possible? Wayback Machine? Oh, yes, baby. Wait. It's not working. I think it's just because it's a huge website. Anyway, you'll find the link. Oh my god, dude. These were so good. The Disney one was the best section. The Disney section of Snopes was one of my favorite sites on the whole internet in like 2006. It was so good.
That's super fucking anomalous. Fall of the Cabal does allude to a few things that are real. Like, yes, Monsanto and Bayer are companies that make carcinogenic herbicides. That's true. But then that's just casually mixed in with, blood libel.
Do you realize that these foreskins are actually sold? That it's a trade? What's next? Drinking baby blood?
Look, what is the point of this? There's no logical connection between any of these points. It's just a bunch of ominous innuendo leading the viewer to the vague conclusion that something isn't adding up. We've been lied to. And that is always the preface. We've been lied to. What is the purpose of opening with that? Well, if you can make your audience feel like everything they've ever been told is a lie, like science is fake, like school is indoctrination, the news is propaganda, the so-called fact checkers are dangerous.
I mean, there's also an element of it where you like just feel better than everybody else. You're like, oh, I realize something. I see the world better than everybody. Like there's all of this fake out there, but I can see through it and I see the truth. Like there's like narcissism deep down in all of this for sure. Like, and that attitude and that narcissism is everywhere also. It's like American individuality and individualism in a big way too.
called fact checkers are dangerous.
It leaves the audience in a very vulnerable position because now they have nowhere to turn for reliable information because you've convinced.
And like I say this as somebody who goes on the internet acting like I know everything professionally now, you know? Like I am that dude.
Them not to trust anyone, and now they don't know what to believe. And if you're a propagandist, that's exactly where you want them, because most people are uncomfortable with doubt and uncertainty. It leaves you open to alternative explanations, even bad ones, because any explanation feels better than none. So this is the critical moment when you make the logical leap into hyperspace. You've broken the audience down, and now you get to build them back up. You get to be the Morpheus.
Unfortunately, capitalism is real though. Yeah.
And you may as well go ham, because at
Yeah.
this point, they'll just believe anything you say.
Get ready for some conspiracy facts. The North American...
Dude, I love this video. Wait, I actually, the more that I see it, I low-key do want to watch it.
Boy Love Association. This is their mascot. Why are children exposed to Illuminati symbols, chemtrails, cannibalism? George Soros, the Rothschild family. Follow the money. Adrenochrome is real. It is the ultimate drug. The same Church of
It's not safe for Twitch.
Clinton is so fond.
Damn it.
If you can really jump from one timeline to another parallel one, you can time travel. I have grown to fully trust Don, master of all masters. He is a genius, a 5D chess player, a man with a huge heart. Q is not a cult.
I found a section for old Snopes articles. 2001. Yeah, that's some whack shit. Oh, yes, baby. This is what I'm talking about. The Disney. Oh, I think it brought it. Oh, shit. The links don't work. Dang it. The links don't work. I'm trying to go to this, but back then. Yeah, dude. This is awesome. These were sick. And as a child, it was awesome because I was like, you know, like horny, but also like very conspiracy brained. And this is the perfect overlap. That's why I like the Disney section. It was like, oh, they're all being. Yeah, Disney films. Yes, dude. Oh, yes, bro. I would go through this all the time. Letters, I'm clicking on every single one of these. It got deeper too. It would get a lot more of them. SEX in the stars. Yep, you can see it. You can literally see it. It's in when he sleeps on the thing. It says sex. It says sex. Now, why are they doing that? Is it because animators are kind of weird? And they're bored at work and want to see what they can slip through?
Cult.
Yes.
The most insidious thing about this form of indoctrination is that, to the people susceptible to it, it feels like critical thinking. They think they're connecting the dots, asking questions the sheeple can't handle. They notice the anomalies.
Dude, I remember falling in love with Princess Jasmine at the old age of like 8. Yeah, that's because off screen, if you turn up your volume a lot, there's a scene when a tiger is on the balcony and you can hear one of the princess's staff say, "Take off your clothes, children." Good teenagers, take off your clothes. You know, I'm not even fucking joking, dude. That's why you fell in love with Jasmine. Yes. No, we're going back to it. We're going back to it. It's probably one of these. Aladdin tells teenagers to take off their clothes. In the film, the hero whispers, "Good teenagers, take off your clothes." Audio clip, normal speed. Okay, here we go.
Good teenagers, take off their clothes.
Do you hear it?
Good teenagers, take off their clothes.
Did you hear it?
Good teenagers, take off their clothes.
Pretty weird. Decide for yourself. Do your own research.
They followed the money.
Is that backwards? No.
No one told them what to think, except you kind of did tell them what to think. You just did it in a way that made them feel like it was their idea. And when people feel like something is their idea, they internalize it as part of their identity. They become...
Wait, what the fuck? Actual NSFW? Oh, yeah. This one's real, too. This one is real. In the Rescuers. The boobies in the Rescuers. Oh, yeah. It's just 2 frames. They hid in some boobies. Not even very slyly, either. Mm-hmm.
Of it. Where they once may have been open to skepticism, they'll now be on guard against it, ready to dismiss it reflexively as shilling. So the point of the argument from anomalies is not to support a conclusion with evidence. The point is to trigger a crisis of belief that primes the audience for a kind of conversion experience, an initiation into the cult of mystery, of secret alternative knowledge. And that conversion experience is called the awakening, going down the rabbit hole, taking the red pill. It's hard to overstate the influence of 1999 cyberpunk science fiction film The Matrix, a great movie whose legacy is
which is a trans allegory. Both of the directors were trans. Are trans now. Not were trans. They are trans now.
Fortunately tainted by association with every manner of Looney Tunes before.
I love The Matrix. What are we watching? I'm scared. We're watching the new Contrapoints video. Contrapoints is an iconic YouTuber. Got a long history of posting really awesome videos. This is the new one. It's about conspiracy theories. I fucking love Animatrix. Animatrix is great. I fuck with the second movie. I fuck with the third movie. I like the weird religious allegory that they extend through the second and third movies. I think it's awesome. The fight scenes were great. Can we do Matrix for a movie night? Probably. I don't know. It's a pretty big property, but they should make a 4. They did. And honestly, it's not anywhere near the original trilogy. And also a lot of people shit on the second and third movies for The Matrix 2, to be fair. None of them ever reach the height of the first movie. But the fourth movie actually is it's dog shit, brother. I don't know. I think if you go in, you can have fun with it. It's very postmodern. It references itself. It's kind of like, I can understand why you would think it's corny as hell. I enjoyed it. Yeah, I did. I thought it kind of surprised me in a way. It surprised me.
Buffoonery. The Matrix became the centerpiece of 21st century.
It doesn't take itself seriously, which is very weird from a Matrix movie. You know? It stands really different from the rest of them, in a very weird way.
It is, because its allegory of awakening from a dream is a universal archetype. In Western philosophy, there's Plato's cave, Descartes' demon. Lenin says the revolution will arrive with the workers' awakening of class consciousness. In Hindu and Buddhist thought...
Less of a Hollywood feel? No, I mean, I kind of like that. I mean, it still feels like a blockbuster movie, but it's they're kind of making fun of remake culture, and I don't know. I felt like it was very self-referential, and it was kind of fun.
The illusion is called Maya, a deceit that conceals the true nature of things. What's called enlightenment by Western Buddhists
Of
is
course,
a
Altar Boy.
19th century translation of the Pali term Bodhi, which is more literally translated as awakening. So the Matrix can mean whatever you want it to mean. The directors of the movie now claim that it's an allegory for transgender awakening. But whatever your interpretation, taking the red pill...
Wait, I have something to... I have a show and tell I can bring for you. Hold on 1 second.
Is to awake from a dream world. It's a revelation that explains the feeling you've had all your life that something is vaguely wrong.
You don't know what it is, but it's there, like a splinter in your mind.
By taking the red pill, Neo undergoes a rite of passage, symbolically dying in the dream world to be reborn in the desert of the real. For Neo, this also entails the realization that he is, in fact, the main character of reality, which also probably speaks to something in the conspiracist mindset. When conspiracy theorists tell you to wake up, they're not trying to persuade you about the causes of a particular historical event. They're urging you to transform the way you think about the world in general. Dylan Lewis Monroe's Q-Web diagram connects the dots from Atlantis to the Rothschilds to the Vatican to 9/11 to reptilian extraterrestrials to Obama's fake birth certificate. It's all connected. In the Q-Web, the Western pyramidal hierarchy has been replaced with a mesmerizing Eastern tangle, which the authors of Conspirituality compare to a Buddhist mandala meant to guide the viewer to awakening. So, what is it?
Dang it, never mind. I can't find it. I have a DVD copy of The Matrix that's super old, was our family's DVD copy. And I got it signed by both of the Wachowski siblings. Way, way, way back.
Conspiracy theorists are awakening too.
Yeah, I got it signed at a screening of Cloud Atlas when it was coming out in Chicago. Yeah. I think it's in the other room.
Wake up.
Love Cloud Atlas. I do. I low-key, I love Cloud Atlas too.
So wake up.
I think we should watch Cloud Atlas on stream. I want to do a Cloud Atlas screening on stream for movie night. That movie actually made me cry. There are parts of it that are really good. And there are parts of it that are really, really silly and bad. Also, you guys are not going to convince me on any of this. Speed Racer is one of my favorite movies of all time. I fucking love Speed Racer.
Up to what? Well, like every convert, conspiracists are awakening to a new worldview, which I'm calling conspiracy.
It's so unique. Yes, the editing is so unique. It's so fucking awesome. R.I.P. Emil Hirsch. He died? He died?
Because it's not a theory, it's a way of thinking.
He didn't die.
Constantly change, but the fundamental mindset
I don't think he died.
is the same. In his 1964
He's dead to me? What did he do?
In American politics, historian Richard Hofstadter said that conspiracist thinking was not unique to his own era of hysteria about looming one-world communist government. He tracked its roots all the way back to the founding of the United States.
He died in Into the Wild. Yeah, I saw that movie too. But you know that the actors don't die. That only happens in The Dark Knight. That actor actually did die because of that movie.
About the Bavarian Illuminati infiltrating the Freemasons and plotting to replace Christianity with Jacobinical atheism. In 1798, Timothy Dwight, president of Yale University, said, quote, "Shall our sons become the disciples of Voltaire and the dragoons?
It's true.
Or our daughters the concubines of the Illuminati?" The concubines of the Illuminati. I, for one, welcome my new sex lord, Adam Weishaupt. When I heard he was professor of canon law at Ingolstadt, I was like, oh my god, that's so fucking hot. That same year, George Washington received a letter from a German reverend warning him of a, quote, society of Freemasons that distinguishes itself by the name of Illuminati, whose plan is to overturn all government and all religion. This conspiracy theory was popularized by John Robeson's 1797 book, Proofs of a Conspiracy, against all the religions and governments of Europe carried on in the secret meetings of Freemasons, Illuminati, and reading societies collected from good authorities.
From good authorities?
Good authorities. Washington wrote back, quote,
I have heard much of the nefarious and dangerous plan and doctrines of the Illuminati.
But he assured the minister that the Freemasons in America were not involved. So, conspiracism has existed for a long time. Illuminati conspiracy nonsense crossed George Washington's desk, but we could go back even further than that. In the year 64, there were conspiracy theories that the Great Fire...
Yeah, I mean, the Freemasons are real. To be one, ask one, and also be a male and white and Christian. Oh, wait.
Of Rome was an inside job ordered by Emperor Nero. Olive oil can't melt marble columns. Nero, of course.
The lodges are sick. Yeah.
Christians were...
If you ever get the chance to go to a Masonic lodge, they're usually very cool. They're actually cool buildings, usually. And they're in city, like all across cities. Yeah, they're cool.
The Jews of ancient Rome. Well, the Jews were also the Jews. They often are. So this is not a new way of thinking. The internet did not start this. It's actually kind of amazing how consistent conspiracist rhetoric is across centuries. Another passage from that letter to Washington reads,
Our present time, pregnant with the most shocking evils and calamities, threatens ruin to our liberty and government. Secret, the most secret plans are in agitation.
Like it sounds like someone translated Alex Jones into 18th century English. According to Hofstadter, the paranoid style is characterized by, quote, heated exaggeration, suspiciousness, and conspiratorial fantasy, as well as feelings of persecution. It's overheated, over-suspicious, over-aggressive, grandiose, and apocalyptic in expression. Sound like anyone you know? But I think conspiracism is more than just a rhetorical style. It also has certain core beliefs. Political scientist Michael Barkun says the 3 principles of conspiracism are: nothing happens by accident, nothing is as it seems, and everything is connected. I agree, but I want to use a slightly different definition because I do my own research. I'll call the 3 principles of conspiracism intentionalism, dualism, and symbolism. Now pay attention, because this will be on the test. Intentionalism is the idea that everything that happens is the result of a deliberate plan, that there are shadowy agents of evil scheming behind every misfortune. There are no accidents, and no significant event is the result of mere human ignorance or incompetence, or of systemic forces beyond human intention. Dualism is the idea that all of human history and politics are best understood as an epic battle between good and evil, the forces of light against the forces of darkness. When bad things happen, when there are wars, disasters, poverty, these are simply the result of evil people doing evil things because they're evil. And finally, symbolism is the idea that everything has meaning and everything is connected. So politics and history are sort of astrological in nature. There are no coincidences. Everything is teeming with signs and symbols that we can decode to discover the truth and define the future. Now, these are all pretty common patterns of thinking that most of us slip into sometimes. And not everyone who flirts with conspiracy theories is a full-blown conspiracist, but people
Hold chat. Hold.
people who believe in all-encompassing super conspiracies like QAnon, the kind of people who think the Deep State Mapping Project is an accurate depiction of reality,
This shit's not working.
are full-blown conspiracists. Now, let's explore the labyrinth of their madness in excruciating detail. It's okay, I've had a spiritual awakening. I've learned to enjoy losing subscribers.
Conspiracist Principle 1. Intentionalism.
Hello, my pretties.
God damn it, more talk.
Conspiracist Congresswoman.
Gifted a tier 1.
God damn it, more talk. Thank you for gifting a sub, Prodigy. Look, I got it fucking right here, man. I was just doing it. Frick. They won't even let me pay the mods.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie, if you're watching this, I've already put a hex on you. It's too late. In October, Marjorie posted a series of tweets arguing that severe hurricanes in the southern United States were deliberately geoengineered by government agencies to suppress Republican voters. Damn, I wish it worked. A year earlier, Marjorie, tweeted that climate change is a scam perpetrated by, quote,
very powerful people that are getting rich beyond their wildest dreams, convincing many that carbon is the enemy.
How can this woman believe that anthropogenic climate change is a hoax, but the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is planning each specific hurricane? Well, because she's an idiot, but also because she's a conspiracist, and conspiracists believe that nothing happens by accident. So they cannot grasp the concept that carbon emissions might cause climate problems as an unintended byproduct of industrialization. But they have no problem whatsoever believing that big government Satanists are using HARP to create hurricanes, and the Rothschilds are starting forest fires in California with Jewish moon lasers.
Yeah, I mean, they did this. I've seen a lot of people. There are a ton of conspiracy theories about LA. We covered them whenever it was happening. A lot. Even leftist creators were, I would not say sharing conspiracy theories, but we're sharing misinformation about the budget in particular, like actual systemic analysis and getting into the details of what is the truth of this shit was actually rejected on its face. It was so bizarre to watch. In the LA fires.
This is intentionalism. The idea that everything that happens is the result.
It's also what did we do during the LA fires? We were there is a conspiracy. Landlords are price gouging this disaster. And we went and we found and we cataloged a fuckload of landlords. We went to the Zillow, to the rental websites, and we got we got almost 3 dozen that night, right? It was insane.
Result of someone's plan. And if it's not immediately obvious whose plan it is, that must be because the plan is secret. Conspiracists see world events as a big puppet show. For every war, every terrorist attack, every recession, every pandemic, every election, revolution, or so-called natural disaster.
Ever get anything back on the reports, by the way? I wasn't here. We interviewed the person who was organizing that. They were a housing justice activist and organizer in LA. And we had them on the stream and interviewed them, but that was pretty soon after, so there wasn't much follow-up. But it would be worth a follow-up. That's a good point. I should reach back out and see.
Be a man behind the curtain pulling all the strings. In the most general sense, intentionalism is a way of explaining why things happen. Why does a volcano erupt? Well, a scientist who cares about facts and data like a cuckold might say that the collision of tectonic plates forces magma through cracks in the Earth's crust, leading to an eruption.
What a coincidence. Move along, sheeple. Nothing to see here.
An intentionalist explanation would be that volcanoes erupt because someone makes them erupt. And who that someone is depends on the specifics of your worldview.
Oh my god, Jupiter Meg. The hottest character of all time, holy.
A theist might say that a volcano erupts because the mountain is angry, or the god of the mountain is angry. A monotheist might just say, because God is angry. Not all monotheists, but you know the type.
Go devil spawn, you just keep pushing on to the hell where you will for.
Meg from Family Guy, yeah.
A theist might say that volcanoes erupt because the globalists are using volcanic smoke signals to numerologically communicate the dates of upcoming wars, recessions, and terrorist attacks.
I predicted in 2022, globalists would use Mount Etna smoke rings to signal war. They have done it before. 8 June 2000 equals 1 year, 3 months, 3 days before the 9/11 attacks, where buildings collapsed. Collapse equals 133. 8 June.
What? Huh? Wait, so what? How does collapse equal 133? They're just doing numerology? Because there's no way. Okay. If you added up the numerology, there's no way that would equal 133. And also, you're taking. Damn, this is some stupid conspiracy theories. I love it.
before the 9/11 attacks.
I love it.
Buildings collapsed. Collapse equals 133. 8 June 2000. Mount Etna smoke ring stunt occurred on Kanye West's birthday. What a coincidence. Kanye West and Mount Etna have the exact same numerology.
That's awesome. That's so sick.
Checkmate. Geologists, at this point I don't even know who we're checkmating. Conspiracism is pre-modern thought applied to postmodern politics. Karl Popper said, the conspiracy theory of society comes from abandoning God and then asking, who is in his place? Well, apparently the globalists, or the deep state, or the Illuminati, the Freemasons, the Vatican, the World Economic Forum, the Bilderberg Group, the Satanic Cabal, the, you know. The New York, Hollywood, international banking, Rothschild, Soros, communist Zionists. You know the ones. So there is disagreement among conspiracists about who they are, about who controls the world, who is the puppet master. But they all agree that someone is. It's a kind of intelligent design theory of world events. Conspiracism is to politics, economics, and apparently meteorology what creationism is to biology. And it's motivated by a lot of the same anxieties and misunderstandings. Like creationists will say, well, if God didn't create mankind in his own image, then I suppose it's just a random accident that one day monkeys gave birth to Meemaw. Okay, but that's not what the theory of evolution says. Science Cuck Chuck's book is not titled On the Origin of Species by Random Accident. Oopsie, new species originated. No, it's On the Origin of Species by Natural Selection. Natural selection is not random accident, it's a long-term process where heritable characteristics better suited to a particular... Why am I bothering to explain this? Why am I even making this video? Why do anything at all? I guess for the pleasure of rolling the boulder up the mountain once again. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. Okay, well, don't tell me what to imagine. Look, the point is, evolution doesn't need a plan. I mean, you could argue that evolution is God's plan, and okay, seems like a weird plan, but it's not weirder than ordering Abraham to sacrifice his kid and saying, just kidding, at the last moment. It was just a prank, bro. Father almost sacrificed his son. Prank gone wrong. Hilarious. Liked and subscribed. Now, things get a little more complicated with history and politics, because obviously a lot of things that happen in politics are the result of someone's deliberate plan. Whether or not...
Dude, the craziest thing about that whole like biblical story and like even like Contra bringing it up right now is that she did it at the top of the hour. And like an ad break is going to come in like 5 minutes. And if you don't subscribe for $5.99 or for free with a Twitch Prime, you're going to watch an ad break. Right at the top of the hour. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Super crazy. But you can subscribe and you can support the stream and it helps me lots. It helps me lots.
Even 9/11 conspiracy theories, I think we all agree that someone decided to fly planes into those buildings, or holograms, or whatever it is you people think happened. Russia invaded Ukraine, presumably because Vlad Putin made a plan. Not a good plan, clearly, but technically some kind of plan. And the invasion of Ukraine is typical of the way actual plans tend to play out. One, it's a plan of a single faction, not of some unitary global elite. And two, the plan is marked by human frailty.
Butterdog, thank you for the gifted sub.
It unfolds in ways the planners didn't anticipate. This is not how conspiracists understand plans. In his best-selling crackpot ravings, Behold a Pale Horse, conspiracist William Cooper describes his intentionalist view of history. Quote, a grand game of chess is being played on a level that we can barely imagine, and we are the pawns. He then absurdly suggests that before continuing the book, the reader should play, quote, at least 2 complete games of chess. You must learn the rules they play by. Yes, they is in all caps. Conspiracists are incapable of any other typographical style. Conspiracists think that if political power seems divided and incompetent, that's just because we're stuck in the dream world at the bottom of the pyramid, unaware of the evil chess demons secretly controlling everything. Listen to how 18th century conspiracist Augustin Barruel described the secret causes of the revolution. Quote, even the most horrid deeds perpetrated during the French Revolution Everything was foreseen and resolved on, was combined and premeditated. They were the offspring of deep-thought villainy, since they had been prepared and were produced by men who alone held the clue of those plots and conspiracies, lurking in the secret meetings where they had been conceived. This is not how things actually happen, though, Augustin. An event like the French Revolution is too complicated to be the result of a perfectly executed master plan. But just like creationists, conspiracists often fail to even understand the alternative to intelligent design. Conspiracist Gary Allen writes, "There are really only two theories of history. Either things happen by accident and neither planned nor caused by anybody, or they happen because they are planned and somebody causes them to happen." This is a false dichotomy. We don't have to choose.
Why only two? Well, I mean, listen, there are only two kinds of living creatures. Things that are monkeys and things that aren't monkeys. Okay? You know what I mean? Have you thought about it that way, huh? Why didn't you just think about it that way?
Between the conspiracist view of history as a masterful game of chess and the straw man alternative that everything happens by accident for no reason. That's not what mainstream historians are saying. They don't think the French Revolution was an accident, they just think the causes are complex. From the Enlightenment to inherent tensions of the estate system to harvest failures in the 1780s. And yes, obviously various people involved in the revolution made plans, but none of those people were masterminds secretly controlling every twist and turn. Which, if you put on your Sherlock Holmes hat, you should probably be able to deduce from the fact that most of them were guillotined. Masterful gambit, citizens. Intentionalism especially runs rampant in the way people talk about the economy, a topic where most people are a little conspiracist. You know, why did the price of eggs go up? It must be because the president turned up the big red inflation dial on his desk.
Oh, dude, wait.
Not that
Somebody, okay, so Casey Tenants is doing a really amazing part of their organizing right now, which is Operation Egg. And so they've like partnered with a bunch of this food justice organization, and they are like giving, you can like buy eggs from Casey Tenants for $3.50 per dozen. And they're like using the tenant money and offering it to all their members. And if you need eggs, they can give it to you for free. And I was like, this is so sick. But during the meeting, somebody, one of the organizers, the leaders, like told us about it and like kind of introduced it to us. And she just like asked the group, like, why are eggs so expensive? And a bunch of people said bird flu. But this one guy said, he just like raised his hand and they called on him and he said, because someone said so. And I thought that was so fucking funny. And then she was basically like, yeah, no, that's exactly right. It's because these fucking that's right, yeah, you know. She's like, yeah, it's because these big egg companies and like the consolidation of American agriculture, and like they've just taken over and they can decide whatever it was, you know. We've only lost like, you know, 15%. I mean, I say only, it's still a lot, but you know, bird flu is not as big of a deal as the prices reflect in the industry. Like there are economic experts who have like done like studies that show that what the price should be just as a result of bird flu, and they're taking advantage of it in price gouging. Yeah.
that the president has no control over the
Did you hear about RFK Jr.'s plan for bird flu? Do nothing? Yeah, really great.
Economy. You know, he can appoint the Federal Reserve Chair, he can propose taxes, tariffs, wars, that sort of thing. But a lot of times...
Why is it such a big deal now? I mean, it's really bad right now. Bird flu it's also mutating very fast. There are like a few human cases of it. It's killing a fuckload of birds, and it's going into cattle also. You know, so it could wipe out our like our agriculture industry and cats. Yeah. If you have a cat that's like an outdoor cat, you should really try to bring it inside as much as possible. Cats can get bird flu.
the president for the price of gas and eggs makes about as much sense as sacrificing the king because the river flooded. It feels good to blame someone, but in reality, there's not a single person on this earth who can precisely predict, much less control, the economy. And that's sort of creepy, right? Like the whole world revolves around money, but money is this weird abstraction you have to do math to understand. Most people aren't up for that, so we talk about the economy like it's an angry volcano god. Conspiracists really love...
Also, Chad, if you do want to know more about bird flu, honestly, one of the best resources that I go to for stuff like that is Homozygote, who's a Twitch streamer, PhD student in... molecular biology. He streams twice a week. Really entertaining, really great. Really awesome streamer. Highly recommend you go over there and drop a follow.
Literalize the invisible hand. William Cooper claims that for the secret elites, it is
as easy to predict and control
his bird flu content's great.
as to predict and control the trajectory of a projectile.
He got his PhD. He's Dr. Homo. Hell yeah.
Missile on target.
So who is launching this missile? Whose hand is the invisible hand? Well, conspiracists usually say
W.
that
Marcus.
It's the international banking cabal, or the Rothschild-controlled central banks, or a bunch of other words that basically mean Jews. Again, more on that later. To actually understand the economy, you would have to use scientific, systematic thinking, not animistic, intentionalist conspiracy thinking. In a way, every systematic theorist, from Milton Friedman to Karl Marx, is closer to being correct than literally every conspiracy theorist.
I don't think I know.
Even
Lex, I don't think I do know who that is. Chase? The COVID furry? Sounds awesome. You can drop their link here. I'll follow.
The most systematic thinkers still rely on intentionalist metaphors to communicate their ideas. When Adam Smith wanted to describe how the preference for doing business at home leads merchants pursuing their self-interest to also unintentionally promote the good of their country, he said, "They're led by an invisible hand." When Karl Marx wanted to describe the extraction of surplus value from the working class, he said,
"Capital is dead labor that acts like a vampire. It comes..."
This is one of his best lines in Capital. When he gets all spooky with it. When Marx gets spooky with it, this is like some of his best shit. Capital is dead labor that acts like a vampire. Comes to life when it drinks living labor. And the more living labor it drinks, the more it comes to life.
Comes to life when it drinks living labor, and the more living labor it drinks, the more it comes to life.
An invisible hand that guides us.
Oh, hell yeah.
Vampires drinking blood. These are anthropomorphic metaphors that describe an unintentional pattern as if it were an intentional action. So why use these metaphors? Well, because this is how humans think. We make sense of the world by imagining it as a reflection of ourselves. We see the earth as a mother and the sun as a father. We imagine an economy with hands, capital with fangs, and the universe itself with a mind like our own but greater, which we call God. I don't think it's stupid to think this way. I just think it's human. Humans think humanishly. So some level of intentionalism is probably inevitable. We sort of can't help it. It's one reason why conspiracy explanations of events are so appealing, and it's compounded by a few other motives. Motive one is the denial of chaos. I'm sorry, I know we're like 3 subsections deep. Unlike better YouTubers, I have...
How far into the vid are we? I'm scared to look.
Internet-friendly...
Oh my god. I'm scared to look. We're only 1 hour in.
Numbered list. It's scary to become an adult and to realize that, in fact, your parents don't know what they're doing and no one knows what they're doing. There really are no grown-ups, not in the way you thought when you were a kid. It's unnerving to think that no one is steering the ship. So even if the deep state puppeteers are evil, it's maybe reassuring to think that at least someone somewhere is in control. Someone is daddy.
You know, it's like daddy arrived and he's taking his belt off.
Motive 2 is the denial of collective action. Why would Augustin Barruel want to think that the French Revolution was an Illuminati master plan? Well, because he was a Catholic monarchist. So it was ideologically more convenient for him to think secret societies planned the revolution than to accept that it wasn't any sense of the people. It's like the American conservatives in the 1950s who could not imagine why anyone would choose to be a communist, so they assumed it must be water fluoridation and Manchurian brainwashing. Or like the conservatives today, who see every progressive social movement, from LGBT rights to Antifa to Black Lives Matter, as top-down plots perpetrated by Soros-funded crisis actors on behalf of the globo-homo woke agenda. Motive 3 is proportionality bias, the tendency to assume that major events must have major causes. The idea that a world historic disaster like the COVID-19 pandemic could be caused by something so trivial and accidental as a bat virus being transmitted to humans via pangolins or whatever, it feels narratively imbalanced. It's more satisfying to imagine that it all unfolded according to a master plan of a secret global conspiracy to control the human race.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Iran funded protest movements. Yeah, like who's funding this? There's no way that this many people are just going out and, you know, demonstrating their unwillingness to like live within a world that does genocides. You know what I mean? That reminded me bringing up the daddy thing, and I don't make YouTube videos, but I keep thinking of making one about how right-wing patriarchal society is a stern father. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. I used to have a little tiny book. It was like this big, and it was pink. And it was like a book I would keep in my bathroom because you could read it in like one sitting. But it was about the dynamic of America as the motherland and the USSR as the fatherland, and like the dynamic, this like fatherly motherly dynamic between the two countries during the Cold War. And I always just thought it was very fascinating. And it was like pro USSR. It was very fascinating and very interesting. I think there's something you're onto there. Yeah, there's something you're onto there.
Masks and arrows on the floor of the grocery store. Wake up, sheeple. Motive 4 is the need for someone to blame. This, I think, is the big one. Whose fault is it? Is a very important human question.
The elites are the reason I get no women. I know this may sound crazy, but
retaliation is an instinctive reaction to injury.
Yeah, Malice, that's true.
Wrong, we look for someone to punish, even if it's not really anyone's fault. When a storm destroyed his bridge, the Persian king Xerxes supposedly ordered his men to whip the sea as punishment, according to Herodotus, so probably that didn't happen. You can't trust what a Greek says about Persians, I'm always saying that. But there's also real examples. During the Black Death, Jews were falsely blamed for poisoning wells and were massacred in pogroms across Europe. In 2020, Trump called COVID the China virus, using a similar kind of scapegoat logic to direct populist rage at foreigners, which is the entire thing he does. It's all he does. At the height of the pandemic, millions of people viewed the Plandemic trilogy of conspiracy documentaries, which falsely claimed the virus was deliberately
I bet these guys printed money for this, by the way.
Engineered as part of a global conspiracy to take our freedoms. Plandemic provided scapegoats by making cartoonish villains out of everyone from Anthony Fauci to Bill Gates to the WHO, WEF, CDC, CCP, John D. Rockefeller, Big Pharma global communist agenda. And it's not that no one deserves any blame for the way the pandemic was handled. The 10 richest men in the world doubled their wealth in the same 2 years that millions of people slid into poverty. I think that's worth being angry about. But the conspiracist tendency is not to blame opportunists taking advantage of unjust systems and perverse incentives, and it's certainly not to blame the systems and incentives themselves. No, conspiracists demand blood, so they seek out secret covens of witches and reptiles and Satanists whom they imagine are motivated by pure ontological evil.
Wait, what is this? Pentagon ran secret anti-vax campaign to undermine China during the pandemic? Yeah. This was really effective in Vietnam too, I think. I know they did it in the Philippines, but like I also remember seeing like videos from my friends posting in Vietnam of like a group of Vietnamese people who are at their like designated time to get a vaccine being told that they like ran out of Johnson & Johnson or Pfizer and that they only had Sinovac, and everybody gets fucking pissed. Everybody gets fucking mad, like in a way, like in a collective action way that I've never seen in Vietnam before.
Speaking of which, Conspiracist Principle 2, Dualism. Dualism is the idea that society, and maybe even reality itself, is a struggle of good against evil, light against dark.
There's a battle being fought over our heads for world dominance. A battle between good and evil.
Either you are with us or you are with the terrorists.
I'll quote another Marjorie tweet because she thinks with the same subtlety that she does pull-ups. Quote, "We are in a battle between good and evil. The Democrats are the party of pedophiles murdering the innocent unborn, etc., etc. The Democrat Party is flat out evil, and yesterday they tried to murder President Trump." Imagine the Democrats attempting something as proactive as an assassination. Not really their MO, is it? Dualism is a view of human behavior devoid of moral ambiguity, where people do bad things not because of ignorance or a misbegotten sense of righteousness, but because they have consciously sworn allegiance to the forces of evil. And it must be a great confidence boost to people who think this way, to know that because they haven't sworn allegiance to evil, they must be on the side of righteousness in everything they do. Sometimes people call this Manichaean thinking, in reference to the religion founded by the ancient prophet Mani, who taught that there is not one God, but two opposing powers, the Father of Greatness versus the Prince of Darkness. But I feel like calling it Manichaean evades the fact that most people who think this way are, well, followers of more popular religions. So I'm calling it dualism. Now I'll just say it. Dualism is wrong. The world is not a battle between light and dark. Light and dark are complementary and codependent, and I know that's true because it was revealed to me by the Archangel Metatron in a mystical vision I had after consuming some sacred plant medicine from the Mother Earth. Checkmate, Manichaeans! Sometimes the best way to test an idea is to look at the other things it leads people to believe. So let's look at some dualist thinking in action.
Metatron, more like Metatrans, right?
Buckingham Palace unveiled John Leo's portrait of King Charles III, which depicts the monarch against a red background evoking like a sea of blood and fire. Normal people agreed that this was funny, but conspiracists flocked to social media to speculate that Kate Middleton was dead and the portrait was painted with her blood, and that vertically mirroring painting along its right edge reveals the face of Satan, Prince of Darkness.
Wait, where? I don't see it. Where's Satan? Oh, there he is in the background. There he is. I'm trying to have that happen to me. Yeah, actually, low-key, painting a picture with my blood, kind of beautiful. I wouldn't be.
Conspiracist Naomi Wolf.
Ask me first, you know what I mean? With consent.
Quote, "These Satanists just don't sleep. My God." It's really bad for your skin to not sleep. That's probably why they need the adrenochrome. So look, I agree that the king is bad. We're on the same page there. But he's not bad because he's a secret Satan worshiper who hides demonic images in oil.
Okay, if you could pick one cryptid, conspiracy theory, weird concept that exists but doesn't really exist. If you could pick one, what would that to be actually real? If you could pick one that could be actually real tomorrow, what would it be? I think mine would be vampires. Flat Earth, easier walk. I think mine would be vampires. The moon landing. Why do you want vampires to be real? I don't know. I kind of like the idea of like there being like some humans among us who have lived for like way super long time. And also, they're sexy. So that vampires are always sexy. And I think it's cool. The idea of like, ooh, they've been alive for 400 years or 500 years or 1,000 years. And they are, you know what I mean? Politics would get really fucked up and crazy if vamps were real. True Blood proves that. Dude, I kind of want to watch. I think I might start watching True Blood. Not beating the Vor allegations. I don't like Vor. That's Vorlo. That's Vorlo. That's Vorlo. You're mistaking me.
Paintings. No, the king is bad because, prepare yourself, Brits, yank take incoming, because monarchy is bad. But conspiracists.
Wait, I don't have an eating people fetish. I don't want to eat people. I want to be eaten. There's a difference. There's a difference, okay?
Problems can arise from a form of government itself. For conspiracists,
selfish top.
The problem is never the structure of power, but rather that the people currently in power just so happen to be evil Satanists.
Okay, also, isn't Vor specifically... Vor is like specifically about being like all consumed like Kirby. I want to die and then be roasted over a fire with my innards cleared out and replaced with lemongrass and limes and garlic and, you know, all the good tasty stuff. I want it to be a celebration. You know?
Listen to how QAnon propaganda film Q, The Plan to Save the World, directed by Joe M., describes the root of all societal problems.
It's also not sexual. I'm dead. It's not sexual. It's spiritual. I want to live. I want to have my calories give life and energy to something else. That's not sexual. It's not sexual. What's the difference? I don't get turned on by this conversation or that thought. It's not sexual. What do you mean? How do I describe it's not sexual? I just like so it's just a wish. Yeah. But it's more like I just like fucking throw me to the wolves or whatever, but yeah, I'm not sexually excited by it. It's more of like a spiritual, this is how I would like my life to, like my body, the physical meat bag. This is how I would like it to be used. I want to be lived on. I want my calories to be lived on. I don't want to just be burnt. You know? Yeah, exactly. Circle of life kind of shit. I feel like humans take they I don't know. Cremation I feel like is like you just take and you never give back. You know? I think that's a little fricked up. It's a little fricked up. Throw me in the sea so the crabs can eat me. I'm fine with that too. Like I say, I think like, you know, the top it's there's the ranking of like species, and I am speciesist, right? So some animals are cooler than other animals. Sorry. And humans are the top cool. And then it goes down from there. Wolves would be cool. A bear? That'd be cool. Lions would be amazing. Yeah, lions would be sick.
Problems.
We were taught that capitalism was the cause of a massive rich-poor divide and the reason for poverty.
What about one of those liquid? What is liquid cremation?
Man, bull.
Angry Nimrod, thank you for the tier 1.
Tomato, I'm throwing tomato.
I've never heard of this. What is liquid cremation?
Nimrod just subscribed for 9 months.
They put you in a Vitamix? Human smoothie? Do they really blend you? No way. They break you down with water, even your bones? How long does that take? What? That happens to me every time I shower. Throw my ass in a slap chop? Dude, no. No, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. I want to be eaten fresh. You know what I mean? And the parts that are left over, then the deconstructing animals can take. And then the mold and whatever the mushroom grows on me or whatever. You know? It's like that, you know, the videos of the whales dying on the bottom of the ocean? And you see all the different animals that come through at different periods of time. That's me. I want that. That's awesome. And can you imagine providing community and like life to that many different creatures? That's one of the best parts of being a whale.
Others were taught that communism, the system of equal wealth across all people, was really to blame for the mess. But you see, folks, it is none of these things. What you must learn is that it was the criminals all along. What you must learn is that it has always been them. A colossal global criminal class.
Joe M. argues that inequality, crime, and war are not the result of any particular political order, but are the result of satanic criminals taking over government, industry, media, and banking and deliberately oppressing us, the good people, by attacking the...
If it wasn't taboo, I don't care about taboo, would you try human meat from a consenting person just to see what it was like? This is gonna sound weird, but I think I would only do that for a friend. If it's just a random stranger, I would be like, that's kind of weird. And I understand why that sounds really weird, but it's my honest answer. I think I would rather know the guy or girl. It's weird. It's weird. It's a weird take I have. I don't know.
Poisoning our food and murdering our beautiful dead wife JFK.
Carnivores seek help. Prodigy, are you vegan? I did not know you were vegan.
Peace, sweet.
Oh, you're vegetarian. Oh, really?
The world is currently experiencing a dramatic covert war of biblical proportions. Literally the fight for Earth between the forces of good and evil.
We are not doing this. We are not doing this.
The apocalyptic tone.
Also, if we were to do that, which we're not, if we were to do that, and we're not, the question is, which billionaire would taste the best? But we're not. We're not doing that.
Conceals a kind of optimism. If we could just purge the deep state, then all the world's problems would be solved. No more war, no more poverty, no more crime, because all of that is the deliberate plan of the ontologically evil cabal and their mainstream media shills.
We realized that the problem was never capitalism.
Nah, you guys are wrong. Trump would be delicious.
Socialism, Democrat or Republican, black or white, Muslim or Christian. We know it was just very powerful criminals who had too much power.
It can be tempting to think that conspiracists are confused socialists, since they're seemingly so bothered by rich elites. But they're not socialists. They think both capitalists and socialists are bad because they're all puppets of the real satanic power behind the throne. Some conspiracy theories, like QAnon, are very explicit that the enemy is literally Satan. But conspiracist dualism can also be a little more subtle than the least subtle it is possible to be. John Bircher-style anti-communist conspiracy theories of the last century usually didn't mention Satan specifically, but the way they told it, communism may as well have been the devil. When conspiracists like Alex Jones or his major influence Gary Allen rant about communism, they're not talking about actual communist theory or practice. Like, here's how Gary Allen defines communism. And yes, the definition isn't...
Dude, I just love so much that so many of the people, like Alex Jones, who like shared the anti-vax shit, were like also the very first people to stick a needle in themselves once a week for Ozempic. It's so funny to me, dude. It's like hilarious to me. They're just so, I mean, their contradictions go over and over.
All caps. Quote, an international conspiratorial drive for power on the part of men in high places willing to use any means to bring about their desired aim. Global.
This is the worst definition of communism I've ever read.
Conquest. He argues that Karl Marx was merely a patsy, a pamphleteer and hired goon of the Illuminati communist bankers, that no one in power ever sincerely believed that communism is good, because he defines communism as a plan to consciously do evil. Quote, the issue, very simply, is the enslavement of you and your children. The idea of...
Oh my god, Malrish, I didn't even think about that.
By New Age...
The Gila Monster connection.
Who popularized the theory that the secret rulers of the world are literally inhuman, that they're shape-shifting, blood-drinking, extraterrestrial reptiles who are using a metaphysical construct called the Saturn Moon Matrix to imprison humanity in a simulation with bad vibes. Maybe ease up on the red pills there, buddy. I think you've had enough. We need red pill Narcan stat. We're losing him. To illustrate why dualism is wrong, let's use MK Ultra as an example. Why did MK Ultra happen? Did the CIA experiment with mind control?
That's a good line.
They were Satanists?
You've eaten too many red pills. You're just supposed to take the one. You've had like a dozen by now. You're overdosing on red pill, bro. Calm down. That's a really funny joke.
Who delight in doing evil? No, that's not how things happen. In all of human history, almost nothing has happened because of Satanists. The CIA wanted to develop mind control because they were good American patriots with a paranoid conspiratorial streak of their own. They saw videos of American prisoners of war in Korea declaring allegiance to communism. And instead of concluding that this was the result of torture or genuine disillusionment with what America was doing in Korea, the CIA feared that the communists had developed mind control, and they would not allow a mind control gap. So
hell yeah. Well, they did, because I played the documentary video game known as Red Alert 2, Yuri's Revenge. Of course. I know about this. They had literal what do you mean it's not a documentary video game? They had literal footage. They have literal footage of Yuri in the video game. But you're telling me this isn't real? Well, you're telling me this is CG. 8 years ago, CG.
Mr. President, it's General Harville at the Pentagon on line 5.
This is the president.
This is Dugan.
Mr. President, I'm afraid we have a heck of a situation down here.
How bad could it be, Ben?
According to NORAD, we've got Soviet aircraft coming at us from all directions and ground troops pushing up through Mexico. I don't know how they snuck in on us.
You better
this happened.
This with NORAD. This doesn't make any sense. I'll call the Kremlin.
Will do.
This happened. Get invaded, idiot. This is true. The big Moscow phone. It only connects to one line. And also, you can't call anytime you pick up the phone. It's immediately giving Moscow a direct microphone into the Oval Office.
Da, Premier Romanov here.
What's going on over there, Alex?
Why, Mr. President, whatever do you mean?
Alex, I have, you're throwing everything you've got at us, Alex. We're supposed to be allies, you maniac. I'm the one that put you into office.
Listen very carefully. I am not your pet, Mr. President. We Romanovs have our legacy to consider.
I don't give a wooden nickel about your legacy. You call them off. Alex, you call them off. You know, we'll retaliate.
Oh, don't be so sure, Mr. President.
Well, get mind controlled, dork. Get mind controlled.
Sir, verification?
You betcha.
Sweet mother. It's time to hit back. Make it happen.
Yes, sir. This is General Carville. Soviet invasion confirmed. Execute launch order 0.
These scenes are awesome too.
Delta Charlie.
Have confirmation. Missiles prime.
Armed.
Missile command.
10 seconds to launch. Open the missile silos.
This happened.
We have to open the silos or they'll explode under... The silo doors are closed. This is suicide.
They launched the nukes into themselves.
Is it done, Yuri?
No, Comrade Premier. It has only begun.
Fucking got him. Fucking got him.
They were doing evil. They thought of themselves as protecting the free world against an existential threat. And when
will eating this billionaire get you haunted by his blood boy son too? Brian Johnson?
Introducing the next...
I don't know. I'm kind of two ways about Brian Johnson.
those are the stakes, the ends justify
I can't tell.
And that is how you end up seated in front of a one-way mirror watching prostitutes poison people with LSD. If you're a Fed. I just do it for fun. This is not to deny there was an element of sadism involved in MKUltra. In fact, I'm sure there was.
This man worked on some of these programs. He would write of his work, "It was fun, fun, fun." From brothels, an agent says, "We learned a lot about human nature in the bedroom."
But sadism usually finds a justification for itself. Conspiracists have never heard the saying that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. The final element of conspiracist dualism is what's called millenarianism, the idea that the battle between good and evil is reaching an imminent climax, resulting in a messianic age.
Raging around us is the final phase of a vast global shadow war, not between nations, but between the forces of good and the most unimaginable of evils.
For QAnon, the Day of Judgment was the storm, and it's not an exaggeration to say that many viewed, and at time of filming still view, Trump as the Messiah.
I have grown to fully trust Don, master of all masters.
Conspiracists of every era usually believe that total ruin or total transformation is at hand. The survival of the free world depends on the sheeple waking up. The truth will shake the earth to its foundations. Alex Jones has been saying for 25 years that tyranny is imminent. One world government, nuclear apocalypse, World War III, Civil War alert. The globalists are always just about to make that final move. Any day now. It's why you need to stay tuned in to InfoWars for tomorrow's news today. And while you're here, please buy our Super Male Vitality Serum to purify your precious bodily fluids and help us pay our defamation damages.
But researchers say some of Jones's supplements could be sperm killing.
Lead? Wait. Okay, hold on. Sperm killing is not the most dangerous part of lead. Dude, what? Come on. I was expecting worse than lead. It gets worse than lead? Lead is really bad for you. It's kind of like one of the worst things for you.
Conspiracist Principle 3.
symbolism. So to show you what I mean by symbolism, I'm just going to list some things I have seen cited as evidence of a global satanic conspiracy. Corporate logos that look like the planet Saturn, the Monster energy drink symbol, the statue of Shiva.
Wait, I don't know about the Saturn thing. What's the old Saturn?
Subliminal sexual imagery in Disney movies. Red shoes. Celebrities holding pizza boxes. Celebrities making hand signs.
Celebrities eating pizza is a conspiracy?
Hidden in plain sight. Tom Hanks saluting the Baphomet in Forrest Gump.
Sir, I would like to introduce you to the Congressional Medal of Honor.
U.S. Congressional Medal of Honor, killing for Lucifer. Tom Hanks is another Satanist. And pedo. And of course, the goddamn reptiles.
Isn't it weird that the Vatican's audience hall is full of references to reptilians?
If Satanists took over the Vatican, would you notice?
Dude, it's also wild because like these photos you're showing, like it doesn't look like this in person. This is lens distortion. like this is not what it looks like. This is distortion from the photo, the way that the photo was taken. It's a cool picture for sure, but like what?
Therefore, they openly showcase their symbolism. Therefore, they were sloppy.
If you fold a dollar bill the right way and place it side by side, it reveals a reptilian face with sharp teeth.
Wait, does it do that? Wait, what? If you fold the dollar bill the right way and place it side by side. Wait, what's the right way? Sounds cool. I love money ones too. Money ones are cool. I only have $1 bill. You have to do it twice. You do it? I think it's just... Don't do it. It's a magic spell that makes you stinky. Oh, it's okay. I can take a shower. I can take a shower. How do you freaking fold it? I think I got it. Yeah, I got it. It will teleport you to the beach that makes you old. Okay. What am I looking at? Oh my God. Chat, do you see it? Look. Look, I'll cover up everything that's not... I'll cover up everything that's not the face. Do you see it? Dude, it's literally a freaking reptile face, dude. It's literally a freaking reptile. Real. Why would Hassan do this?
If I build the right way and place it side by side, it reveals a reptilian face with sharp teeth. And beneath those teeth, Satan.
There's a whole genre.
Wait, there's fucking Satan? I was just broadcasting an image of Satan? I don't see him.
Conspiracy theories based on symbolism and U.S. currency. The Eye of Providence and the dollar bill are famous, but the Kansas hole goes deeper than that.
$5 bill shows the Twin Towers. $10 bill shows after the planes.
Yes, dude, yes. I remember this one. This one was sick, bro. This one was so sick.
Collided. $20 bill shows the buildings collapsing. $50 bill shows the dust and the smoke.
$100 bill shows a new beginning. The money is all shaped.
I love your hair. Thank you. You look amazing today, 100. Appreciate you. My new favorite chatter.
An airplane. Yes, all money is shaped like an airplane if you fold it in the shape of an airplane.
You got a vid recommend in Discord? Yeah, there's a channel in there.
Plane. What a coincidence. Move along, nothing to see here. Back. Is this what they mean by follow the money?
I like your hair. Everyday streamer. Oh, thank you,
Hand
Pupu-sama.
signs in music videos, images in Hollywood movies, occult symbols on currency. What kind of evidence is this? Is a style of conspiracism symbols on currency?
Wait. Look. Enhance. The same name. It's my name on the $10 bill. What the freaking frick, dude? What the freaking frick, chat?
What kind of evidence is...
Hold on, I need to talk to my parents. Hey, apparently, because our name is on every $10 bill, technically we own them all. Technically, my dad just told me that.
Is this? Is a style of conspiracism made explicit by one of Q's recurring
Yeah, we own them all.
will be their downfall. The idea is you can divine the existence and nature of a conspiracy by learning to read the symbolic language of the elite. QAnon formalized this decoding activity through Q drops or breadcrumbs, cryptic messages that followers had to bake or decipher.
Like an army of digital autists, we connect the dots.
It's a gamification of political speculation that's been compared to an ARG. It's exciting to discover
That musical is about you.
plot.
Yeah. And this is the real truth, is that I said vampires because I am a vampire. It's true. I'm a vampire. Bad Empanada is Van Helsing.
Solve puzzles, decrypt codes, connect the dots, divine the future. It's a discourse that's not even pseudo-intellectual because it's not even trying to appear rational. It's most closely related to occult divinatory practices like astrology or tarot reading. I call it mediamancy. If cartomancy is divination by reading cards, and necromancy is divination by talking to dead people, then mediamancy is divination.
There were signs, true.
Satanic Illuminati symbols in Taylor Swift music videos. Conspiracist symbolism views the media, the iconography of government, industry, and religion, even the events of history itself, as so many tea leaves in which you can divine the true nature of reality and predict the wicked scheme.
See, this is what happens when you make a 2-hour, 40-minute documentary, is that you don't... How do you... You can't fucking do a lot of, QA. Because if you have to sit for 2 hours and 40 minutes to watch your own fucking project shot by shot to make sure that shit like this doesn't get in,
Tea leaves in which you can divine
it's a conspiracy.
The true nature of reality and predict the wicked schemes of the elite. Oh my god, the Statue of Liberty is actually Lucifer. Oh my god, the One World Trade Center looks like a syringe. Vaxxed. Conspiracists usually believe that the news...
Wait, what time was that? What time was that shot? What's the time code?
In religion, even the events of history...
It's at 11900. Which, if you reverse, is 911.
history itself as so many tea leaves in which you can divine the true.
Hey, everybody.
Oh. Frick. God damn it, never mind.
Nature of reality and predict the wicked schemes of the elite. Oh my god, the Statue of Liberty is actually Lucifer. Oh my god, the One World Trade Center looks like a syringe. Vaxxed. Conspiracy.
There we go. There, the music happened anyway.
Usually believe that the news is fake, that every official source of information is propaganda for the cabal, and yet it's also full of cryptic hints and symbols which we can decode and piece together to reveal the hidden truth. Now, a rational person might ask, what do the elites gain by this? Why would they place these symbols everywhere for us to find? Well, to mock us. They're doing it out in the open.
Normalizing Satanism is a stage, a milestone on the road to the New World Order. It is a method of satanic inversion, of turning white into black and good into evil. Casual reminder that Taylor Swift is literally normalizing Satanism.
So the idea is that the elites are evil occultists, so they put evil occult symbols everywhere because that's what evil occultists do. I don't think treating this like a rational argument will get us anywhere, so let's instead try to make sense of it by comparison with astrology. Now, I need to clarify my view of astrology because by comparing it to conspiracism, it might sound like I have a negative opinion of astrology. So I need to tread carefully here, or I'll be forever exiled from the LGBT community. More so, I think astrology has its place, so long as astrology knows its place. In The Essential Guide to Practical Astrology, April Elliott Kent writes, "Astrology is a language. It's the sky's way of speaking to us." Taken literally, this is intentionalism. The sky does not speak any more than volcanoes get angry. But taken metaphorically, it could.
What the fuck you called that? Defending astrology like Brett defends volcanology. Actual pre-watch. Holy shit.
It'd be true that.
Dude, I need to have the video up. Too many good moments. Wait, is that the video?
Contemplating planetary cycles causes me to
that video's better.
Think about my own emotions. Like, for example, that I have bipolar disorder. If that wasn't obvious from, look around us. In my opinion, when astrologers are asked to explain themselves, they should say something like this. Astrology is a centuries-old tradition of storytelling that uses a symbolic language based around the movement of the planets to provide meaning and guidance to people's lives. All human thinking is to some extent projection. Like, what is a constellation? It's connecting the dots in the most literal sense. The constellation Aries is a ram, but is the ram in the sky, or is the ram in our minds? It doesn't even really look like a ram to me, but it wasn't named by me, it was named by ancient people who spent a lot more time around sheep. Human brains search for patterns. It's called apophenia, the tendency to perceive meaningful connections between unrelated things. It's why we look at clouds and see.
I mean, this is also like a beautiful thing. Like, I don't know. I think it's like these are stories. It's magic. It's like actual magic. Like, I think I am very much in the Alan Moore like concept of magic. Where like when we tell stories, we actually that exists. Like that exists in your mind. That's a real thing, and these stories exist. And you're creating magic by telling stories. And like you as a person who's creating the story in your mind are really changed, and you can change people's brains. It's like mind control and magic, and it's sick. I don't know. If you like that kind of discussion, the book series, graphic novel series Promethea is fucking fire. I promise, if anyone picks up Promethea as like a graphic novel series, you're gonna come back and be like, holy fuck, that is an insane series. It's so good. It's so good.
animals. It's why we look at Disney's The Little Mermaid and see the phallus of the father.
So astrology is meaningful depending on the religious denomination. I think honestly it is. Like, actually, yes, I think it is. And also just like learn to like lean into like symbols, like, you know, listen, astrology is useful because it's hard to talk about people's personalities. Because I don't, you know, it's hard to talk about people's personalities without it being like a personal criticism that you're making on somebody. You know, with astrology, we can talk about who we are and what makes us different from each other and blame it on the stars. And that's actually beautiful. Boo, you're booing me? No, I think it's cool. I think it's cool. Do the stars actually determine our lives? Is there like fate? No, I don't believe in fate. I'm a Cancer and everyone hates me? What? I love Cancers. So boo Zodiacs? No, I love Cancers. Cancers are awesome. Becca's a Cancer. I get along great with Cancers. Libras rule, true. Got a bunch of Libra in my chart. I'm a Pisces sun, Pisces moon, Libra rising. Everybody's like, yep. Fred is a fuckboy? True. Yeah, learning how to be vulnerable and talk about astrology is actually a W way to talk to women. It's true. I don't believe in astrology, but I'm a Libra, so of course I'd say that. I mean, here's how it works, right? Libra, just like go on the talk about people, talk about differences in people. Gemini are the twins, you know, like, and you just got to go with the thing. Cancer is the crab. So genuinely, I think there is some truth in this. Polycule lib behavior, yes, I know. Okay, Cancer is the crab. So like they are deep water on the, like very deep. Is astrology how you met Becca? No, not even, no. Very deep, but also they're in their shell. They're very guarded, but they're very deep. All right. That's like a very basic thing, you know? Very basic reading of that. It's just hard, you know? Did streamer say his big three? Yeah, I said Pisces sun, Pisces moon, Libra rising. It's just harmless whimsy. Exactly. Exactly. Libra rising, same. I bet it would be interesting, but yeah. Libra rising is my activist, I think. That's my the obsession with justice and my indignation at injustice, you know? The Libras are the scales. So you're very concerned with justice, and that's that autism? Yeah, true. Obsession with justice is my autism? True. Says a Gemini. Yeah, I don't know. Don't be mean about it and weird. It's just like, I just think that's all it is. Also, I feel like tarot's the same way. It's just like tarot is a way that you can like offer like a therapy, like a more deeper conversation about people's lives and reflect on your life in an intentional way through symbols. Not, you know, like it's hard to just sit down with a friend and just be like, hey, like this is something that I'm really, really struggling with, like emotionally right now. Can you help me process it, like together? Like I just have never done that, but I have a friend who does tarot, and I love going to them and like coming with like, I'm in this headspace right now. This is what I'm really concerned about. This is what I'm working on. Let's do a reading, and we just kind of it's just a conversation. You're just talking to each other. You know, it's not It's not predicting the future. It's just talking. Like it's therapy in a different way. And stories matter. And symbols matter, you know? Symbols matter. And like, I don't know. I'm a believer in the magic of storytelling big time. So I like those. Yeah, Blazian. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Freaking Cinemancer Brett. Oh god. Okay, chat. I think we're gonna have to finish this later. We're like exactly halfway through. We're gonna finish this later, but we're not done quite yet. This is a new tradition. We did it last night, and I want to do it at the end of every stream. This is a way for us to build community, you know. And I learned it from organizing and I learned it from Casey Tenets, and I think it was a really beautiful way to end a gathering, and I want to do it here. So here's what we're gonna do. Everybody just type out into chat. You guys have the full screen. We're gonna start with just like feeling words. What are you guys feeling right now? Just any words. Just drop a word, whatever you're feeling right now. Heartburn. That's a good one. Conspiratorial. Uh-oh. Tired. Go to sleep. Chill. Busy. Oh, I feel that. I'm a good busy right now, though. I hope it's a good busy for you. Uncertain. I feel that. Eepy. Buzzed. Hell yeah. Over it. Yep. Yep. Change. Ooh, that's a good one, Nat. That's a good one. Okay, now everybody, something that you appreciate. Appreciations. Drop an appreciation. Something you're thankful for. Weed, penis. Okay, good ones. Good ones. My friends, my family, community. W, all those things. W, friends. W, y'all. W, sunshine. Dogs in general. True. My cat. True. Me too. Leftists. I appreciate having a place to stay when I can't afford one right now. Hell yeah, Raylan. I'm glad you got that. I'm really happy you got that. Okay, last one is tensions. And so this is like if there's something that you're feeling it's not sitting right in your stomach. It can be specific about the stream tonight, or it can be, this is just a space for things you feel tension around. Work. We're not here to solve it and stuff. It's not like, but this is just an open space. Something felt bad. Feel that, Jenny? Feel that? Job seeking, unemployment. I'm seeing a lot. Yeah. Being broke, money. That ain't right. Good burgers. Yeah. Supposed to be moving to a new work group, but the transfer is being delayed. Yuck. Yuck. The news. Yep. I feel that. Emilio face. No good sex. Ouch. Poo poo som. Ouch. That also implies the existence of bad sex, which is a double ouch. Double ouch. Moving across the country, just did that, Peachy. I can second that tension. I can second that tension as I'm streaming from my parents' basement, unironically. It's okay though, we got a new spot. Rejection, yeah. Long distance relationship, I miss her. Oh. Yeah. Physical touch. Go get it. Consensually. Consensually. You deserve that. Consensually. Oh man, weed is too strong, bro. Smoke less of it. Smoke less of it. What do you mean? Okay, W chat. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you guys. I love this new thing we're doing too. We're gonna do this as every night at the end of stream. I think it's beautiful. We're gonna finish the video sometime this week. We're also going to finish. We're gonna talk about. Yeah, of course, even you. We're also going to talk about the UCLA lawsuit. I'm going to deep dive into that this week. And hopefully on Friday, I'll be in my new spot and have a really, really fucking sick setup. Not this iPhone, streaming that we got going on right now. Announcements, maybe a little bit of an announcement. If you live in Kansas City, my first feature-length documentary, The Empathizer, is playing in the Kansas City International Film Festival, or Kansas City Film Festival International, I think is what it's called, actually. It's going to be at AMC Ward Parkway on Thursday at 6:30 or 6:40 p.m. You can buy a ticket now online at the Kansas City Film Fest website, kcfilmfest.org, I believe is the website. The film's called The Empathizer. So if you live in Kansas City or you can make it out, I would love for you to see it. I'll be doing a Q&A there. Gotta tell my KC comrades, yeah, you should. It's a good movie. I'm really proud of it. I think that's it. Go out and organize, chat. Fight back. Fascism is not inevitable. We can win. We will win. We will win. But not without your help. Tofu Ghost just went live. We're raiding over there. I'm gonna blow it up right in the start of the stream. If you're here, you're gonna fucking love it over at Tofu Ghost, and I need you to really appreciate the special space that Tofu has created. She's, one of my biggest inspos, and I really, 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 really like Tofu. So please go, enjoy that over there. If this is your first Tofu night, please trust you're in for a treat. You're in for a treat. It's gonna be really fun. Yeah, that's it, chat. Go hug your friends. Yeah, and thank you for all the support. I really, really appreciate it. Wouldn't be doing any of this without you. Wouldn't be anywhere in my life that I'm in Kansas City or nothing without you guys. So I appreciate it. See ya.